Good morning, all you lovely people. And yes, it is morning. We can say that honestly because I think it might still be morning for everyone joining us, depending on where you are. Obviously, there's some places where it's midday, but most of our viewers come out of Europe, the UK, the US, and it is still morning everywhere. And thank you so much. My name is Adam Thursby. You are here for BoX3 Motorsports. BoX3 Motorsports, 24 hours at Imola. And this is going to be absolutely fantastic. I've been waiting for this for like a month and a half since we announced it. Started putting it together, and right here you're gonna be able to watch the entire 24 hours, the whole thing, throughout this broadcast. Yeah, I'm gonna have to take steps away. Obviously, you might see, we're gonna be joined by some other folks. I know Kevin Huffman's gonna jump in here soon once the free practice and qual is underway, and then the race will start right afterwards. And again, we're here for the entire 24 hours, so please stay with us as long as you possibly can. We're going to have a great time. Blue, you're right. I do have favorites. You are not one of them, sir. You forgot that part. But before we go any further, while we're waiting here just for the server to come up and for free practice to start, real quick, today's race brought to you by Apex Sim Racing, and one random driver at the end of today's race will receive that Apex button box vertical mount V2. We will be picking that driver live on stream. And I just saw something here. And we'll take care of that later. I'm not worried about it. Good morning, Master. Welcome. Welcome in. Thank you for being here. And let's get started with everything going on today. We got a lot to go through. And again, 24 hours of racing. And my game just disconnected, which it does from time to time. Fun times, right? That just means bounce it quick and then I'll set. Master, how you doing this morning? Hope you're having a great start of your day or middle of your day, wherever you're at. Paves? I'm not going to try to say the rest of that, Paves, but I'm glad you're here and I'm glad you're excited. I'm excited too. I've been waiting for this. Like I said, this has been on my list of things to do, was a 24-hour stream, and wonderful to have the opportunity to do it here with BoX3. We're still on coffee, right? We're still rolling the coffee this morning. So no other refreshments as of yet. We'll see what happens after midnight tonight, though. It's a long way away as we wait for the server to come up. Your pickage is good luck, everyone. I agree. Good luck. Let's roll through as we do wait for the server real quick. Take a look. Don't forget, season 2 continues next Sunday, April 24th at 7 p.m. UTC. That's 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight. Back to Imola for an endurance race. So any of the drivers who normally race in our season, who are not here today, are going to get their opportunity for a small taste of Imola next Sunday. And our casual leagues continue as well. Beer Cup Tuesday night. Be back at Laguna Seca at 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Don't let that trick you. So that series continues. If you're down for some mixed class Cup Car and TCX racing with Trackalicious and 949, those guys have been having a blast during the week. So join in, come and race with the guys. Hit one of those Discord. You can hit any 3 of those Discords and you'll be able to get over to the Beer Cup. Euro Trip continues as well. That'll happen on Monday. Hitting Spa this week, April 18th. Again, 7 p.m. UTC, 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So many events going on over at BoX3 Motorsports, including the kickoff of our Xbox season 3. That actually happens today during this race. If you want to check that out later, I'll try and remember to mention it at the time, but you can always go watch B-Fife. He will be racing in that race, not covering it like we would here, but he will be racing and have his stream up and running, so you guys can jump over and check out how he does on the Xbox race. But as you see, we're just kicking off the season. Console gaming and console racing is well and good and alive at BoX3 Motorsports. And again, in conjunction with 949 and Trackalicious, 6-hour endurance series starts this summer, May 14th, June 11th, July 9th, and August 20th. One race a month, 6-hour endurance racing, GT3 and GT4 multi-class. So a lot of fun to be had over at BoX3 Motorsports. A lot of fun to be had if you're a sim racer. Hopefully I got all the liveries in there, Master. Hopefully. I tried. I did my best to grab them all. So hopefully everything is there Now, while we're waiting, guys, just so you're aware, you know, we want to make sure all the drivers have opportunity to be seen, and I do my best to cover all the action. If you want to watch the race right here from a commentary standpoint, this is probably where you want to be. But Mr. Shouto is streaming on Twitch. I'm going to post some of these links into the chat if you guys want to check out some of the drivers that are running today. These should be it. Thomas Jenks. Now, here's one that I'm going to say y'all might want to go check out. Maybe even if you don't want to right away, you want to stick right here. You might want to go check this out, because Thomas right there is soloing a 24-hour race. He's going to roll a straight 24 hours. Now, the last time, my understanding is the last time he tried this, he made it to 21 hours, and that was the end of it. That was as far as he was able to get. That's still impressive, right? Like, that's wickedly impressive. So you might want to go check that out a little bit later, see how he's doing, you know, kind of encourage him, drop those words of encouragement, keep him moving, keep him racing, because I'd love to see him finish the whole thing. And again, a lot of drivers streaming today, so we'll keep posting these links in the chat so you guys get them all. I hope these are the right links, but Russie, welcome in. Thank you for being here. I still have no server, so... Oh, wait, I got... Hold on. I might know why. It's probably because I'm an idiot. Unbelievable. I just see... I saw what Will did there. So, yeah, we're in. Saw what you did there, Will. Oh, no. I'm going in as a driver, though. Oh, no. Yeah. Oh, maybe not. Last minute changes always mess with me. Something's broken. There we go. Okay. There we go. Yeah, Will, there was no straight announcement, so I didn't see it. That's my fault. All right, let's get things actually set up here and moving where they're supposed to be. Unbelievable. There we go. We are up and running, folks. Getting ready here. Free practice has begun. Just under 6 minutes left to go. All the fun of getting things started in the morning. It's early. And today's race brought to you by BoX3 Motorsports, of course, and Apex Sim Racing. I want to thank them so much. We're going to jump up and join Will Green right now. Will, you there?
Hello. How are you doing?
I saw what you did there because I couldn't find the server on the list, and I'm like, why isn't the server? Why isn't it coming up? Why isn't it coming up? Why isn't it coming up? Yeah, I found you. I see what you did there.
Yeah. Yeah, we had to try and disguise the server name a little bit.
A little bit, yeah.
Avoid these attacks that have been happening, but hey, we do our best. Try and make sure everyone gets through the 24 hours safely.
Hopefully we have no issues. That would be fantastic. I don't know. It looks like it's going good so far. Free practice has started, right? So.
Yeah.
All good.
Who's your money on then, Molson? 24-hour race, which team?
Who's my money on today? I have no idea.
Got the Island boys. Got some stewards. Got some admins.
We got a ton of people in here that I don't even recognize. So a lot of joiners just for this race, which is great to see, right? It grows the league and we get different drivers on track. But unfortunately, I can only see the current driver of the vehicle. I can't see the full team in what I'm using. I wish I could, but it's not going to let me do that. As drivers still sitting in the pits for this free practice. Adam Thomas, the 99. I like that box livery. It is weird getting things set up this early in the morning, Will. I won't lie to you.
What time is it for you?
6 o'clock.
Very nice. It's 10 past 11 for us here in the UK.
Must be nice you got to sleep in on a Saturday.
I did indeed. I do feel bad for all of you. Well, the west coast of the US especially.
Yeah, those guys.
The end. Yeah, finishing the race at whatever it is. What would it be? 5 a.m., 4 a.m.
Something like that. That's gonna be rough. But I've already made my peace with it. I'll take a nap tomorrow and then be right back to it on Monday, I guess. I should have taken the day off, but I didn't. Hey, Blue, just so I've said it, John Tracy is my favorite today, as he is driving the Audi. So we're gonna put a lot of focus on John Tracy and his team.
Commentator's favorite, is that like having a favorite child?
Yeah, kind of. You never really admit it, although I just did, but you know. But it happens. So 25 teams today. Now, Will, help me explain how this is going to work. So again, 24-hour endurance. And as I said earlier, we do have one guy who's like going to go, he wants to go 100% by himself, right? But other than that, we're having driver swaps. How long can each driver drive? Like, how often do these guys have to change drivers?
I believe we actually have 2 people doing it solo 24 hours.
Oh, wow.
One with experience of doing a solo 24 hours, and we have another 1 or 2 teams that are doing an in real life driver swap. There you go, Kima just said that in the chat.
Okay.
So yeah, it's a 70-minute max stint time. I think that's why we're seeing quite a few Astons in the race. Though looking at, well, that's what I heard, but looking at the leaderboard, it doesn't actually look like that's the case necessarily.
Now, what does that? What does the Aston have to do with a 70-minute driver swap time?
The Astons are very good on their fuel management, so you can run that 70 minutes on the main fuel map. I believe the Ferrari's the same, if I remember correctly. But I don't think there's many other cars that are quite that useful on fuel. So yeah, we'll be seeing a lot of pit stops, and as I said in the driver's briefing, the pit entry line is quite tough to get down to that 30 mile an hour or 50 kilometers an hour speed limit without running over it and getting yourself a drive-through. I think drive-throughs will be the bane of everyone's life today if they end up getting them.
We shall see. Hopefully not too much trouble for folks, but we've seen it in the past. That I think we've seen it at Imola in the past, where it seems like once the first one happens, there's about 3 or 4, maybe even 5 that follow right behind it. You know, and then everybody realizes what's going on and calms down a little bit. But George Garton out with us today.
He's a race winner in season 2.
Yep.
Won the Monza race. So we know he's quick.
Very quick.
I assume all of these drivers in here will be the ones doing qualifying, so I think we're getting a taste of who's going to be up at the front, even though only 8 people have set a lap so far.
Yeah, I mean, we do see Jerry Valek set the fastest lap thus far with a 142.9, so breaking just under, up till this point we'd only seen 143s, but Valek able to break down just under, but we'll see how that goes with qualifying as well. Victor Urson as well, pulling a fast lap right now. Not quite. Almost there, but not quite fast enough. And again, we've got 3 142s thus far in the free practice.
Good morning.
Kevin Hoffman. Good morning
Awesome.
to you, sir.
How are you, buddy?
I'm making it through. We're just getting started, so we'll see how I am in about 14 hours.
A little birdie told me, Mawson, that you were planning on doing the whole 24 hours. So it's actually 3 drivers. Well, 2 drivers and 1 commentator all doing it solo.
Yeah, I will be here the whole time. That's not to say I won't step away for a minute. I'm going to be quiet from time to time because, well, I need to step away. But given some of the tools we have at our disposal now, I'm hoping that doesn't take away from the action.
I think we'll have plenty of action today. Imola's a lovely track for this.
I think it is too. I mean, it's not overly long, right? I mean, so many endurance races are at these longer tracks, Paul Ricard, Spa, places, you know, the 2-minute plus lap times, right? Imola, and we're already seeing 142s. I think it gives opportunity to keep people closer together, more action, more opportunity, right? This is not a terrible track to find passing points on, unlike some of the ones we've run. And with that, qualification has started. 30-minute qual today before we get started with our 24-hour race. Petrol A Racing. Oh no, I think we accidentally named our livery folder wrong. Uh-oh. Well, that's not good. Let's take a quick run down through here as we get started in qualification. Joris Menting driving today at number 14 Mercedes. Alfonso Suto. Bruno Heinrich. The first BMW we take a look at today in today's race. I'm so glad they fixed the BOP for the new BMW, for the M4.
Yes, yeah, it's a pretty balanced car right now.
It seems to be, and at least we're not seeing what we saw at the beginning of season 2 when that first released, you know, with just a stack of M4s at the front of the pack and everybody else having to just deal with it, you know?
Yeah, it was tough.
And George Gart now, another BMW on track today.
It's it's a pretty balanced car nowadays. It's very stable and very good as a driver's car, but the top speed makes it a car that's very hard to make overtakes in. So I would say in an endurance race, it's probably not too bad, but in a sprint race, you're going to find it quite tough.
Yeah, we see a pretty mixed field here. Kind of a bit Aston heavy, but I mean it's fairly mixed overall.
Yeah,
more Lexus than I thought.
All 2 of us.
Now you're not driving today, but Kevin, you'll be getting in the car at some point, right?
Yeah, man, I'm actually taking second stint. I just hopped in my team channel to make sure, you know, my driver and his spotter were all sorted and ready to rock for their quali run. So
excellent. I get to watch you in your Lexus.
Oh, we're repping the BoX3 poster child livery, courtesy of Blue.
Perfect.
It's such a like I said, it's the poster child box car. It's a pretty clean, nice looking livery.
Igor Simonov joining us today. Again, Adam Thomas, as we talked about earlier, out on track.
How are you going to manage your fuel in the Lexus Huff with the 70-minute stint timer?
You know, we debated it. Is it worth, you know, running a lower map or kind of lifting and coasting or, you know, suck and draft here and there? But we're just going to send it, dude. You know what I mean? So,
love it.
Yeah. Just going to send it, man. We're just here to have a good time, man. You know, I'm not looking to finish P1, P2, P3. We're just going to go out there and drive around for 24 hours, you know, see what happens.
Fun to watch. As our times start coming in, I think we're going to see these quickly drop as the 144s start. Menting currently first right now, and John Tracy crossing the line with our first 143 of qualification. and he's quickly.
Yeah, John was
out.
looking rapid in practice, man.
And here he comes out of nowhere. Yannick Kurtz, who I don't believe we saw on track during the free practice, took the 142.9s we were seeing and blew them out with now a 142.2. That
Yannick was doing
escalated quickly.
40s in the practice lobby. I'm just saying. That was under quality trim, to be fair, but he was doing mid 40s. Guys insane.
Now.
True that. So, like to see him cut about 2.5 seconds here. Come on, you got it.
Gustav Pavasino on track with us today. Patrick Kurz. Whoops, and we lost Patrick. As Theo Overhouse now breaks under Kurtz with a 142.1. That is one crazy looking Lexus right there.
That is pretty cool.
That is a nice livery.
I like that. A little anime inspired.
100%. Came together very well. Victor Erson. Currently sitting in 6th. Christian McKeezy. Another anime inspired livery out there today.
Yeah, but touching on BOP and new cars, how do you guys feel about the new Audi?
I don't race in the league. Will, you probably you're much more qualified to talk about it. For me, I struggle to get the back end under control, which I don't on the older Audi.
Yeah.
But that's me.
Well, I raced it in the Coach Dave 1000 a couple of weeks ago. In the silver split, and yeah, I think for an endurance car, it's brilliant. It's very reliable, as in it's very easy to drive. It's not one of these cars that's kind of on edge the whole time. It's good on fuel, good on tires. So yeah, I think it could be a really good car for John. I think John's the only one driving it today, isn't he?
Yeah, I was actually getting ready to touch on that. I only see one on the grid, and it's a really good car for this track too. So
now, I'm assuming, given the livery, I see that esports legend Brian Canopin will be taking control of that car at some point, right?
Oh, he will. He will. They've got actually a really solid team.
I was going to say John currently sitting in 7th, now 8th, getting bumped, and we have a 141 from Yannick Kurtz at this point, 141.877. So he's slowly clipping that time back.
Don't forget, this is only a fast track condition as well, so we're not even seeing optimum grit levels.
If we take the look there at the comparison between Kurtz and Overhouse, a lot of time for Overhouse to make up in all sectors, particularly. Oh, that makes no sense. Sector 3. What? Stop it. You're being weird. Oh, that's lap 3. That's why. He's backed off a little bit. Balder Racing, good morning. Welcome in. Welcome into Mohammed Javad, 46. Is that Javad? I hope I said that right. I can't pronounce drivers' names. I am really in trouble when it comes to chat. DT Bubs is here.
Good with that. Bubs in the house.
Bubs is in the house. That's always a good thing to see. Yeah, we talked about it earlier, Huff, but I've been waiting for this race for a while. Just the 24-hour nature of it. Just wanting to be here the whole time and watch this go down. And 25 teams. And, you know, it seems lower, right? Like 25, it would be like a low number for one of our season races, right? Typically those lobbies we're filling with 30 to 40 drivers. But 25 teams, most of them with 3, some of them with 4. And again, we talked about, you know, a couple folks doing either in real life swaps, so we don't really know, or we have 2 drivers that are running it solo. But you got to figure we have probably over or close to 100 drivers here today to run this.
Yeah. It's a
Fantastic.
lot of people, man.
That's a lot of people to bring together.
Yeah, it definitely is. To me, though, 25 cars on this track is a good balance. You know what I mean? It's not too many. You're not going to have too much traffic, but you're always going to have, you know, somebody to play with, or somebody in your pace, or you know, blue flag. And
that's what I was so glad when we picked this track, because it is one of the shorter ones. This is not those, again, plus 2-minute spas or, you know, wherever. It's a shorter track, and the guys are going to have to know how to drive in traffic in order to be have any opportunity to get anywhere, I should say.
Yeah, and this track definitely capitalizes and punishes mistakes, so it's not like you can just, Tesla autopilot like on Spa. So I mean, you gotta maintain focus for those, 1 minute and 43 seconds. You hope
Mm-hmm.
for 24 hours,
For a full 24,
and most of these
right?
guys are gonna, for sure. Most of these guys are, on the teams, I should say, are gonna do, double stints, so they're gonna be driving for, about 140 minutes straight. So maintaining focus for 140 minutes straight, yeah, it's a challenge in itself.
Yeah, that's not easy at all. Checking in, Overhouse now with the new fastest, 141.872, but you see Kurtz is right there at 877. So these guys just battling back and forth. The only two drivers under 142 so far. Bill Savadas right there as well, 142.3. And Patrick Kurz with a 142.4. So, really, I mean, and now the guys, and I was paying attention during the drivers' meeting because I was doing other things, but the guys qualifying are the same ones that will start the race, or no?
Ideally, yes, that's the way it should be. There's a couple of guys that are gonna try to risk it and swap drivers before.
Okay.
So. We'll
and the
see
reason
what
I
happens.
ask is, I mean, because we're seeing 142s all the way down to P9 so far.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, that's a lot of drivers. That's we're talking 7 cars that are all very close in pace, under 1 second. It's going to make things very interesting at the start of this.
Yeah, it's a lot of fast lap times. And it's only going to come down. We still got 18 minutes left in quali. The track's still kind of wearing in. Hoping we'll see an optimum track, but this time of day, probably not going to happen.
We have Blue in the chat saying that the track is fast. What's up with that?
That's the esports legend Brian Canapan rubbing it off on him.
Is it? Okay.
He complains about a track anything other than optimum.
Well, given how, given how you set the weather for this, I mean, there's opportunity for rain during this next 24 hours as well, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, there's a slight chance, but I favored on the side of fair weather, but I don't believe it's going to rain.
Well, I'm sure they will be quite happy. Darkness is enough to deal with, right? So.
Yeah. And we were in here running some practice actually a few hours ago. And the time of day where the race is going to finish, you're 18, 19 hours in roughly. The sun's going to be coming up. Your windshield's going to be wore. Your car's going to be battered from driving for 18 hours.
Yeah.
The sun comes up over some of these corners. It's going to be a challenge in itself too. The sun can be blinding through the windshield.
Absolutely. Yeah, especially like you said, once it's been wearing and getting knocked back a little bit, it gets a little weird. Like really hard to see.
Somebody was saying there's a button where you can pull your screen, the little, the protector, the tearaway.
Mm-hmm.
I think John Tracy was actually mentioning something about that, but could not verify that answer. Yeah.
I have never seen that in ACC. I know there is for iRacing and that, but I've never seen it for ACC. So.
How much do you have to pay for each pill of the screen on iRacing?
Okay, come on now. Wow, that was brutal.
Dude, I gotta take shots at that whenever I can.
I don't blame you.
No, I do. Like, really, I haven't given the game a solid go to really judge it, but I do love the way it's set up. The online ranking is lovely. It's phenomenal. They really killed it on that. Yeah.
I wish we had something similar for ACC. Some sort of, besides the safety rating. But I don't. At the same time, I sit and look at it and go, well, I don't think any of them have gotten it right. Because if I'm driving and I get lambasted from behind, all I'm doing is going through my corner, and I get hammered. sorry, but I shouldn't lose points for that. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I just, that part really bugs
100%.
me, so.
But you know the solution to your problem there?
Go faster, I know.
No, well, that's the solution too, but you join a league, you know, preferably on the sim grid, exclamation box and the Twitch chat, just saying that'll lead you to a pretty good one. You know, it's where things are a little more controlled. You know, you got racing incidents, you have reports, you know, you have a driving standard that is, you know, kept up pretty high, I like to say here. We do like to hold driving standards high. You know, we are a bit more of a casual league, but you know, we've got fast guys and we've got slow guys, you know, so there's a place for anybody here, really.
Well, that to me is what is the important part of the casual. When we say we're a casual league, doesn't mean you can't come in and be competitive, right?
Sure.
You can 100% come in and be as competitive as you want to be, and you will find someone who wants to be competitive with you. But I think it's good when there are other drivers out there who say, you know what, I just want to tool around by myself, and that's it. And I just got forcibly shoved to another VC, and I'm all by myself now. That was mean. Will's out being mean.
I'm getting dragged. BRB.
Okay. Yeah, I heard my Discord go off. I popped down, and I'm like, he sent me down here to purgatory all by myself. What is up with that?
We were just having a nice little conversation. I was hating on iRacing, then we were plugging the league, and here I am doing stewarding. The nerve.
Unbelievable. The old Overhouse now down to a 141.6, and a new driver right there, Timur Shalukin. I can't pronounce any of these names. Taking up P2 from Yannick Kurtz. And we now have 4 drivers. Bill Savitas, another one. 4 drivers now under that 142 mark. So again, a lot of competition up front here. I'll be curious to see, given what you said earlier, Huff, about Kurtz running the mid 140s during practice, if we will see him able to, break another lap down. Right now, 1.6 over his fastest, so it's not going to be this one. But 13 minutes left in qual, he's got plenty of time.
Yeah, I'm surprised John hasn't really jumped up there much. I know his pace is a lot better than this. I'm sure he's beating himself up.
Talk about Tracy?
He's done.
Yeah.
Looks like he's on a lap now.
Currently 7/10 faster than his last. Or I should say 7/10 faster than his best.
I'll check him up into the top 8.
We take a look there now, almost a full second up. Lost a little bit through there. Those times you're seeing on your screen is the delta to their personal best qualification lap so far.
Hey, what's your thoughts on the ACC TV, the overlay?
I love
it.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here looking at it. And
I just hit the guy up last night. I took care of the business that needed to be taken care of, and we now have access to the files. We can customize it any way we want for the overlays. But this is, between the software itself, there's so much data. Like, it's going to take me months to know what I'm looking at, to memorize what I'm actually seeing on my screen over here. And if we get a dead point during the middle of the night in the race, I can even bring it up and people can see it if we want to do that. But between that, the autopilot, and the overlays, like, it is absolutely perfect for what we do.
I actually prefer the looks of it to the stock one.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, it looks a lot better. John Tracy unable to gain much, actually losing a position while finishing that lap. A lot of racing in chat with your boy Blue. Blue, did you even know that there were 2 6 o'clocks in one day? You seem like one of those people who wouldn't know that. Overhouse now in the pits. Looks to think maybe he's fast enough, although he may come back out. Kurt's still out on track, off by about 2/10 right now. And we can see Kurt's there is About a tenth up on his fastest, losing a little bit of time now, but it looks like he's stuck in traffic. And someone I had missed thus far, Christoph Arts, joins us again today. That 555 Bentley. And he's right now about half a second up on his fastest. Art's one of our faster season drivers. I'll be curious to see if he can tighten down a little bit right here.
Yeah, I didn't realize this, but excuse me. He put a team together with Matthew Gibbons, one of our longtime drivers. He's been with us for a while.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, they've
Awesome.
they've known each other for a long time, like years. But then they just reconnected on ACC, and he was like, "Hey, I know you." "No, hey, I know you." "Oh, wait, let's race together." You know what I mean? Kind of cool little story.
That is awesome. The small world. And there we see Art's able to pull himself up into P10 with that latest lap. Kurt's now back up into second with Shalushin pushed back down to third. Thank you, Lamb. Is that Lamb or is that I am? Fuck. I don't know how to say your name.
I am Lamb.
I am Lamb? I have no idea. I don't know. I can't keep up with driver names, much less the ones in the chat sometimes. So if I mispronounce your name, I do apologize.
Correct us phonetically in chat, please.
I promise you it is not on purpose. Everybody now falling into the pits. About 8.5 minutes left to go in today's qualifying session. Getting ready for 24 hours of driving. And with that, I am going to go a little mobile before the end of qualification here. Oop. I'm sure, yeah, it looks like Huff can hear me, so that's a good thing.
I cannot hear you.
You cannot hear me?
No. I just see your mouth moving. Oh, never mind. No, I don't. Crap. I tried.
I can hear you.
Damn it, Will. You
All
killed
right,
the
thank
joke.
you. ICUQT. ICUQT. I am ICUQT. Perfect. Thank you. That's the kind of stuff we need. And that is perfect. Now I'll know that. I'll forget in 5 minutes, but I'll do my best to remember. Overhouse again continuing to hold on to P1 and running right now a little over a tenth faster than his fastest, losing some time. You see there John Tracy still now sitting in the pits, still sitting in P15. Now is that team just John and Crow?
No, it's John, Crow, our own Mr. G. Steven, and who's their fourth? Watson is his Discord name. He's a former SRO driver, current SRO driver, I believe. He's raced with Crow in the past, so he's probably slow, throwing it out there.
Wow. Yeah,
they got a pretty stacked team. Yeah.
Well, and again, it's so. I want to say it's hard sometimes to remember, and I'm curious to see when the flip happens, right? Because at some point, we all know this is a 24-hour race, right? It's an endurance race, and as Will said during the drivers' meeting, you don't need to win in the first lap, even gaining a position.
For sure.
It's useless. What'll be very curious, however, is at what point and who's in the car when the switch flips and it becomes a sprint race. Because we all know it's going to at some point, right?
Yeah. I guess that all depends on, kind of where you're at and, any given point in the race whenever you feel like you need to make a push or just kind of maintain or, hell, we could have, 5 minutes to go with, 5 teams within a second. We've seen it before.
Yeah, some of the other races we've had, these guys have been very tight racing all the way to the end. So we will be looking for it, that's for sure. Just over 5 minutes left to go in today's qualifying session. Again, this 24 hours brought to you by Apex Sim Racing, and one of our drivers will be walking away with that Apex Sim Racing button box.
One of our drivers who finished. Let's correct that.
Who finished?
Asterisk,
Yes.
star, read the fine print.
Yeah, I probably should have said that, but yes, one of the drivers who finishes today's race. But I think we got a good chance of most of these teams finishing. I don't think you come into a 24-hour race with the intent of being out of it. Especially, I mean, look, we see incidents, racing incidents happen. We're going to be doing some live stewarding during the race, right? But at the end of the day, one incident does not. I mean, you could still, especially if it happens in the first 12 hours. I think even in the first 18 hours, you have plenty of time because you don't know what's going to happen coming out of that. Who else is going to be involved in incidents? Who else is going to have problems? And you know, you stick with it, and you're going to make that time up. You've got plenty of time to do so.
Yeah, 24-hour races, it's not about that one lap pace. I mean, sure, you can do, 41s, low 42s in a quali, but can you maintain the 43s and 44s for 24 hours? Can you stay out of incidents? A track like this, can you keep the track cuts to a minimum? Because we're going to see drive-throughs. We're going to see lots of drive-throughs.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think we'll see a ton of them. Especially, as Will mentioned, with that pit entry. Not the easiest, right? So we'll have to see how many people that grabs.
As we got, 3.5 minutes left in quali, the one thing we do have going for this track is a lot of the brake markers are, physical or hanging signs, so those won't be taking out.
Yeah, this isn't Bathurst with the foam sitting right on the side of the track so everybody can knock it down in the first 15 laps. Yannick Kurtz now up into first with a 141.4. Overhouse right there. And still out on track. A 141.5. So he's got to gain a little more on Kurtz if he wants to take pole position back.
Here's what I find interesting. They're currently sitting in position 10 now in the BMW. They're holding that sector 2 as the fastest sector, all the way down in P10.
Yeah, I'm trying to see.
Kind of crazy to think that. I'm just, I'm looking at the end game here, just kind of browsing around, and I'm trying to find the closest driver to them. Their second sector is a 32.495, 32.5, call it.
Wow.
Closest one I see is a 5.77 in P2. So. And P1's not holding any fast sector. So
no, not at all. But crazy. Overall, obviously holding on. We see there John Tracy able to get himself back up into 7th, at one point down in 15th.
A 41.4 in fast temps is absolutely mind-boggling.
Yeah, Yannick is out of this world, literally.
Very impressive.
One thing I do like to see is we had 26 cars signed up and 25 showed out. So, only one missed the boat. Yeah.
That is awesome. Zavadis now into P2, overtaking Overhouse. And now Overhouse back again, putting himself back into P1. This is why we watch Wally all the way until the end, taking purple in sectors 1 and 2 with a 141.192. Well, obviously, staying out for qual can be a huge help. Overhouse now in first with Yannick Kurtz in second.
Did the track just now turn to optimum?
Just now.
I think so, yeah.
Anybody who's out now on a fast lap might get an opportunity for one fast lap, right?
There's enough overtime to fit in one, maybe 2 laps if you're lucky.
And we got to keep an eye right here because Yannick Kurtz right now running 0.4 faster. That would get him, oh, be close. That might get him down to the 140. Now half a second up. Definitely puts him sub 141 if he can hold this lap. He's coming into traffic, however. Overhouse showing 0.4. Yannick Kurtz cutting some speed now, only about 0.2 faster. That should not be enough to do it. And it is not. Still sitting at a 141.240. There are your qualification times as qualifying comes to an end and drivers start heading into the pits.
Look at the time difference in the top 10. Insane.
Yeah, we've got 141s all the way down to P5. And even going further than that, I mean, the 142s now stretch all the way to P17.
Yeah.
So, and really, looking at this, I mean, we've got, you got Shane Reese, you've got Payne sitting down here in the 145 range. But is that, I mean, across 25 cars, that's not horrible, right? To have that kind of spread, that should be expected. And we also haven't seen their other team drivers. So, their other team, the other driver could come out and all of a sudden be setting those 141s and make up a lot of time during their stint.
For my sake, I do have a team I'm running in this. I'm hoping that the next drivers are slower, please.
So there it is, folks, with the session coming to an end. Theo Overhouse will be your pole sitter for the start of this 24-hour race. Yannick Kurtz in second. Svadis in third. We'll share row 2 with Shalukin in the number 25 car. There are those qual times. Again, you can see the top 5 all sub 142s. And the 142 stretching all the way down to P18. So a lot of tight racing available today. Someone I don't think we've talked about, Christian McKeesey. E5. Julian Guerin. Guerin? I think that's... I'll have to ask my wife. She's French. Julien. P6. John Tracy holding on to P7. Going to share row 4 with George Garton today. Burrs and Pavasino will share row 5, and that's your top 10 for the start of this race. We get set to go for the next 24 hours. Don't forget, you enjoy racing. If you enjoy racing yourself or you just enjoy watching, we are back next Sunday. We're coming right back to Imola. So any of the seasonal drivers who thought, I'm not going to do 24 hours because I don't like Imola, well, you're at it next week for 90 minutes. The pro class, and again, we want to thank Next Level Racing and Coach Dave Academy for sponsoring season 2 of our PC ACC League. Next Level Racing giving up that FGT Light to our pro class winner. Only 3 races left, Will. It's getting down to it.
Yes, it is, and Will's in the hunt for the championship, man. He's been on a crack of a run here lately.
Right? He's been P1 in last Sunday's race, P1 in the Euro Cup, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Isn't that right, Will?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, 4 out of the last 4. I don't know what's happened.
I don't know what's going on.
Changing your diet, Will? Something?
Starting to get used to the mighty Merc. That's what it is.
Yeah.
What he did was he built a new race rig. And even though he's driving a GT3 car, for him, it's like, you remember the old arcades where they had the motorcycles that would tilt back and forth?
Yes.
That's what it is. He's in a car.
Full
but
motion.
It works. Yeah, full motion. And if you enjoy casual racing, if you're not down for league racing, if you don't think that 24 is for you, and you're just like, nah, there's no way I can handle it, that's all right. We got you covered over at BoX3. Beer Cup runs Tuesday nights in conjunction with Trackalicious Sim Racing and 949. These guys come out. They're running the BMWs. They're running the Porsche Cup cars. Multi-class Beer Cup racing at its finest, I'm sure. I think you guys have been having a blast with that, if I'm not mistaken.
Man, that is a fantastic, fun, just chill series. You know what I mean? It's a bunch of... We're all in the same chat together at the same time, so... You know, you can imagine about 40 drivers just in there cutting up, having a good time.
I can only imagine. I've been on some of the...
It's called Beer Cup, so use your imagination.
But also, if we're talking about casual racing, Eurotrip continues on Monday at Spa. A 30-minute race at Spa means you're only doing, what, 10, 12 laps? That's not bad. That's a quick race, right?
Yeah.
Quick race. To get in, again, if you're into that casual racing, you can join the guys on Monday evening, 7 p.m. UTC, 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And they will be running again at Spa. You're on console, though. We haven't forgotten about you. Season 3 kicks off actually today. And as I said, I'm going to mention it every time so I don't forget. If you're watching here today and you want to check out the Xbox racing, B5, our Xbox League Manager, usually streams his races. You'll be able to find him on Twitch today for that Xbox race. And again, we want to thank Apex Sim Racing for their sponsorship of today's 24 hours at Imola. One of our drivers today will walk away with an Apex Button Box Vertical Mount V2 as we get our formation lap underway.
Piece of kid there.
Yeah, Will, not Will. I know you've been just loving that thing, haven't you?
Yeah, to be fair, I did, take it out of the box as requested by them. I inspected it, took a couple little pictures of it, shot a couple little B-roll.
Yeah.
Do eventually want to get a little video out for them. It's amazingly built. It's very nice, high quality.
Feels solid.
Plug and play. Yeah, dude, it's great.
Yeah, because it's hard to tell just seeing the picture, you know what I mean? And I've never seen any of their gear personally, so it's hard to tell. But again, it's hard to tell looking at the picture, but it looks like it's pretty solid, I would have to imagine.
Yeah, it is very well made. It's the front plate is actual carbon fiber. The rest of the housing is 3D printed, but it's a nice print. High quality buttons, high quality switches. They got a nice tactile feel to them. And it's just plug and play too. I mean, like, you literally plug it in, the game recognizes it as an Apex button box. You map what you want to it, and off you go.
That's awesome. Again, one of our drivers will receive that today. We're going to spin the big wheel of fortune. Bubs, Molson, have you been playing a thing lately? What thing? I've been playing God of War on the PS5 lately. What I've been doing.
Yeah, how's that?
It's great. The update, gives you 4K 60. It's nice and smooth. So, it's been really good.
Nice.
I haven't played it since the PS5. You know what I mean? I played it. I finished it on the PS4, but I wanted to play it again. So, and I was just in the mood. Other than that, Bubs, no, I haven't been playing anything. I saw y'all hanging out last night. I was going to join you, and then I said, you know what? I got to go to bed.
I've been wanting to get Gran Turismo for the PlayStation.
Really?
Yeah.
See, I had the last one, and I didn't like it. Plus, I don't have a wheel that'll work on the PlayStation, so...
Well, that's the issue I have. My wheel will not work on it. The Symmetric wheel is not compatible with console, so...
Yeah.
I do have my TMX I could knock the dust off of. But mainly I was just going to pick that game up with the controller and just,
That's a Forza-type game.
Up. It is. I grew up on that game, though. Like, as a kid, I can remember doing Pikes Peak hill climbs in the Escudo. That to me is, like where my sim racing started, I guess.
Yeah. No, you could always grab, if you really wanted to wheel drive it, grab one of those hubs. What is it, the drive hub, I guess? Will let you use basically any wheel with anything. But,
Yep.
I got Forza to scratch that controller driving itch, so plus all the grid games as we go into double file. We're getting ready. Again, Overhouse and Scheffer. Jostein Scheffer taking over for Kurtz, apparently. This is where things get confusing because I can't see team names. But Overhouse and Scheffer in row 1. Savadas and Schuken. I'm going to say Timur. Teamer in row 2. McKeezy and Guerin in row 3 with Timothy and Remco Ottens row 4 and Patrick Kurz and Valak sitting in row 5 as we get ready for the green light here at Imola today. And there we go. We are racing. The 24-hour clock has started. You see it up there in the left-hand corner. And we're going to count it all the way down today. Scheffer nudging ahead right away into T1, but Overhouse with the inside going to hold on to it. As we look back through, it looks very clean through T1 and 2. Great to see. That's what we love. And we do have a little bit of bumping going on back here towards the back of the pack. A little bit of dirt driving, but overall very clean thus far. Again, tight racing all the way up through.
614, Rob Kezar in the Nissan, looking a little beat up early.
Uh-oh, that's never good. Scheffer under pressure from Svadis right up front. Overhouse able to run away a little bit, holding about 1 second ahead. But we've got a tight pack here of Scheffer, Svadis, Guerin, and Teamer. And Rob Kezar. We definitely have incidents in lap 1. Pavasino and Simonov now making contact.
Makes the move. I don't know if you just let him by or what.
Scheffer continues to feel pressure from Svadis. Savitas? Why Savitas? Savita's looking for an opening, and we got a little bit of door banging right back there, and we're going to go side by side with Guerin. Just a little nudge, nothing too bad. But now Guerin definitely wanting to make an opportunity. See that wobble as these guys are continuing to try and warm up tires and very, I'm sure, cool track temperatures here. Can I? Yeah, I can. So
yeah, 14 track.
14C on the track, so a little cool here this morning. So Rob Kezar and Webfar both into the pits at this point. Timothy Flamger, who took over for John Tracy, up into P5 now, getting around Shalukin. And if we take a look at Shalukin, Remco Otten's right there, along with Kurz, McKeezy, and Handick. Tight little pack right here, running very hard. Oh, and somebody's off. There goes Kurz off into the sand. Both McKessie and Handick looking to get around Remco Ottens right now. Otten's trying to make that car as wide as possible. My goodness. These guys going full send into that chicane, and it is tightening up behind Remco Ottens right now.
I think Handkey's going to have a look on the inside here, I feel.
That's where, yeah, I've just pulled back on those two.
Not. Aston's going to pull away on the straight.
It is very hard not to try and I hate to use this phrase because you're not really trying to dive bomb somebody, but it is not easy coming down that hill to not shoot for the inside if you're right on somebody's bumper, right?
Oh, dude, yeah. I drive the Lexus, so, you know, we have a pretty good pull out of that corner, and that's usually a good overtaking spot for me.
Yeah. Patrick Kerr's able to get ahead of Valek right there behind, we just saw. Kerr's struggling the last lap on right in that area. Now this time able to make up a little bit. The pack behind him now, 2x2 of Renke, Mentik, Jank, and Erson. And some more rubbing. The dirt is kicking up at Imola today. Oh, and there's a push right there. Oh, boy. Everybody trying to hold brakes, but there you saw it. That's going to give opportunity for Rees to get by. Looks like a whole bunch more people as well. But just a little tap was all it took and to unsettle that car. And the hardest part as a driver too, and especially what we just saw, you know that the person behind you didn't do it on purpose, but boy, is it hard to not drive angry for a little while, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that gets really difficult. Simonov able to get around Payne. We go down into T1 with Kurz and Handick. Kurz able to hold on. Remco Otten's now losing position. Just look, Pavicino pulling a position from Payne. Front of Payne's car looking very beat up right now. Otten's again under pressure, this time from Valek. I think Will's about to have a busy day. Otten's holding on through the chicane. Christoph Art's right there behind him as well. Otten's playing a lot of defense so far in this race today. Done relatively well for himself, looking to hold on to P10 right now. And there's where it happens and goes wide. Otten's now losing position to both Valek and Arts. We'll see if he can hold the inside as they door bang through the corner. Now with Reinke right there behind him as well. So Otten's losing 2 places with a little bit of contact. We take a check on Flamger holding P5. Chalukin was tightening up, but now P6. Teamer having to play defense. Swaying out of that chicane as McKeezy applies pressure. And Teamer unable to hold on, dropping into the dirt. Giving Christian McCasey up an opportunity. We head fast into T1. Teamer able to take that spot back. As he tries to keep the door closed. So this has given McKeezy a little bit of an opportunity to make some space as Teamer has to play defense against Kurz and Nikos. There, McKeezy able to get around again. These guys are going to play back and forth for a while. Teamer now. That battle allowing Kurz to tighten up a little bit as we head down the straight for another lap. Oh, Pavasino and Simonov showing contact through the corner. Pavasino holding P17 right now. Uh-oh, and Teamer well off into the gravel, now losing position to Kurz, Nikos, and Valek. As he is white flagged through the corner. And now we'll have to contend with Christoph Arts. Great little battle there, and luckily did not end up in any sort of incident, but let's check on Simonov with Pavasino now catching up on the back. Welcome in F1M. Welcome in Gary. Thank you guys for joining us today. So current race fastest lap still being held by Theo Overhaus at a 142.2. He's had plenty of time to run by himself thus far since the start of this race. Now 8 laps down. 53, and there he sets a new fastest. You see it right there. I'm sorry, Savadis. Bill Savadis behind him. Sorry, I read that wrong. Setting the new fastest lap. We take a look at these guys' run times right now for lap 8. Obviously not a huge difference, right? Only 2/10, and Savadis able to take sector 1 purple, but very close. You see, I mean, the widest gap there is in sector 1. At just 1/10 of a second. Everything else is down to hundredths. So we'll have to see. We'll have to continue to watch, see if Savadis can close that gap up to Overhaus throughout the course of this race. Nikos now under pressure from Valek. Valak having to back off a little bit again. You see right there how that being forced into playing defense will slow you down. I mean, he was staying right on the back end of Nikos, well within 0.3 of a second. Now all of a sudden that gap has expanded to 0.8 as Teamer gets up behind him, and Valak's forced to move that car and make it as wide as possible to hold that position that he's currently in. All three drivers tightening up now. Teamer losing a little bit through those back and forths. We'll see if he can tighten it up throughout the rest of this lap. Teamer with a 22 flat through that sector 1. Now Valak and Teamer are going to be able to make the move up the inside. We talked about that corner earlier. It's hard coming downhill when you're close enough to not try and look to the inside and brake as late as possible. And right there, Teamer able to pull it off. I apologize. Valak able to pull it off and get around. But now Teamer's back. And we're going to trade again. Check in on McKees and Kurz. You see him just there to the front. Timothy Flamger, our only Audi on track today, has really gotten lucky with these two battling. Again, able to pull away a little bit, give himself some breathing room. Currently holding P5 as McKessie and Kurz continue to battle behind him. As we see the sun starting to break through the trees here at Imola today. Again, as Huff said earlier, you know, depending on the time of day, as the sun is rising and the sun is setting, not only you have to watch your temperatures, you have to watch, you know, your track temperature is going to change throughout the day. Still sitting at 14°C right now with sunny and clear weather. But you've also got to watch where the sun is hitting you and where it's hitting your windshield and what that looks like. Right here coming up over the hill, you can see what kind of sort of what that does to your vision as you're coming around, right? Can you still see your brake points? Can you still see the car in front of you? If that car brakes early, are you going to catch it in time? Things like that make this 24-hour endurance so much fun to watch. The things that these drivers have to deal with throughout the course of that race and the time changes and everything else. bouncing the Lexus over those sausage curbs, and there he's losing time. Kerr's going a little wide, giving Christian some breathing room. Christoph Arts and Remco Otten's now going to play. Blue, aren't you required to do your stint in the helmet? I thought you were going to have to wear the helmet. Remco looking on the inside now on Arts. And able to take it smoothly through T1. Remco shooting to the inside. Christoph Arts no slouch, though. He knows how to make that Bentley work, so we'll see how tight this stays for a while. I thought it was a requirement of you, Blue, that you basically had to, for anything like this, you had to wear the helmet. So we take a quick look here, folks, at the beginning of our race, and the race is, of course, really underway now. Really set. We're going to still see battles, as we have been. We're going to still see people going back and forth, but Theo Overhaus, pole position, has held on to that position the whole time. Bill Savitas has gained a position, qualified P3, but now up into 2. But Julian Guerin right now has gained 3 positions. He started P6 and currently sitting in 3rd. And really, you know, if we look at the time splits, out there all by himself right now, no trouble, no traffic, right? I mean, that's just really getting to run his race. And if he can maintain that consistency, I think we'll see him finish up there near, if not within the podium, and holding on to it. Jostein Scheffer dropping 2 positions from the beginning of the race. Timothy Flanger, again, the only Audi on track today, gaining 2 in the opening of our race, with Christian McKee's down 1 at this point. So Patrick Kerr's gaining 2. Nico's gaining 4 out of P12, now up into P8. Along with Jiri Valek gaining 2 positions from 11th to 9th. So a lot of changing and going around. Teamer, meanwhile, suffers so far what we see, starting P4, but currently sitting in 10th. It's a 6 position drop. You never like to see that. Pavasino, the same thing, you know, started up in P10, currently sitting in 17th with a 7 position drop there. So continue to keep an eye on that leaderboard and see these position changes and see what happens and how these guys handle it. Nicholas now white flagged off track. Checking on Adam Thomas and Igor Simonov. Current battle for P15, and Thomas going way wide, giving Igor the opportunity. Nikos again now for P8, under pressure from Jiri Valek and Teamer. Just ahead of him, Kerr is able to move around McKessie, taking up P6. It is Porsche versus Porsche right now. We saw there, Nico's with a bit of a wobble. It looks like it's going to give Jerry the opportunity. Jerry on the inside. Teamer's sitting back and looking for opportunity as well, now going to get involved. So Teamer able to pass Nico's and Jerry getting out front. And very clean racing from all three drivers. All the way through those corners. See there in the background, Remco Otten's still waiting for Christoph Arts to close in again. We'll keep eyes back there, but this is our battle right now. Teamer in Nikos. Jerry coming out of the winner on this lap. As we watch this, folks, for all of you watching right now, you should know, again, this is 24 hours. We're going to be here the whole time. Cover the whole thing. Just about 30 minutes gone at this point. But be aware, during the course of 24 hours, obviously issues can occur. Computer issues, internet issues, all those issues can pop up. Should the stream drop at any time during the course of this race, please stand by. I will be back once I get it sorted. And a bump right there. Let's rewind that real quick. Igor looking for the move to the inside. And Pavicino letting him know, yeah, I saw what you did. I saw what you did. I'll let you have it. Teamer now able to get ahead of Jiri as well for P8. So Nico's falling back. Battles are starting again. Blue. Even I can't control hardware failures, man. Or, you know, the 4 inches of snow that fell this morning being super heavy because it's right at freezing and ripping a tree down, which then rips the cable lines down. I'm not in charge of that part of it. RTB George, thank you so much for that subscription. You are much appreciated. And, oh, we got problems back here. Simonov and Pavicino playing games together in the background. Car number 22 and 513. That's these two right here with a bit of an incident. Little love tap. Doesn't look like anything too bad. Check back in on Timur and Jiri. But it looks like Igor and Pavicino are going to be battling. Yes, definitely a skill issue. I'll go hold up all the trees. Back and forth, we trade for position. These guys battling hard, a little bit of door banging all the way through on that last lap, but now keeping it again very clean through sector 1. Pavicino the winner for now. As the sun rises this morning. Got a battle up front now as well, as Patrick Kurz has caught up with Timothy Flamger. Timothy so far had gained about, what, 2 positions since the start of this race? Has done very well, has been all by himself for the most part, but now Urs and McKessie's not far back either. Timothy teamed up with John Tracy and esports legend Brian Canopin. Will be taking over a little later. And Kerr's up the inside now. And as we said, McKee's right there. Patrick Kerr's now up into P5. 4 position gains for Kerr's so far during today's race. Timothy's still up 1, but McKessie right there looking to take that away from him. I can say with a little bit of experience, the new Audi, this Audi Evo 2 that we see Timothy driving today, does handle the curbs of that chicane a little bit better than the Evo 1. I was never myself able to, I could not eat those curbs through that chicane. Everybody, you know, every track guide you watch, everybody I would talk to said, throw it into the curbs. Take those sausage curbs. In the previous Audi, no, don't. I could not control the vehicle after going over them. In this one, certainly a little bit more stable after going through. Blue, it's not my fault. He's in a battle right now. And yes, I like the Audi. Blue, you're killing me, Smalls. When are you driving, by the way? When do you take over today? What stint? Things settling down now for Flameger as he holds on to P6. Patrick Kerr is able to pull away now as he continues to battle with McKessie, though. 1 p.m. you take it. Perfect. Put a reminder in my phone so I know to commentator curse you so hard that the car might actually explode around you. And I don't know if cars can explode in ACC. We're going to test that theory today. McKessie gonna look for a gap. As Timothy says, not this year, not this lap. We're not going to let that happen. "20 laps down in the first 35 minutes of today's race." Things settling in just a bit. The Overhouse up front really dominating right now, holding best sector for sector 2 and 3. Bill Savadis holding sector 1, but fastest lap still about 0.2 faster. And Savadis not yet able to match that. Jiri Valek still holding position P9 over Nikos. Remco Ottens and Christoph Arts back here as well. That gap not really shrinking up a whole lot between the two of them. Remco actually stretching it out just a bit. It's about a second and a half now. Ice pane off track, yellow flagged. Very slow right now. Playing back marker to some vehicles. We'll have to see if he can get himself out of the way. Again, Theo Overhouse up front, running all by himself. Has had clean track this entire time. Open the gap back to Bill Savadis to 6.7 seconds. Again, I want to thank everybody for being here today. So much fun to cover these races, and to go for 24 hours is just fantastic. But with things having calmed down a little bit, we are going to go into autopilot mode for just a few moments. I am going to take a quick step away, grab myself a little more coffee, a cigarette, speak to my wife who just got out of bed. Y'all hang out, stick with us. Don't forget, we're here for the next 24 hours straight. We're going to bring you all the action that's fit to print. Maybe we can get Blue to join us a little bit later in the broadcast booth. I know Kevin Huffman will be back as well. Will Green, those guys looking at some stewarding incidents. That's going to probably take them a little while. Got a good number of incidents up front. Again, folks, hang out. Be back in just a bit. right, folks, I am back. Thank you for holding down the fort. Blue. Avicino for the WDC for the win? Is that for the win? No, that's not for the win. Check in with Pavicino real quick. I can find him on my list here. Currently sitting P14. But the last time we checked, Pavicino was down 7 positions, now only down 4. So obviously making up time. He's got a little bit of a run ahead of him, but as pit stops start to happen, we'll get to see how things can tighten up here a little bit. Again, I want to thank Apex Sim Racing for their sponsorship of today's 24 hours at Imola. Pavicino is a legend. I don't know Pavicino, so I can't say that Pavicino's a legend, but I'll take your word for it. Kappa. That's what I love about it. We sit here and we pretend race in our pretend cars, and we have a lot of fun doing it. And we get fans that get to come in here and root for their favorite driver, and it is one of my favorite things, if I'm going to admit it. I think it's fantastic. Whether you know them in real life or you're just met them through a Discord, through a race league, I think it's fantastic. People come in, root for each other. Teammates in here, encouraging. Let's go check in with a few of our drivers real quick while we're watching things here. Your boy Blue, Mr. Butler and Rob Keesar. How are you, gentlemen?
Doing well, sir. How are you?
I'm doing great. I wanted to jump in. Things are pretty spread out right now. I wanted to jump in and talk to a few of you guys. Blue's been harassing me in the chat as we watch today's race.
It's his favorite thing to do, isn't it?
So what it is, I think it might be. It's all right. I'm happy to be someone's hobby, someone's project. So what happened up front? I don't want to disturb Rob, but I wanted to come in and see what happened up front here, because all of a sudden you guys were in the pits right away, and so.
Yeah, it was kind of a bad deal. Just before turn one, people tried to make some what seemed like opportunistic moves. We've actually talked to Car 60. They had a hardware issue, but Car 60 went down to the inside, tried to go 3 wide to turn 1, made contact with a BMW that spun in front of us. Wasn't anything Rob could do. He tried to take evasive action, went into the grass. And there's 2 cars there, forming a little barrier. And then behind us, a Ferrari punted another Ferrari. So a little Italian on Italian violence into the back of us, causing further damage and sending us across the track. So had about 2 minutes of damage and an upside down steering wheel. And so not much Rob could do there. And so went into the pits, got that taken care of, and just trying to pick our way back through the field, try to make up some spots here through strategy.
Well, speaking of which, we're going to take a rewind real quick because we just had a love tap into T1 involving 2 vehicles. So team are losing a bunch of positions. Wow. Sorry to interrupt you, man.
No, I understand. That's no good. So other than that, it seems like it's been pretty clean. We've had a couple cars overtake us. We've overtaken a couple cars back and forth, but for the most part, everybody's been driving pretty clean since that incident.
Now it looks like car 60 is gone.
Yes, yeah. I was talking to them in the Discord a little bit ago. They their number 1 driver had hardware issues and left, and they haven't spoken to him again. So he's trying to rejoin as best they can tell, but they're waiting to rejoin because he is their first driver. They don't want to scuff the entry list and create a car 61 or whatever would happen if they try to rejoin.
Gotcha. Okay, that's too bad when the hardware issues strike and end up taking somebody out and impacting other drivers, right? So It sucks. You can't really blame anybody for it if that's what's going on. So.
Yep.
But well, at least you guys are still in it. Mr. Kisar in the vehicle right now.
Yep. Rob's doing great. He's about halfway through his first stint. Oh, go ahead, Rob. Sorry.
I was saying hello, Mosin.
What's up, man?
Not much, just trying to do a little recovery drive. We'll bring it home. Nice, smooth, consistent laps. So
There you go. There's how you blue flag, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for Mr. Rob Kisar letting that faster driver through. Just like that.
Yep.
Good
No
on
need to
you.
park it. No need to drive off into the grass. Just work together.
Well, I think that's always been the big thing for me, right? Is I've seen a lot of guys who just tool off into the grass somewhere. And I'm like, you don't understand what you're doing because you don't have the control you need when you're out there in the grass. Like that's, you're going
And
to
then you
cause...
rejoin with dirty tires, and
Yep,
so that slows
exactly.
you down. You lose grip, so you lose air pressure and temperature in your tires, and it's just like this nonstop cycle of you're slowing yourself down. So you're causing more blue flags. You're slowing yourself down more. And it's like one of those cycles you have to figure out how to break, and the best way to do it is just work together, take your time, and everybody keep moving.
Stay on your line. You'll be fine. Just don't defend.
Yeah, exactly.
Jiri now up again catching up on Timothy in that 808 Audi. So tightening up there. We're also keeping a look here. Glendino in the chat saying go number 555. That's Christoph Arts right now. Christoph still working to catch up to Remco Ottens. The gap now down to about a second. So, well, I am glad you guys are sticking around. I am glad you're continuing your driving. Rob's doing a good job. So everybody keep it up, and I'm sure I'll be back to talk to y'all.
Yep. 23 hours to go. There's the long race ahead, and you gonna be on for the whole thing, Adam?
I am going to be here the whole time, sir.
You are amazing. I pray your voice doesn't go out. That's a lot
I'm
of
sure
talking.
it will. No, I just stepped away for a few minutes, and I got autopilot. I'll let that take over once in a while. But other than that, yeah, I'm going to be up and moving the whole time. I'll mute myself when I eat lunch or dinner because I don't think people want to hear me yapping into the, crunching into the microphone. But other than that,
No lunch
we're gonna be
ASMR.
yeah, no ASMR for me.
All right, brother. Thank you.
No problem, guys. Thank you all. And again, good luck.
Thank you.
There you go, folks. So again, guys, these guys, obviously a rough start, beginning of the race, but now sticking with it, continuing to hold on. Look, they're currently sitting 24th. Doesn't matter. They've got 23 hours to go. Pit stops, other incidents, all kinds of things are going to allow them to make that up. So, and again, I think, talking to those guys, you see they had a conversation, and as Josh said, it looked like maybe somebody tried to make some opportunistic moves up front, but at the end of the day, it was also a hardware issue. You can't blame a driver for that. Hardware issues happen, and it's good to see it's more for me good to see the attitude of, it sucks, but what are you gonna do? We got 23 hours left. We'll make up our time. Don't worry about it. Again, Jiri putting a ton of pressure on Timothy in that Audi and really keeping it tight all the way around. You see the stretch out really through sector 1, but after that, he's right back at it, and we'll continue to keep an eye on this battle. We'll also continue to keep a watch for any penalties that might come in. Will and Kevin Huffman both sitting in the stewarding VC right now, doing their best to see exactly what's going on and get out some penalties. And we mentioned it earlier, but now it's tightening up even more. Remco Ottens, Christoph Arts now right there. It's worth mentioning Victor Eriksson right behind them as well. So, and now Shane Reese off track, it looks like. Adam Thomas and Igor Simonov able to make up positions. Remco very consistent throughout the race so far. Has not prevented Arts from closing the gap slowly. Jostein Scheffer and Patrick Kurz as well tightening up now. For P4. Mr. Huffman has returned.
Yes, had to step away and do a little bit of stewarding for
A
a
little
bit.
stewarding? How'd that work out?
We had a couple incidents, you know, nothing major, just, you know, stuff you typically see when it's early on and people are trying to push and, you know, lose a little bit of patience, but, you know, nothing hazardous.
That's good. Got 3 battles going right now, trying to keep an eye on all of them. Jostein Scheffer and Patrick Kurz up front. Timothy continues to stay under pressure from Jiri back for P7. And now Remco Ottens and Christoph Arts running into traffic and tightening everybody up, including Victor Eriksson, as these guys look to clear the back marker, are now going to follow each other. Arts looking for the inside play and not able to find it right there. Okay, we got a chance to speak to Josh Butler and Rob Keesar for a minute. Those guys are doing well, even with a little bit of a rough start. They're in good spirits, so hopefully everybody else is as well.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like the pack is kind of spreading out a little bit. Everybody's finding their place on track, and yeah, settling in.
Settling in for the long haul, right?
Yep.
Took a little break
Yeah,
myself.
we had,
My idiot ass dumps my coffee when I come back to my desk, so I had to wipe that up quick, and it was fun.
It's unfortunate.
What are you gonna do? Oh, I'm sorry, what were you saying though?
I don't remember.
I'm sorry, that's my fault. We do see drivers starting to head into the pits now, though. So a good number of drivers heading in and looking to make driver swaps, possibly. 33 laps down, the first hour just about gone.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how many swaps we'll see on this first stint. You know, most of the people kind of think the strategy is to double stint. You know, do 2 65, 70 minutes back to back. You know, because the first one you're just kind of settling in, you find your groove, and then the second one just kind of autopilot.
Autopilot. That would not work out well for me. Although I do, you know, I mean, look, I know I'm a terrible driver. But at the same time, I do kind of get it because, you know, the longest event I've been involved in, I think, was a 2-hour race at Spa. We actually only got about 57 minutes in, but you're right, because after about the first half hour, you're just looking for that consistency, right? So you're settling in, and at that point, you're just tooling along and hopefully keeping the consistency, so you're not raking a curb that you didn't hit last lap, things like that. Stuart McFall now coming out of the pits. We've had at least one driver swap and getting into the middle of a pack of drivers. Again, that's the other hard part too, is some of these guys coming out, they're maybe coming out into a blue flag situation right out of the pits. But, you know, again, I don't have team names and everything in front of me. So be curious to see if you are back, but you're the faster driver, because now maybe maybe you're Crow. You took over for I'm losing my mind.
Flammer.
Yeah.
Flammer.
Yeah, Flamger. You take over for Flamger. But you're sitting P7, but you come out on track, you know, ahead of, say, Jostein Scheffer here in P4, but you've got the pace. Well, it kind of sucks because you might have to drop and let him by because you're coming out on cold tires, right? You need a little bit of time to get things goosed up before you can really hit your pace.
These temps, you know, I found it really, you know, at least for my car, it takes, you know, 2 to 3 laps to really get, you know, settled in, because you don't want to push too hard on a fresh set of tires. You're going to cause graining that could come back to bite you later in the stint. So you kind of want to take it easy while you're wearing them in.
100%. Jostein Scheffer again keeping Patrick Kurz at bay. We check in with Flamger and Jiri Valek. Valek just keeping the pressure on Flammek this entire first hour. Really, once these guys found each other, it's been this way for at least 35 minutes at this point. So good on Timothy to just really be able to maintain the consistency, keep the car as wide as possible, and hold on to P7 so far. Come to the end of that first hour. Let's check in with our race leader so far at the old Overhouse, ahead of Bill Savadis by 7.7 seconds. And Julian Guerin running in third, also about 7.7 seconds back. So our front three drivers really, so far, have not had a lot to, you know, these guys have been, other than dealing with back markers, they've really just been driving. Right? There's been a good spread between them. There haven't been battles right there, so nice pain now with
you see a few packs spread throughout, you know what I mean? So
definitely still some tight racing to be had.
Yeah.
Pain under pressure from Mentink right now for P17. Zaur Naniev is right there as well. Mentink looking to the outside. Payne getting a great launch out of the chicane, able to open up just a little, but again, Joris right there, tightening it back up down the hill. And Thomas Payne heading in, Vice Payne heading into the pits. However, Mentink and Naniev are going to continue to battle now. Cap in the chat says Pavasino is coming. P13, he's definitely getting there. Like Pavasino, I mean, we talk about Pavasino for a minute. Pavasino struggled a little bit up front, had lost a total of 7 positions. Now, that count is down to 3 lost positions. So, you know, Kappa's point, Kappa's not wrong. Avicino slowly creeping up through the field. We'll try and keep an eye out and see if that continues, but so far, whatever they're doing, again, other than an incident up front, it seems to be working for them. Jiri and Timur continuing to battle back here for P8. Amy O'Connor taking over the number 42 Ferrari.
It's a good looking livery on the Porsche there. I like it.
Mm-hmm. And now again, Timothy, Jiri, catch up. We've watched this battle rubber band now for a good 45 minutes. And I think it's going to take a pit stop to break these two up.
Wait, is this still the same guys that was in here before I stepped away? I think it is.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, and like I said, since they found each other, they have not been apart by more than about a second and a half at most.
Yeah.
And it just continues to rubber band back and forth. But so far, Timothy holding the advantage and not allowing Jiri to make any sort of move to get around.
I think maybe a lot of that has to do with the Audi and its really ability to eat the curbs and
This one.
poor top speed.
This one.
Yeah.
Because if he was still in the Evo 1, he's not. I don't care what anybody says. That ain't true. Been there, done that. Doesn't like it. And Jostein Scheffer now. Oh, that's why. Never mind. I got to check that first. So Bill Savadis into the pits now, along with Patrick Kurz. So this is where we start seeing the front runners changing places as Pavasino has caught up on the back of Christoph Arts. Kappa not wrong, but Pavasino diving into the pits as well. So we're going to start seeing things change a little bit as drivers start making their pit stops. But right now, Bill Savadis back out now, applying pressure to Christoph Arts as Julian Guerin heads into the pits. Our current E2 holder. Timothy into the pits. We'll see who takes over that Audi.
Something I just noticed on the ACC TV, it shows the flag indicator behind the driver. I just seen a yellow behind a couple of cars, and I'm like, wait, what's that?
Yeah.
I guess that's where they were leaving the pits. They were, yellow flag considered.
Yep, Jordan Strode pulling a yellow flag now as he comes out of the pits.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah, so you'll get white flags if they're slow. You'll get an orange flag if there's contact between two vehicles, or if the vehicle has some sort of contact. Yeah, you get all kinds of stuff. That's what I'm saying. Like this there's so much in here. It's going to take time to learn it. Like,
yeah.
It's not something that's just going to be instantaneous. Hey, I know everything about this. Like, no. The great part is though, is the developer as Theo Overhouse now heads into the pits to make his first stop. The developer is really good about directly answer. Like I can DM him directly on Discord to answer questions, to give suggestions. So like one of my suggestions is for the autopilot, it'll use the onboard cameras. If I set autopilot, I would prefer it not do that. Just let me select just the broadcast cameras, right?
Yeah.
But overall, I can't complain. It really is a lot of detail. Just got to figure out how to use all of it. So
yeah, well, that in itself is worth a ton because you and I have seen software over the course of the past year that somebody will make it. Oh, hey, this is cool, and just forget about it.
Yeah. Yep. I've had one or two of those already. We check in with Bill Savaitis, currently sitting P5. Theo Overhouse again in the pits, still holding on to P1 somehow as he heads back out. McKessie now sitting in P2, he's sitting in the pits as Theo comes out. Remco Ottens now heading into the pits, got himself into third before having to head in, however.
There you go, Remco.
Julian Guerin now up into second. Check in with Jordan Strode. They're Aston. Like under the wing, it says, "Catch me if you can." Well, we're going to find out if Stuart McFall... well, we're going to find out right now if Stuart McFall is able to catch him. And right there, McFall able to get him through the chicane, but can he hold on to it now? Oh, and a little bit of push to the outside. Wow, and Road going to take that position back. I don't know if they actually pushed. There was definitely a push. Uh-oh. That was a push.
Yeah.
Back it up a little bit. We can see some door banging as we come out of the corner. Right there, and yeah. Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all.
These two need to... Oh, and they didn't tone it down.
Remco Otten's still in the pit.
It's okay for a little bit of rubbing and door bumping, but seemed like a bit much there.
Christian McKessie currently sitting P6, now with Tim Langner on the back end. Remco Otten's finally leaving the pits, all the way back down into P16 now. So a long pit stop for him. I don't know if he was in need of a lot of repairs. I don't recall seeing incidents, so... But Remco staying in the car. Jordan Strode now white flagged with Mentink and Zar Naniev coming up behind him. So all drivers now have taken at least one pit stop, some of them two, and we have one driver who's taken 3. Joris Mentink able to get around Strode. We saw some pushing last time we were at this part of the circuit with these guys. And now Naniev able to get around Strode as well. So Jordan Strode dropping 2 positions right there. Mr. Wangle Snatcher, welcome to the chat, and thank you, sir. I appreciate that. They are going to get even better because now we have access to edit them. And it's going to be fun. Is there a reason we don't have a Humphrey Wangle Snatcher on track today, Huff, that you're aware of? That seems sad.
That is a solid question. He would make a great driver for this race.
I think so too. Track temp's still staying down.
He's a driver too, right? Doesn't he drive the Merc?
I believe so. Can't remember.
It's a solid car choice for this track.
I'm too old to be memorizing all these things. This is why I could never do it for a job. Corner names, all that. If I learn new things now, it pushes other things that I need to know out of my head. So I have to be careful what I learn. Speaking of the Merc, as we watch Mentink bounce it across a curb, possibly giving Naniev the opportunity. So after a round of pit stops, Theo Overhouse continues to lead our race, and now about a 17-second gap. However, I'm pretty sure, if I'm remembering right, Julian Guerin able to pick up a position during all the pit stops, coming out in P2 with Bill Savitas right behind him in P3, about 30 seconds off pace. So Theo Overhouse right now dominating. thus far. But it's a long 24 hours. We got a lot of time left. And a lot of drivers on every team. And let's check in with Thomas Jansch. Rob Kesar into the pits, but Thomas Jansch is our driver here today, who is driving this. I know we have two, but I don't know who the other one is. No one gave me the name, but I believe Thomas is the one driving all by himself for the entire 24 hours.
Wait, which one? Which car?
Thomas Jansch, number 311.
Yeah, I think he is one of them. We have two guys doing it solo.
Yeah,
all by themselves, and then
I
we
don't
have
know
a
who the
team
other one
of
is.
IRL swappers. I believe it's that the Ferrari position 23 Webfar. However you pronounce that.
Nicholas Webfar. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's the other.
Okay. Justin Wickman is here. Wickman in the chat. Thank you for being here. First time chatter. Send it is right. Let's go. We're sending it all day and all night. Really trying to decide, you can tell it's going to be a day. I keep trying to decide, Huff, if after midnight tonight it becomes BoX3 After Dark.
I believe so, man. We may have to put up a little thing on the little overlays here.
Little overlays, adults only.
Update the stream title and crack up with a few.
Yeah, we might have to. We'll wait till after midnight, though. George Garton now into the pits. Rob Kesar now coming back out of the pits. They've made that team making 2 stops so far. They had damage up front, needed to go in off the first lap. Guillaume Sanon holding P12 with Joris Mentink and Neniev catching up behind.
The cool thing about this race, Adam, is that the time zones are pretty much going to match up with our time zone. So day in the race, it's going to be day outside. As the time it gets night, should be pretty close to our night.
Should be pretty good, huh?
Mm-hmm.
That'd be great. And there it goes. Mentink able to make the pass. Sinon losing one position, possibly another. Neniev is right there. Neniev shooting the inside on that corner and able to take it. Sinon losing 2 positions in a matter of 2 corners. Humphrey Wanglesnadger is not racing because he's going to Alton Park on Monday to watch British GTs. He's going to make the whole weekend out of it. Must be nice.
That's great. Yeah.
I need to go down to Watkins. It's driving me nuts.
Yeah, there's a couple of guys I talked to, in Discord, just on stream and stuff, and we're hoping to make a trip to Virginia International sometime.
Oh, okay.
That would be my closest, track.
What, does SRO America run there?
They do. Honestly, I have not checked the calendar upcoming yet, but if I'm not mistaken, I think they're running there this year.
Okay. I know Watkins is on for the 6 hours.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping to see between VIR and Watkins. I'm really hoping to see those 2 tracks on the, the upcoming. They're not going to title it American because they are throwing some other, some Asian tracks and other parts of the world. But there's going to be a couple DLC tracks coming.
Yeah, I love Watkins. Having driven that, and I think Project Cars 2, and in iRacing as well. So I would love for Watkins to be added to this game.
Yeah, it's a great circuit.
Yeah, Humphrey, I hope you have a great time this weekend. I'm jealous, but I do hope you have a good time while you're out there. Good weather, no problems.
Picture it didn't happen, Humphrey. We want
pit
lane pass, dude.
Well, that's, and I'll be honest too, I live right between, I'm about an hour and a half from Montreal. I'm probably 3 or 4 hours from Watkins, right? F1 is so expensive. It is ridiculous. Like, if you want to go for the whole weekend, it is ridiculously expensive. Plus hotel and food and everything. Now I have family up there I could probably stay with. But the point being is I was like, I could go to the F1 race in Montreal and then I could head down to Watkins. I can go to Watkins, pit lane pass, everything. It's like $70 for the whole weekend. That's it.
wonder if that's got something to do with the supply and demand, because F1 typically is a little bit more popular worldwide.
And I'm sure it is, right? There's F1 people who come flying from around the world to go to the race, because they want to go to every race or something.
Yeah.
But the full weekend pass for F1 was something like $600. Like, wait, what? No, that's no. No. I don't want to see it that bad. I would rather go down to Watkins watch GT3 racing.
Yeah.
So again, Timothy Flamger going to find himself under pressure. Pavel Dolzal now in the number 70 Porsche.
Well, Adam, I'm going to step away for a bit. I'm going to go check in on my team, get settled in with them, and get ready to hop in the car after I make a nice coffee and get warmed up here.
Sounds good, sir.
But feel free to stop by our chat.
I will. I'll be looking for others to jump into too. So I'll be around though. It looks like some more channels are filling up. I'll go harass. I saw Will Green is up in one. He's in with Garton and Ottens and Sebastian. Maybe I'll go harass those guys next. But
yeah, go pick on them. And make fun of Remco for doing 100 Ks in the pit. He got disqualified for the race. We actually had to clear that and give him a drive.
Wait, what did he? Oh, what did he do?
He went 100 kilometers per hour into the pit lane, and it automatically disqualified him.
It DQ'd him at that speed, huh?
Yeah, I guess they said, dude, you're a hazard. Get out of here, Remco. You're not welcome.
Oh, I'm glad you told me that, because now I will ensure that I get over there in just a few minutes. We'll go talk to Remco and see what he has to say about that.
Don't tell him I sent
funny.
you.
No, not at all. Not at all.
All right, man. I'll chat with you in a bit.
Awesome. Sounds good, man. Good luck.
Thank you.
With that, folks, we are alone again. Now all of our drivers getting pretty well spread out. And just so Blue doesn't accuse me of having favorites, I'm going to switch autopilot on. But Christian McKessie, Timothy Flamger in the Audi, and Pavel Dolzal are close race at this point, but they're still all spread out by about 2 seconds. We will continue to keep an eye on. And with that, let's go on up there and see if we can't have a conversation with Mr. Ottens. Good morning, gentlemen. How goes our race?
Good morning.
So hold on real quick. I just want to check with Remco on something real fast.
Yeah.
Exactly what is the pit speed limit at Imola?
50.
Is it 100?
No.
It is not. Okay, I just want to check. I'm just making sure.
That's I didn't downshift it first.
Gotcha. Yeah, a little birdie told me you went ripping into the pits like it was somebody's birthday, so. And I was told I should come up here and harass you for it. That you kind of deserved it, so.
True.
Excellent. Well, it's good that we're able to clear that, though. I didn't want you out of the race, so. So who is driving right now? You guys have changed drivers, haven't you?
Yeah, George.
George. Okay, there he is. Okay, sorry. Trying to find you here on my list. So George is in the car. So Remco, you're just doing one stint. You guys are doing single stints, or are you going to start double stinting as the race goes on, do you think?
Well, I just wanted to grab lunch. So.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Nope, I gotcha. And are you guys all spread out? Where is everybody on the team? As far as time zone, I guess. I mean, I know where you are. You're Europe. You're in the middle of Europe, so you're a good 4 or 5 hours ahead of me.
Yeah. Well, I'm from the UK. 2 from like Netherlands and Denmark, same time zone, and then we have Grass from America. So
perfect. So you guys are going to be able to spread things out pretty well.
Should be.
Excellent. Good to hear. Well, I just want to come up and harass you, see how the race. Are you guys happy with your race so far?
Except for that little tiny incident, yes.
Now, did you struggle with the pit change as well? Was there a problem with the driver change in the pits?
No, it didn't have fuel.
Oh, okay. Because you were in the pits I'm watching the list. You were in the pits a long time.
I mean, it's 30 seconds to change tires and driving.
That's all you were there for? Because it seemed like you were there a lot longer than that.
I don't know.
Okay. I was just curious. But
okay, cool.
Very good.
Go ahead for position, do you know, Rim?
It is, yes.
Speaking of, yep. George right now coming up on the back end of Jamie O'Connor. Well, I will step out, gentlemen, and let you guys concentrate and help each other. I wish you good luck.
Thanks, man.
Thank you. Have
Talk to
fun.
you again. The team of Remco Ottens, George Garten. George Garten currently in the vehicle. Sebastian Lucasen. And George right now applying pressure to Jamie O'Connor. And there he goes. George able to take the inside line coming out of the chicane and able to cut back across, and he's going to be able to use his race line down the hill, which is always a good thing because I've, again, personal experience, finding myself on the inside of that corner coming down the hill is never a good feeling. Again, if you time it right, you can use it, but being forced all the way down the hill on that outside line, or really, I guess, on that inside line, not a lot of fun. I'd rather be able to take my line, and George was able to do so and make the move. So, getting his team up into P19. Welcome in, Fun Attack YouTube. Thanks for joining us. A battle starting to form up back here between Thomas Jenks and Matthew Givens as they start to tighten up. Keep our eye up front as well on Timothy and Pavel. We don't get a little Audi versus Porsche action coming up soon. Thomas Jenks able to get away from Givens now, spreading out to 2 seconds. Pavel Dolzel wants to close in on Tim Flamger in the Audi. Tim looks to clear back markers. Nikos and Timur as well starting to close gaps with each other. Once again, Tim Flanger under pressure. This guy has been fantastic so far today. Someone's been applying pressure to him for a lot of this race, and he has continued to stay consistent and able to hold his position throughout most of it, only giving up a few. If we talk about, position gains, Flanger right now is flat, right? So Team Audi is holding flat right now. They were up by 2. We saw those positions drop, but now back to square one, but has done a really great job playing defense, keeping himself right there in P7. Now Dolzo looking to take one back from that team. Like McKessie out front having a few issues. Hey, B-Fife in the chat. Good luck to you, sir. We've been letting people know Xbox race kicks off today, 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, 7 p.m. UTC. And everybody can jump over there and watch Mr. B-Fife himself driving our Xbox, the opener, season opener for our Xbox League at the Hungara Ring. Nikos and Timur again tightening up right here. And I know Blue's going to come back and be like, you're favoring the Audi. I can't help it when he's got someone within 0.2 of a second of him the whole race. That's not my fault. Don't worry, we'll take care of Blue later. Jump back again here though, because again, we talked about that rubber banding and we're getting it with Nikos and Timur today too. Certain parts of the track, whether or not they get hung up in the back markers. But again, Nikos and Timur are going back and forth quite a bit. Now, again, right there at back markers, stretching them back out, separating them a little bit. We'll watch that and see if that battle comes back to haunt us again. But these are the two right here, mid-pack, right? We've got the battle for P7, battle for P9. These guys keep going back and forth. We want to wait and see who makes their move and when. Audi versus Porsche and Porsche versus BMW. Why are the Porsches so involved today? Pavel looking to shoot his shot and thinks better of it coming into that chicane. That is not a break point you want to miss, that's for sure. Much SVK says, because Porsche is best. I would contest that fact, sir. Or as a once great man might say, you know, yeah, well, that's just like your opinion, man. We'll see if anybody in the chat can know what movie that comes from. Nikos and Timur again starting to tighten up as well. A little bit of a swish on the back end of Timothy's Audi. Not enough for Pavel to make a move, though. Jamie O'Connor is struggling as well back here. We'll have to keep an eye there. I think Jamie's struggling a little bit in that Ferrari today. Is not being his friend. I'm going into 70 in a few minutes, so I need to say that. Well, we will be anxiously watching. We'll keep an eye on you. We'll see if you can... Maybe you will be able to accomplish what so far Pavel has been unable to do, and that's get around Timothy's Audi. Both these guys, honestly, on both these drivers, I mean, yes, Timothy's out front right now, P7, holding the lead, playing great defense, but they've both been super clean throughout this race as they've continued to battle lap after lap. We're not seeing anybody giving any knocks. Nobody's pushing anybody out of the way. It's really great racing. And right there, Timur going around there, able to take position from Nikos. Finally, this battle has rubber banded on us as well. In this particular case, Porsche is not best. But that's the number 67 Porsche. We won't hold it against you. Whelp Cakes, what's going on, my man? Welcome in. Good to see you here. What's going on with these overlays is they're what do the kids say? They're cracked. Are they cracked? Is that what the kids say? I'm too old. Never mind. Ignore me. Pretty sure they're cracked though. And we're going to make them even better. They're going to get better. I can't wait. Need the right people to look at some stuff and we're going to make them better. Because now we got some source code. Humphrey, have yourself a great weekend, sir. Well, Cakes, they are not custom yet. They are a program called ACC TV. It's race control, it's incident control, it's incident logging, and it is overlays. It's also an autopilot, which I'm going to turn on here pretty soon. Timothy Flanger again. Pavel closing in down the opening straight. See if he can tuck that Porsche in tight enough this time to where we're going to see him go for a pass into T1. Not quite there. That he's having to break that Porsche a lot earlier, it seems, and just not able to close in going into T1. He's always tightening it up on that front straight. Yeah, so I made the jump, and once if you go the pro version, you get basically he sends you the instructions and says, here you go, now you can edit these and make them what you want for your overlays. So I just literally did that yesterday. We've had no time to look at it, but it's something we're definitely going to be looking into. So maybe we can collaborate. I mean, really, I'm not saying collaborate as in, hey, I want 949 overlays. I'm saying, like, you know, we work together and figure things out, and we can exchange ideas or whatever for branding of our own overlays, right? There's certain things I would love to see changed, so we'll see. I think it's more of just and yeah, of course, share. Yeah, I think it's more of a coloring thing, right? Like branding. It's more about that than anything else. So. And I've got to spend more time in the documentation because it's about 30 pages long of everything I can see in front of me. As I said, maybe during the night time here when things calm down, I'll share my screen and throw that up for folks so you can see exactly what kind of data you're getting when you're running this. That's right, man. I will tell you, Whelp Cakes, just so you're aware, the developer of this so far, super responsive on Discord. Takes ideas, will implement what he can, but he's open to listening to what suggestions people have. If you have a problem, he'll help you. Yeah, Mr. Pig, he's super responsive, man. He's been great so far. Wicked nice guy. So now we see, again, Timothy Flamer now about to become the Audi in an Aston Porsche sandwich as these guys start catching up on the back end of McKessie. The gap's not quite closing in yet, but it is getting there. Joris Mentink getting around Jordan Strode as well, back towards P14 here. Car 14 now, P14. Both these guys throwing the curbs hard to keep up. Have him tell you about his endurance league back in the day. It's bonkers. Well, listen, I'm happy the guy's doing what he's doing with software because this stuff is fantastic. We should do endurance racing with an M2. Yeah, I guess people didn't want to. There was only 1 or 2 teams signed up. Check up here on P4. Patrick Kerr's now closing in on Jostein Scheffer. A gap to under 1 second. Under half a second at this point. I think it would have been great to see M2s out here with the GT3s. Would have been a little crazy, but... And there we see right there, Tim, let's back it up real quick, see if we can catch it. Tim Flamger able to get his Audi up into P6. They're now up a position today. Able to get around Christian McKessie, but now McKessie going to have to deal with Pavel Dolzel. And I'm sure Timothy at this point, hoping that these two fight each other a little bit, so maybe he can get himself a bit of a break. The guy's been playing defense for probably an hour and a half against various drivers today. Someday soon I will ascend to average racing driver in an average racing car. Well, I would love average. Average would be wonderful. Not in the cards for me. Jostein Scheffer now under pressure again from Patrick Kerrs. We've got to also check on again McKessie and Dolzel. Looking like Dolzel struggled a little bit though, and that gap opening right back up. Jump up to Scheffer and Kerrs again. Kerrs looking to push himself forward into P4. Kerrs keeping that Lexus tight to the back end of that BMW. Burn 4C3, what is that? What is your question? And I will, if I can remember it, I will certainly try and ask the drivers next time we talk to one. Got to get you into pitwall.love at some point. So here's the thing with Pitwall is I think Pitwall is a great program. The reason I didn't go for it was because it provided no overlays that I could find, right? Like I couldn't tell that there was a way to do overlays with it. Looks like it provides a ton of data, and I'm sure it would allow us to pull up some screens that would show a ton of things, right? As a, you know, change screens, put the race up in the corner and bring up some data or whatever. But I don't know I don't know all what it would do for us other than that, given it's a monthly fee and everything. We'll have to look at it though. Could do that just as a hobby, so that's not a question. I don't think that's a question. I press the wrong button on the wheel all the time and recenter my view in VR, and it scares me. Again, Scheffer unable to shake Kerrs at this point. Shane Reese now into the pits, allowing George Garton to pick up a position in P18. Scheffer playing great defense. Kurz unable to find an opening, but sticking right with him as well. What was this about Box After Dark? I heard sounds like an HBO special. Yeah, we shall see. Midnight might get weird. That's a question. Big Teamer again now looking to start making a move on Pavel here. We'll keep an eye back there. And Scheffer now opening up well over a second as Patrick Kurz falls back a little bit. Very interesting to see so far how, you know, P1 and 2, Overhouse and Guerin, respectively, both into the pits once, single pit stop. Bill Savitis, sitting in third, has made 2 pit stops. Scheffer and Kurz behind him, everybody behind him, down to P13, has only done 1. So you gotta wonder how much lead Savitis, or where Savitis would be right now if not for that second pit stop. Just looking at the counts there, I'm like, wow, that's a little excessive. Jordan Strode, Bruno Heinrich now. Warm up a battle for P15. Old school HBO feature presentation parried into a video. And we should, but only for Box 3 After Dark. Bruno Heinrich struggling now. Dropping way back off of Jordan Strode. Justin Scheffer still holding on to P4. I believe that's Adam Thomas in front of those guys. Alexis. He got spun. I kind of figured he got spun. I thought I missed it, F1. I apologize for that because I was reading chat, looking over there. I should pay more attention to the race. Kurz looking to the outside, not quite able to get there. Things starting to tighten up quite a bit now as we look. Scheffer again continues to remain under pressure from Kurz, but Timothy with McKessie starting to catch up, and right behind them, Pavel Dozel and Timur are going to battle as well. So we go back again to watching Timothy Flamer full defensive duties. Currently sitting P6. And jumping up front here, Jostein Scheffer able to open it up just a little bit over Kurz. As we jump back here, Pavel Dozel and Timur closing in quickly. Picking up a little dirt in the background, however. That gap opening back up about 1 second. Take a look a little further back. Shane Rees under pressure as well from Nicholas Webfar. So the rubber banding continues as these guys start to spread out again a little more. Timothy Flamer getting a little bit of a respite from Christian McKessie as Pavel Dozel's able to open up over Teamer. These guys getting very close again. The Audi not liking that big left-hander at the end of the course. I think we've watched McKessie catch up right in that corner several times. Now this is where Timothy's got to be very, very careful because not only does he have McKessie right behind him, which now he's opened up that gap. Oh, and there we go. Teamer coming around, getting past Pavel Dozel. That happened just that quick. All four of these guys stacked up through that chicane, and just that fast, Teamer able to take advantage, get around Pavel Dozel as things closed in. McKessie falling back, Timothy getting a good launch out of the chicane. McKessie falling back and opening that door. Pavel not done yet, however, as he looks to close up on Teamer again. Check back on Teamer and Pavel. All four of these guys battling, and again, just rubber banding it right through. We now have 4 drivers stacked up. Oh, and terrible news to Susan McKessie off track now, letting both Teamer and Pavel get through. So that just took the pressure off Timothy and the Audi up front. However, Teamer and Pavel are going to continue to battle each other down the hill. McKessie's still there. Didn't lose a ton of time, so he's going to continue to stick with this pack. But certainly Tim Flameger enjoying the respite for a moment at least, unless Teamer can close the gap. Getting a little bit of a break from the pressure he's been under during this race. We watch McKessie there. McKessie taking the pass on Pavel. Getting around, heading into T1. Four-way battle is right as Timothy Flameger still feeling now pressure from Timur right behind him with Christian McKessie. Struggling a little through the corner with Pavel right there looking for his opening. Oh, and McKessie going way wide, letting Pavel sneak through. Christian McKessie again falls back to the back of this 4-car pack we've been watching. And not really even 4 cars anymore, as Timothy Flanger and Teamer have been able to open up 2.3 seconds back to Pavel now. Teamer shooting to the outside and able to take Timothy Flamer's Audi out, getting around him nice and clean through T1. Pavel Dolzal and Christian McKessie going to continue to battle in the background. Teamer able to move up into P6 now. But right in the back, Pavel and Christian McKessie going to continue to keep it tight. Arnani have yellow flagged now. Now white. We'll see if he's getting back up to speed as things start to spread out a little bit again. Great driving by all 4 of these drivers, though, keeping it clean, waiting for their opportunities to pounce and make the moves. Teamer making a great pass through T1 to get ahead of Timothy. Pavel and McKessie's great battle as well. We watch Pavel dip a little bit of a toe into the gravel. Gordon Strode getting his feet back under him after yellow flagging. Now just about down to 22 hours left to go. Just 2 hours in, we've seen some great battles already today. They continue. None of these guys, you know, the ones we've just been watching, none of them have spread out that far. A little over 1 second between each of these cars. This you know, position 6, 7, 8, 9, really sticking close together, keeping it very clean. And Christian McKessie looks like is struggling and is off track and into the wall. That will drop McKessie back as Nikos is able to take position. The front end of that car not looking healthy. Christian McKessie throwing it hard and deep, looking to make up some time. Let's jump back to a P13 battle right now. Sinon and Simonov. Like Patrick Kurz had some trouble up front as well, falling back from Jostein Scheffer in P4. So Igor Simonov now able to take that position, move up into P13. McKessie, of course, I think without really any surprise now heading into the pits. Keep an eye on Teamer. Still holding a well over 1 second gap over Timothy Flanger now, currently sitting P7. Pavel Dolzal in P8. Shane Reese and Nicholas Webfar tightening things back up. 949 racer right there in Shane Reese. As you see on there on your screen, Teamer still down 2 positions since the start of today's race. Plenty of time to make things up, however. We've seen that already. A lot of cars in the gravel for some reason. Really not sure why. It seems like a bad place to drive. Pavel Dolzel catching back up to Tim Flanger again. Seen a lot of passes going into T1 today. See if Pavel is able to make one here, and not going to happen this time around. Him able to hold position. There, Pavel looking to the outside, but it's not enough. But we've watched him catch Tim here a lot of laps. We'll see if he gets a better launch now, not tucked in behind him, coming up the hill. Not quite enough to hold that position, but Pavel's still right there. And now the number 36 car, which is Theo Overhouse, tells you how fast Theo's driving. These guys are back markers. Theo obviously having a fantastic race. These guys are back markers. Now here's where the question comes in. You know, Theo Overhouse got a 23-second gap back to Julian Guerin. You obviously want to let him go. You are a back marker, but these guys were battling. No, now Timothy now given opportunity, looking to open the gap, and this is where he's going to find himself in trouble. He is a back marker, really wants to let Theo through, I'm sure, but at the same time, Pavel is right there and can tuck in behind Theo and take the opportunity away from Tim. If I'm Tim right now, how anxious am I to let Theo by? I'm probably not happy about it. Now I have to find a way to let Theo through without letting... There you go, and that's how you close that door, as we watch Tim pull it off. Pavel, though, right there, and we get back to the battle. Seen that so many times with a faster driver in between two that are battling, two slower drivers who are having a battle. And sure enough, positions change because you open the door a little too wide and let them both through. Good on it, Tim, able to close that down. He picked his spot where he wanted to let Theo get out, knew he could close the door on him, and it worked out very, very well. Now, seeing how deep we've gone here, I mean, I got to imagine at some point very soon, our pit stops are going to start again. Tim, having driven these whole first 2 stints, we're going to get a driver swap there. Maybe that driver taking over gets a little bit of opportunity to not have so much pressure on him. Tim's done a fantastic job the whole start of this race. All these guys have, but I mean, he's played such defense and done really well thus far. Has held on to P7, right? The team is flat so far. Gamer's still down 2 spots, but he's made up quite a few. Patrick Kerr's doing really well at this point. Picked up 4 spots, currently sitting in 5th. And Julian Guerin as well, really doing excellent during these first 2 hours. Currently sitting 2nd. Started today's race in 6th. So if we look at who's done the best so far, though, if we want to talk about which driver has really done the best, it would have to be number 20, Stuart McFall, now heading into the pits. That team has gained 6 positions during the course of today's race so far. So obviously everybody doing well, but even just being flat, given the amount of pressure he's been under, Tim is doing a great job today holding his line. At least Webcakes, at least you can talk about cars. All I know about cars is cars, if you push the pedal, car goes vroom. That's the limit of my knowledge. That's why I don't do my own setups. Dream looks great. SRO Bathurst getting postponed. Why did they postpone it? Let's take a look back real quick. Jordan Strode and George Garton, but right there, Jordan Strode losing control of the vehicle under pressure. Stuart McFall into the pits, now losing position as well. But Jordan Strode losing control of the car, allowing George Garton to move up into P16. Doing very well, moving his team up today. Remco Ottens, the previous driver, lost a good number of positions, but it looks like George is starting to make those up. Again, our tightest race today, though, right now, Tim Flanger and Pavel Dolzel. Track temp up now up to 17C, so not climbing that quickly. Also only 8:13 in the morning track time. 2 hours and 10 minutes gone, just 21 hours and 50 minutes left to go. Again, check in with Shane Reese, doing well today. Nicholas Webfar right there behind him, looking to close that gap up from the 1.5 it is now. With that, folks, I'm going to take another quick step away. Leave you with a little bit of autopilot love. Promise you I won't be long. Let me stretch my legs a little bit. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, nobody's leaving. We're here for the full 24 hours. Again, we got 21 hours and 50 minutes left to go in today's race. And hey, if you enjoy this, we should talk about it. Let's talk about a few different things. First of all, this is what you're watching today, right? I just want to bring it up because I want to thank Apex Sim Racing for their sponsorship today. One of our drivers today is walking away with an Apex Button Box vertical mount V2 provided by Apex Sim Racing. We'll get Kevin Huffman back here later today. I'm sure he'll want to talk about it. He had to get hands on it and play with it a little bit at their request. They wanted him to open it up so he'd be able to talk about it, and we're going to let him do that a little bit later today. But again, we're here for the whole day. And if you like endurance racing, you also are going to want to stick around because we are coming back 949 in conjunction with 949 and Trackalicious 6-hour endurance series all summer long, starting May 14th at Barcelona. 6-hour multi-class event, GT3 and GT4. Great to team up with the guys from 949 and Trackalicious. Absolutely fantastic. Again, if you're more of a casual racer, don't forget Euro Trip is back on Monday at Spa, 7 p.m. UTC, 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And if you like really casual racing, Beer Cup, Tuesday nights at 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Again, with Trackalicious and 949, Cup cars and BMWs. And you know what? I think those guys have a lot of fun. Talking to Huff earlier, those guys have an absolute blast. So definitely stick around. And later today, Xbox GT3 Season 3 kicks off at the Hungaro Ring. You can jump over and catch B Fife, one of our members, and the Xbox League Manager. He'll be streaming that race. He's streaming his perspective. He's actually driving, but you can go over and support him if you want to take a look at our Xbox series. With that, we're back at the action. I want to thank everybody for being here today. Don't forget, we will be giving away that Apex button box at the end of today's race. I say today, it won't happen until tomorrow. And a random driver who finishes the race, meaning as long as the team finishes, right? One driver from that team finishes. All team members are, of course, included in that giveaway. We'll take just a few minutes to set up at the end of today's race, this weekend's race. So, again, a lot of fun as we watch Pavel Dozel once again closing in on Timothy. We tuck in behind. Pavel just not quite finding the opportunity to get around that Audi and hold on to it. Know any Aussie leagues? Yeah, OOR, what's, you know what, if Red were here, he would know. He knows the guy's name, Sarge. I don't know the name of the league, but those guys are all Australian. And as I said, folks, I am going to take a quick step away. We'll continue to watch this battle, which is going to continue for quite some time. Bill Savadis now out into the pits. Patrick Kerr's into the pits ahead as well. So his pit stops start to roll. You know, autopilot, nobody cares that he's going into the pits. There's a battle going. You should focus there. I told you that. You don't listen very well. And that battle is over as Tim dumps into the pits right there. So things are going to get twisted around here for a little bit, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to stick with it, though. All of our drivers pretty well spread out at this point as pit stops start to happen again. New drivers coming out on track. With that, I will go take my break. I know I've said it 3 times, but I am going to step away right now. And we'll be back with more GT3 action at Imola. Keep it tuned right here. We are back. The Overhouse continuing to lead our race today after, what, 2 hours, 20 minutes? Now with a 30-second gap. Benjamin Astley taking over in number 488, currently sitting in second. Bill Sabat is really having a good race today. I mean, and this may be our in real life seat swappers, right? Because Bill's been out the whole time. But sitting in third has made 3 pit stops to everyone else's 2. So really doing a great job all the way up in third right now. Yannick Kurtz taking over in number 31. Yannick very consistent, very fast. We've watched him in our regular PC season. Great driver Patrick Kurz still out today in that very, very fancy Lexus. Let's check some other camera views here. I don't even know what these are, so we're just going to click them and see what they give us for onboards. Ildashev out in the number 25 BMW. And Tim Flanger, we saw him go in, but he is triple stinting this one, going to continue to stay out in that Audi. Still sitting P7, has held steady throughout this entire race so far. Robert Stempel taking over for number 70 Porsche. Jimmy Lynn in the number 67 Porsche today. George Garton now back up into P14. Garton is doing well for you, Remco. Getting you back up there. Joris Mentink still in the car. Now with William Campbell coming up behind him. In that number 24 Aston. "81 laps down, and we are only 2.5 hours in. Settle in, folks. We're here all day, all night. Keesar yellow flagged quickly, getting it back on track. We'll find another team to check in with here. We'll check in with Kevin Huffman's team. Thomas, Butz, Charles Wembley all in there. Gentlemen.
Adam.
How are we, sir?
Getting settled in, buddy. How are you?
Getting settled in. That's good. Are you taking over?
Yeah, I'm currently driving now, like on my 3rd lap out.
There you are. Okay. Hadn't even seen you out there yet.
Yep.
Kevin Huffman in that BoX3 Lexus. So who was driving first for you guys? Before I get confused.
Adam Thomas.
Thomas, that's right. Okay. Tom. Oh, he's muted and deafened right now. He's taking a break.
Yeah.
We won't get to talk to him.
Away for a bit.
He's off taking a break, no doubt.
Yep.
Yannick Kurtz now hitting sector 2 and grabbing purple there. You're in trouble though, Huff. Kurtz is on track, so.
You know what I do when he comes near?
Let him by.
GTFO.
Justin Wishman now taking over up front. So again, still a 26-second lead over Benjamin Asaili? Benjamin Asaili? I don't know. How many names? Well, just want to check in with you guys. We've got Huff out on track now, so currently sitting P17. We'll see where you end up at the end of your stint.
Hopefully somewhere near or in front of.
Near or in front of who?
Myself.
Yourself.
I don't want to lose. I would be happy to gain, but I guess the goal is to not lose. Just maintain. We still got 22 hours left, so
plenty of time. Absolutely.
Just getting started.
Plenty of time. So I'll leave you to it, Huff. I don't want to interrupt your driving. Have fun, and we'll be keeping an eye on you, sir. Talk to you in a bit.
Sure. All right, see you, bud.
What does the white thing near the name mean? I assume you mean when, like, with their number highlighted? You talking about their position number highlighted in white? That just means that's the vehicle we're focused on. Red is just another driver on track. Garton now into the pits. See if he's going to stay out and run another stint. Check on Alexander at 313 BMW. Able to move up on Garton as Garton waits for pit stop to clear. Mentink now under pressure from Campbell. On the white thing on the right of the name. The manufacturer is on the right of the name, and the time out there is the delta between the driver in front and the driver behind. Oh, sometimes the background changes. So, okay, so the background changing is a flag for the driver. So yellow flagged. You'll see, like, it might change here. So I see there, Alexander Memnica went white. Usually means they are being blue flagged. There's someone behind them. So you can see right there. He's currently being blue flagged by a driver. Could also mean that they are a slow vehicle on track. So they slowed down for whatever reason. Thomas Jantz now coming under pressure from Kevin Huffman. To be 100% sure, Whelp Cakes, and to Povs, I would have to look into the documentation. I haven't gotten that deep yet. Still trying to wrap my head around all the controls. Joris Mentink coming out of the pits now. Guess I have to go ahead and spring for this for the next beer league. Yeah, Whelp Cakes. I mean, if you hit him up, there's 14 days there, so at least you get a chance to try. You just got to hit him up on his Discord for a license, and you'll have 14 days to test it. If you do it the right day, it'll give you 2 weeks to you know, 2 races to try and play with it a little bit. Really wish I could join you for the beer league and broadcast that. It's a lot of fun. Unfortunately, that's my sleepy time normally, so. They let me. I don't know why. I don't know why anybody lets me drive in these vehicles either. I think it's just to make me feel good about myself for a few minutes. And then I inevitably get passed or crash, and then I feel bad about myself again. So, you know, it works out. It kind of balances itself. On the back end of Yannick Kurtz BMW. He clears back markers today. Again, Yannick very fast. Checking in with Timothy Glendinning. Number 555 Bentley. Our only Bentley on track today. Justin Wishman in the Aston running out front. Oh. Luckily able to clear a back marker. Very difficult there move there with the back marker deciding to take the curb. Wanted to open the door. Need to be very careful with those. We've discussed that already today. There is no reason to run yourself off track. They're taking a look with Thomas Jansch, one of our 2 single drivers for today's 24-hour event. Currently running P17, doing very well for himself. We'll see if he makes the whole 24 hours. I think Thomas said on the Discord the longest he had made it previously was 21 out of a 24 when he finally had to give up. But holding strong so far today. Josh Butler now. Excuse me, and Thijs Payne running very close at the end. Thijs able to get around. And get this thing to stop doing things weird. Josh Butler with maybe a little nudge there, but Thijs able to hold the position. Butler now taking it back. Every battle fun to watch. Butler holding on through T1. And not getting the speed, though, and giving a nudge to... Oh, and that's not good at all. These guys banging back and forth a little bit. Payne able to get himself back on track quicker. Definitely hard pushing from both drivers right there. Shame to see it end in that fashion. But Bryce Payne going to hold on to P23 for now as the gap back to Butler drops to about 6 seconds. Again, Payne able to get recovered much more quickly. Now with the second round of pit stops done, the drivers pretty well spread out at this point. We wait for these battles to come to us. But again, Justin Wichman in our lead car at this point. 89 laps down. Currently a 21-second gap back to P2, Benjamin Astley. And Bill Savitas sitting in P3. Again, another 28 seconds back. My goodness, excuse me. A frog in the throat there. But Bill Savitas, about 28 seconds back. However, he's made 3 pit stops, and I cannot figure out how he made pit stops so quickly that he was able to get an extra pit stop in. Right? With a 43-second pit time that he's still sitting in third. Having a great race for him. Dead even, qualified in third, sitting in third now. Just really being very smooth and very consistent. Keeping himself up in that position and currently sitting on a podium. William Campbell and Stuart McFall now starting to tighten up. Been watching that gap narrow for a little bit here, and they're finally getting with, McFall getting himself within striking distance. At times slowly ticking down, that gap getting smaller and smaller. Stuart McFall throwing himself across those curbs through the chicane to look and tighten it down further on Campbell. Fastest lap during today's race today, a 1:41.897. And that gap now down to under a second. McFall tightening up very quickly. What Apex in the chat? A little bit sweaty after that? A little sweaty? We a little sweaty after that, are we? Now, William Campbell's team having lost 5 positions so far. See if he's able to hold on to P10 right now. Do you need it? Not right now. I don't. But it's certainly something I could look at. We do run some self-hosted servers, and certainly something I could take a sniff around. given my CLI abilities are severely lacking. Anything that helps me manage servers easily. Self-hosted, meaning just dumped on a Windows VM. Our practice servers are all on Windows VMs that I run out of my house. Or at least one of them. So Campbell now able to stretch things out just a little bit further. McFall trying not to fall back, but now outside that 1 second range. Now dropping all the way back to 2. McFall looking to struggle a little bit up the hill here. Yes, Mikey. Yep. Standard, you know, Steam download of the ACC dedicated server. Stuart McFall losing pace at this point, now back 2.3 seconds. Not going to be seeing a battle coming up here anytime soon. Off the back end of Jimmy Lynn's Porsche. Again, want to take a moment, thank Apex Sim Racing for their sponsorship today. Giving away that vertical button box to one of our lucky drivers who completes today's race. Stuart McFall looking to close in again. Mike, is it listed on race department? Because we don't allow links in the chat, but if it's listed on race department, I can head over there and grab after today's race, which will end tomorrow. Okay, perfect. Thank you, sir. Something I will definitely take a look at. I appreciate that. And Stuart McFall not giving up yet. Still, the gap's still open to almost 2 seconds, but certainly better than it was. We saw him dropping back, losing a little bit of pace on the last lap, falling back to close to 3 seconds. He's now gotten it back up to around 2. We'll continue to keep an eye there. We take a look here. Justin Wishman running up front. Robert Semple. Yellow flagged. Not enough to lose time or to lose position. Certainly some folks going to catch up. Alexander Mamenga, Josh Rinke now. The possible battle forming up back here, the 13 and the 507 cars. BMW versus Aston lining up. Keep an eye back here. Oh, and Shane Reeves right there, able to make the pass. Let's jump back real quick. Shane Reeves able to get around Mateo Acacia. Mateo going way wide, really just leaving the door wide open for him. And of course, Rinke able to make the pass on Mamenga while we were watching that replay. But Josh Rinke now up into P14. Again, William Campbell, Stuart McFall a little further up for P10, continue to close in on each other. Sounds good, Mike. I appreciate that. I will certainly, once I get some sleep after today's race, I will certainly look to try and take a look at that. I could use something that makes my life easier with making changes on the server. 100%. That gap now between Campbell and McFall down to under 1 second. You also stream on YouTube. No, we do not push to YouTube at this time. Not saying it'll never happen, but not quite yet. Well, Stuart McFall now hung up behind a back marker. It's going to give Campbell an opportunity to open up a little bit, relieve a little pressure. George Garton now closing up on, or attempting to close up on, Alexander Amenga. But again, these guys hung up in traffic. We'll see if Garton's able to get clear. Garton and Mamenga now, and we're going 4 deep into T1. Garton able to take the position from Alexander. And all this traffic these guys running together is going to get very scary very quickly. But Garton getting through clean. Good on George getting around, bringing another position up for them. They're currently sitting P15. Still fell down 7 from the race start, but they are slowly gaining ground. Again, William Campbell defending against Stuart McFall. So Scarnan, yeah, we don't currently stream on YouTube. It's certainly something I've thought about by using like Restream.io or what have you, but just haven't taken time to set that up yet. We probably should at some point. As Remco Ottens encourages George to send it. Nobody needs to be sending anything. But George did send it there and did quite well. Now closing the gap slowly up to Jonah Rinke. Again, a driver between them, but Garton now under 2 seconds. Campbell and McFall have tightened way up. McFall finding his pace after dropping some a few laps ago. Both Campbell and McFall able to clear traffic now. Keeping things together. Track temp currently up to 18°C. So far, we've seen a 4-degree swing during this race. How do you guys handle the switch and streamer for the long race? Are you talking Webcakes about like how do we handle switching commentators? Garton now down to a 1.5 seconds behind Reinke. The broadcast controls. Nope, it's all right in front of me. I'm gonna be here the whole 24 hours, my friend. When I do walk away, yes. When I walk away, I autopilot it, and I'll usually announce that I autopilot it because it does a relatively good job. I mean, there'll be some times the autopilot will hang on a specific view. Oh, and right there, Stuart McFall going way wide, losing a ton of time. Now that gap opened up to over 3 seconds. That's a shame. We said we had a battle forming up. They were down to 3/10. And McFall pushing just a little too deep into that corner. But again, Jonah Rinke, George Garton closing the gap to 1 second now. So anyway, if I need to step away, which will happen again here in a little bit, Excuse me. I will, oh, and the traffic here. We're going to have to wait just 1 second. George Garton right there looking for that opening. Remco watching live, wanting George to just send it. George deciding that this discretion is the better part of valor. Going to back off just a little. These guys now caught up with car 20, looks like, Stuart McFall. No. Car 70, I apologize, I read that wrong. So now Garton backing it off just enough. Car 70. Currently Robert Stempel behind the wheel, sitting P8. So these guys are not racing for position. Rinke and Garton going to be looking to unlap themselves from Stempel. Unsure if they're going to be able to, however, if they've got that pace. Garton now going to look to catch the speed. Give me Lynn in the background there, off track. So anyway, well, okay, so as I was saying, the autopilot will hang on a specific view or a specific car once in a while, but for the most part, it'll catch battles. So I'll take, 5-10 minutes walk away. But yeah, other than that, planning on being here the entire 24. So nighttime will get weird. The house will get quiet. Dogs won't be around because they'll be in bed with mama. So just have to have you stick around to keep me company, that's all. We watch these guys race. Garton looking for any opportunity to sneak around Jonah. Jonah doing a great job so far of making that Aston as wide as possible. But George being very patient. He's waiting for the mistake. Campbell and McFall once again tightening up. Wide and slide. Campbell and McFall fighting very hard. Again, McFall, it seems like McFall is pushing just a little too much and is falling back. But he's got pace because he continually then closes the gap back up to Campbell. He's got pace. He's just got to be a little more patient, I feel, because he's right there. He's right on the edge. And we see where he'll end up just pushing a little too hard into a corner and falling back by a second and a half. Garton looking to the inside. Neck and neck up the hill. We're going to go side by side into the corner. Garton with the inside, able to take the position away from Reinke. Jonah now back P15. Garton's made up, I believe, 2 positions during his stint so far. Yannick Kurtz now into the pits. Campbell and McFall continue to battle. And there, William Campbell into the pits, giving that position up to Stuart McFall for now. Shane Reese and Glendenning. Shane Reese in that 949 Porsche. With Timothy Glendenning right there. I feel like the Porsche is so much smaller than the Bentley. Couldn't he just run over him? Would that not be faster? Probably not. But Shane Reese doing very well. Shane's team, excellent so far. Gaining 4 positions during the course of today's race. Currently sitting P20 with Glendenning right there and looking to throw it down into T1. Glendenning needing to make up some room. Their team down 6 spots today. Looking up top, we may have a play for second. Bill Sedavis closes in on Benjamin. .488 Mercedes. And Timothy Glendenning able to make the pass on Shane Reese. Shane now heading into the pits. As more time has ticked down, we're hitting about that 3-hour mark. Drivers will start making those swaps again, coming in, changing out tires, fueling up. A lot of guys running double, and as we've seen, even triple stints. I think it goes with Timothy Flamger. He's been out for the full 3 hours at this point. Benjamin Astley now under pressure from Bill Savidis. That would be, there's actually 2 of them, Fife. That would be Thomas Jenks, currently running 18th. There's another driver as well, doing the entire 24 hours by themselves, from what I understand. So Justin Wichman still running in first, still about 31 seconds up on Benjamin and Bill Savidis in P2 and 3 respectively, but Bill Savidis now making the play to take P2 from Astley. Well, Scarnon, I'll tell you, apparently, gentleman joined our Discord just for this race. I think he sees it as a challenge. He said the last one he did, he made it 21 hours before he had to quit. So we will see. He is very keen on making the full 24 hours this time. And as I said, there is another driver, but I didn't see who that was on the Discord before today's race, so apparently there are 2. We also have a few folks who are doing in real life driver swaps. We'll see the same name on the board the whole time because they're all in the same house, and there Benjamin Astley able to take Bill Savidis back at it. These guys trading back and forth, and Bill Savidis able to take P2 from Benjamin Astley. There you see it, 0.2 off on their last lap. And great clean driving from these guys today. Bill Savitas making up 1 position so far. Benjamin Astley still having a great race, though, sitting in P3. Even with that pass, up 3 positions from the start of today's race. That's not something you can complain about, right? So, started P6 all the way up into P3 now. Great job. And even our 4th place driver right now, Patrick Kurz, up 5 positions from 9th to 4th. So a lot of great driving today. A lot of these guys working very hard to gain position and have done a great job keeping it clean. We've seen a few incidents, but overall nothing too terrible today. And obviously that's easy for me to say sitting here. If you're one of the drivers that was involved in an incident, you're probably very upset about it, which I get. But overall, a great clean start to today's race. Very few incidents. I don't think Will has had too much trouble keeping up, which is always a good thing as well. Again, Bill Savitas, currently sitting P2. Benjamin Astley losing a lot of time on the pass and then really so far not closing it back up. Maybe content right now to let him have the position. They have, you know, driver swaps, other things coming up that'll give him opportunity to make it back without having to push and take a chance that he possibly loses control of the vehicle. Can we get a sit rep? Actually, you can. You know what? Give me a second. Give me a second. I'll get you guys what you need, because I believe, hold on. He's actually streaming his race today. So let me go find him. And that's actually how I know it's him. That should be him right there. And obviously I can't bring it up right now. I don't have a screen available to do so. But if you go there and take a look and see, I don't see him. Let me go check. I don't think I see him in a voice channel. So it's not, I'm not going to be able to jump on into a VC with him. Which if you're driving by yourself, why would you put yourself in a voice channel? That makes sense. But unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to go catch up with him during this stream. You guys are welcome to check out any of the drivers, obviously, that are streaming this race today. Be able to throw those links up again here in just a little bit. But he is the gentleman doing the 24 hours. Shane Rees now under possible pressure from Josh Butler. Once again, most of our drivers very well spread out. A lot of consistency needed for a 24-hour race. Justin Wichman running up front. His best lap thus far, a 1:43.4 from him. Drive-throughs happening as well. Oh, I'm not seeing penalties, but I think I know why. Several drive-throughs handed out today. Car 24, car 31, car 949, all receiving drive-through penalties. Shane Rees now into the pits. I jumped over and muted it quick just to take a check on Thomas's stream. He looks like he's doing very well right now, holding on. again, we'll try and continue to check in on him throughout today's 24-hour race. Zap Brannigan joins us in the chat. Zap, how are you this wonderful weekend, sir? Thanks for joining. Had some great racing so far today. Really, really great driving from a lot of these guys. Some awesome fast passing. Mateo Arcacia now slowing down a bit. Last lap, a 153. I wonder if he's having trouble with the vehicle. Quite a bit off pace from what we've seen today. Going on Jonah Renke. Up 5 positions, P20 to P15. Great driving from him today. So things are going to get curious as this race goes on, which we expect, right? But Justin Wishman, current race leader, the gap from Wishman back to Savitas at one point, or back to P2, because at the time it was Benjamin, was about 30 to 32 seconds. It's now down to 24 seconds. And that wasn't maybe but half an hour ago. So to see that cut, I wonder if we won't see Bill Savitas over the course of this race. Obviously, again, 23 seconds, 24 seconds, a lot of time to make up. A lot of time to make up. But it was up around 30. We're already 7 seconds down from that. It's going to be very curious to see what his pace looks like, what his teammates' pace looks like as we make driver swaps. Same with Witchman. Do they have faster pace? You know, we saw that opening driver, which his name has now slipped my head because I'm an idiot. And I don't have anything with the teams in front of me, unfortunately. But the point being is very fast and really opened that gap up. So is it that Justin Witchman is a slower driver, or is it that Bill Savitas is faster? We've seen him claim P2. The team's made 3 pit stops versus everyone else's 2 pit stops, and he's still in second. Right? So really gonna be curious to see how this plays out as our race continues through the afternoon and into the night. Track temp now up to 19 degrees. Pressures are going to be impacted as these guys start to make driver swaps and come into the pits. Check in on my co-commentator here, Kevin Huffman in the 999 Lexus. Currently sitting P16, doing very well for himself. Said he wanted to hold even, right? Well, he's doing it so far. He is doing it so far. Patrick Kurz. You know, even with all the Astons and the BMWs on track today, really good to see a Lexus and even Benjamin Astley up there with the Mercedes, seeing the variability up front. You know, we do have 3 BMWs, but only one. You know, we talked earlier about how Aston heavy it looked today, but in looking at this, there's only 2 Astons in the top 10, right? We've got 2 Porsches, we've got an Audi, a Lexus, a Merc, and 3 BMWs. So there is a bit of diversity there, and I know people talk about how much stronger the BMW can be, especially when it first came out, but it looks like, you know, that's been toned down since then. But I think we're seeing a variability in manufacturers. I mean, in looking down through, there is only 1 Audi on track. There is only 1 Bentley currently running in 19th. So it's not as though, you know, there's a huge problem here. As we take a look again, Mateo Acacia, now this last lap, a 157. Mateo, possibly a beginning sim racer. Okay. Very possibly a beginning sim racer. Has lost position, now back to 21, running a 157. Now everybody else is running right around in the 140s somewhere. Again, you get slowed in traffic during a race, everything else, but that's way off pace. So I hope Mateo is at least being safe out there, especially if they're a beginner sim racer. We welcome everybody. Just be safe out there. Be aware that you are slower. That's okay. Make sure you're blue flagging it up as best you can. Bill Savitas looking for a gap to get through the traffic. And again, I'm just watching that time. We're now down to 21 and a half seconds. So what, in the span of 2 or 3 laps? Not even, maybe 2 laps? Another second and a half off of that. That's well within the confines of a pit stop, right? So if Bill can maintain clean air, Justin undercuts, goes into the pits to make that driver swap. Obviously, Bill's got to go in at some point. But is his next driver faster, slower? It's going to be hard to say, but it's just going to be very interesting to watch this time tick down as this continues. William Campbell struggling a bit. Stuart McFall. Campbell after losing a good number of positions. McFall now up into 10th. Of the Lexus, there you see it right in front of McFall. Kildashev now leading over Kurtz. Kurtz has been closing this time down as well, now down to just 1.5 seconds. Kurtz known in the league, very, very fast driver, very, what do I want to say, consistent driver as well. Gap pulling down now to 1.3 as we watch Yannick close in slowly. Now down to under a second. Kurtz is chasing him down, taking his time. Reeling him in. Again, very consistent with Kurtz. Now hung up with the back marker. What kind of dance are we going to get here? So both of them able to clear, but slows Kidashev up enough to where now Kurtz is right on side. Kurtz taking position on the outside of the corner. There might have been a little bumping going on, but nothing that threw anybody off course. Kidashev sliding out the back end, and Kurtz able to claim P5 just like that. Stuart McFall now being taken over by Victor Arison in the pits. P11 swapping drivers. We'll see them back out soon. Long pit stop, however. I'm looking at 79 seconds in the pit lane. That's a long time. Ends up with a 44 as they come back out. Naniev able to get around Urson before as Urson's coming out of the pits, but Urson right there. So how hard is Urson going to push to take P11 back knowing he's on cold tires? Obviously the gap opening now. If I'm Urson, do I have to worry about it? Right, I've made my stop. At some point, Neniev is going to have to head in. I don't want to push these brand new tires and end up screwing them up or sending myself off track because I pushed too early before we were up to pressure and up to temperature. And there, though, Neniev off track and Urson following him. Benjamin Astley now. Patrick Kerrs closing that gap. And as we discussed earlier, Justin Wichmann still sitting in first. Bill Savadis closing in now that gap down to about 19 seconds. You can see it up there. Those numbers are slowly ticking down. And it's opening up back to Astley, right? Benjamin slipping now 47 seconds back. Kerrs closing the gap very quickly. And we could have a Lexus on podium, in a podium position very soon. Garnot, I hate to tell you, there's no Hondas on track. Nobody's driving the Honda today. Kerrs now closing in very quickly, has a ton of speed up on the back end of Benjamin. Gonna swing wide and take it right there, heading down into T1. Patrick Kerrs now sitting in P3. We'll drop Benjamin Astley and team back to P4. Well, Cakes, I've had a few drop, but it's literally way less than 1% of frame drops over the course of the entire last 4 hours and 21 minutes. So I hope I'm not seeing anything stupid, or I hope you're not seeing anything that's causing a major problem. Benjamin Astley not looking to give up P3 though. Gonna force Kerrs to hold on for everything he's got. We saw Kerrs hit those curbs kind of hard. Will this give Benjamin an opportunity to shoot down on the inside? And no, not quite. Yeah, I've seen a few frame drops throughout the entirety of the 4 hours. So I don't know if you mean that or if you mean like there's a lot of it happening badly right now. I have my tablet up and running the stream on monitor. I'm not seeing it on there. It looks smooth. So. Janet Kurtz again. Doing very well. Benjamin Astley now falling back a tad from Patrick Kerrs. I want everybody to take a look at the top left-hand corner of your screen, though. Bill Savadis, that time is continuing to drop, now down to 15 seconds up to Justin Wichmann. You said it, not me. Gross Mentic into the pits now. It is colorful though, you gotta love it. Again, don't forget, folks, we are here for the entire 24 hours of this race. If something were to happen, stream drops, internet drops, something crazy goes on, Stick around. I will be back. I will be back. We will be back. Whoever joins me. Kevin Huffman now, Joris. Mentic losing position to Kevin Huffman as he comes back out of the pits. Kevin Huff, number 999 Lexus, now up into P14. That team gaining 7 positions during the course of this race. So a good job there so far. Patrick Kerr is now able to open up a little bit over Benjamin with a 1.3 second gap. My teammate got absolutely... and we didn't record it. Can't help with that one. That does suck, though. Levitas now heading into the pits. So Justin Wichman now, getting a little reprieve. We were watching that cut down so hard from 30 seconds down to 15 at one point. And now Savitas into the pits means that Wichman can open that gap back up. So we'll continue to keep an eye up there, though, because obviously Bill Savitas has got pace and maybe catching somebody on that team at some point. Again, Patrick Kurz continuing to sit in 3rd over Benjamin Astley. Yannick Kurtz up into 5th. Done a great job during his stint today. Ice Payne into the pits. Patrick Kerr is now heading in as well. Benjamin Astley moving up in, back up into P3. We'll check in with Naniev. Urson about 2 seconds back right now. We've seen these guys battle earlier today. Dimitri Slow taking over in that number 11 BMW. Again, let's take a look at positions gained and lost today. So Justin Wichman team with Justin Wichman, flat P1 has been P1 throughout this entire race. We did see that starting to go away, but with our driver swaps, that is what will happen. So Benjamin Astley, though, again, 4 positions gained, started today's race in P6 and ended up right now currently sitting in P2. Yannick Kurtz has actually lost 1 position, sitting in P3. But still, I mean, only down 1 after qualifying 2nd. That's really not too bad at all. Doing very well.Ildishev,Ildishev currently sitting in 4th. They are dead even. Benjamin Astley now into the pits. Dimitri Slow's team down 2 positions from P3 to P5. In that number 11. Robert Stempel's team started P11 up 7. That set number 70 Porsche up 5 positions from P11 to P6 today. And Jimmy Lin as well, another Porsche driver doing just as well, up 5 positions to P7. So a lot of position changes, a lot of drivers doing very, very well as Yannick Kurtz moves back up into 2nd now, making him even with pit stops happening. Porsche P6 and 7. Alex, welcome in. Mamu, welcome in as well. Thank you both for being here. Appreciate everybody joining. You are watching BoX3 Motorsports, 24 hours of Imola. I want to thank everybody for being here. And as pit stops begin to roll through, another hour down. We've been here 3 hours 26 minutes so far. Track temperature now up to 20 C. So again, that's another tick up. We're up 6 degrees at this point. 20 hours and 33 minutes left to go in today's race, or in this weekend's race, let's say. Lots of time for a lot of drivers to make up a lot of time. Justin Weishman leading right now. Currently, you know, that gap opened up now. 76 seconds over Yannick Kurtz in second. Kildishev sitting in third. Temple and Handke, Nikos both in the pits. Drivers swap happening right there for the Porsches. George Garton now up into P14. Team overall still down, but he's made up a lot of positions during his stint here. Running second stint for that team. Has done a great job now getting some time to run by himself. Open air, maybe make up even more time. Pavel Dolzel now at number 70 Porsche back out on track with Tim Flinger right there behind. Tim has been driving this whole time. We're going towards 4 hours in the car by himself. And let's not forget Thomas Jenks. This cat is driving this whole race by himself today, 24 hours straight. We'll throw his Twitch link up again a little bit later so we can all go check on him and see how he's doing. But absolutely insane to run that all by yourself, and he looks like he is looking to do it. Dimitri Slow currently sitting P4. Now Yannick Kurtz and Kildishev both into the pits, allowing Dimitri Slow to move up into second. Justin Wichman as well into the pits now, so Dimitri Slow more than likely going to get ahead here, if not already. Well, no, not yet, because 77, 78 seconds back, obviously going to take quite a bit of time. Almost a full lap to catch up. We'll see if Wichman can get himself back out on track before Slow gets around. Let's keep eyes right here for a minute. Wait and see if Wichman starts moving. Jerq, yes, there's at least 2 drivers, I believe, who are driving 24 hours straight. Dimitri Slow, not quite there yet, but Wichman. Now Wichman moving. It looks like he's going to be able to hold on to P1 as Dimitri just now coming out of the chicane. Can be a long drive in that pit lane, but it doesn't look like it's going to be long enough today as Wichman is back out, staying in the car. Still 34 seconds up on Dimitri Slow, currently sitting in P2. An excellent pit stop for him, in and out as quickly as possible, and Wichman now going to hold on to P1. Time's coming down a little bit though, right? You see there, down to 13 seconds. So really, Dimitri, as times catch up here, as the reporting catches up, see just exactly how far back. Leon Lang now in the car, taking over. And again, my apologies. Things do not always update right away when people leave the pits. Dimitri Slow now 17 seconds back. Patrick Kerr's another 48 seconds back, sitting in P3. But Alexis in P3, ladies and gentlemen. Think you'd ever see it? I didn't. Yannick Kurtz sitting in P4. Benjamin Astley still driving, and right there in that 488 Mercedes. Just 2 seconds back off Kurt's pace. So again, after all the pit stops and everything we just watched happen, Leon Lange comes out, back out on track, sitting P1. Dimitri slow. As we watch this reel in slowly, we're kind of right back to where we were before. 14.9, 15 seconds between P1 and P2. Now we watched that reel down with 2 other drivers in the car. So we'll be curious to see what direction those numbers go now. Does it hold steady? Do we continue to see that gap shrink, or does it start going, getting larger as Leon's able to hold on and get a little bit better pace over Dimitri Slow? Now I can tell you right now, last laps, well, let's wait for the last laps to come in, because, and I say that because Leon, having just come out of the pits, he's still in his out lap, a 2:41 on the last lap. Obviously a lot of that pit stop time. So as we wait for his lap to come in, it'll be interesting to see where those times fall and who's running the better fast lap. Victor Urson now into the pits. So again, Dimitri Slow ran a 1:43.5 his last lap, his best so far a 1:42.5. You see there, Leon Lange, that lap a 1:44.6. So again, we got to let a few more of these come together, because that gap is still sitting around 15 seconds. So we do need to give a few more laps to let these come in and see what happens. But if those times hold, which they're not, because Dimitri Slow just ran a 1:45.2, so a good 6-7 tenths back from Leon, we should see that gap start to open if Leon's able to maintain his current pace. Tim Flameger again running almost 4 hours at this point. Nikos right behind him in the number 67 Porsche, closing that gap, reeling Timothy in. Nico's closing it down very quickly. You see there the lap difference last lap, or on lap 121, 2.2 seconds Nikos has over Timothy. There, that gap shortens up on the last lap to half a second, a little over half a second gap between the two of them. But Nico's still the faster driver getting around right now. Now we'll watch as these guys get hung up in the back markers. Again, Leon Lang. Currently holding P1 there. His last lap there is a 144.2. Dimitri Slow, a 143.9, so 3/10, right? It's closing in, and you see that play out in the numbers. Now down to 13.3 gap between P1 and P2. We want to make sure we're here to capture that battle should it occur. George Garten back out on track after heading into the pits. Same with Mentink. Heading in now. Driver swaps. Tire changes continue. With a little over another hour ticked by, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take a quick step away. We'll leave you on autopilot. Catch as much action as possible. Current battle right now, though. Tim Flanger defending against Nikos Handke. Tim finally able to clear a back marker. There he is, Thomas Jench. 24 hours straight, all by himself. Currently sitting P15, doing very well for himself today, up 4 positions from qualification. We will continue to watch his progress throughout the next 20.5 hours. So again, folks, I will be right back. Thank you everybody so much for joining me. Don't forget, I want to thank Apex Sim Racing for sponsoring today's race. And at the end, when it's all over, we will be giving away a vertical button box V2 to one of today's drivers. Stick around, ladies and gentlemen. We're not going anywhere. The race will be right here all the way to the end. Be right back. We have in the chat asking, is there randomized weather during the event? Yes, there is actually. It's supposed to stay, you know, we do our best to tweak things so that it'll be relatively random. However, I think it's going to stay mostly clear for this race. So I doubt we're going to see anything. Once again, Tim Flanger in that Audi, the only one on track today, under attack by Nikos in the Porsche. And there he goes for the dive, able to make it through Nikos, getting around Timothy Flanger, jumping up to P8. Again, you take a look at the top left of your screen, you'll see that gap down to about 12 seconds now. It is orange Zap, but it's not Zap Brannigan orange. And I think you know what I mean by that. Another battle looking to try and shape up back here with Thomas Jantz and Bruno Heinrich. Bruno losing a good bit of time through the corners there, though. I may have done so, Red Rider. More of a sanity check. Walk around for a minute, stretch my legs. I gotta stand up here in a few minutes. Luckily for me, that's easy to do. Oh yeah, I was definitely away, Red. I was definitely away. And I'll be a little quieter now anyway, given I'm trying to get a little food in me. And I don't want everyone to hear me eating over the microphone, so I keep muting myself. Patrick Kurz running in third right now. Yannick Kurtz closing in, though. Again, reeling him in slow, right about 2.5 off pace at this point. Keep an eye on this one as well and see if it tightens up. Kurtz, quite a consistent driver. And his best time so far, a 141.9. His last lap, that 141.977. So he's running very consistent. Patrick Kurz running a 142 for his best and a 143.1 on his last lap. So Kerr's going to slowly bring this down. G. Steven now taking over in the Audi. So again, we watched the previous driver just run for 4 hours, almost 4 hours straight. Now G. Steven taking over. As Yannick Kurtz reels in Kurz, now under 2-second gap between them. Kevin Huffman also closing in on the back end of Jordan Strode, back for P15. And Kevin Hoffman able to go right by as Jordan just swings the door wide open into the dirt. Obviously going way too deep into the corner. Off dipping a toe into the dirt as well, and Strode able to take that spot back. Off going out wide with it. And he hold the speed up the hill going that far out. Looking as though he might be able to keep a hold of it this time. Bruno Heinrich right behind, able to get around Thomas Jantz as well. Now that gap between Kurz and Kurtz hovering right around the 1 second mark. Again, Kurz is about 2/10 of a second off of Kurtz Yannick's pace on the last lap, a 142.6 to a 142.8. Leon Lang yellow flagged up front. Not losing any position, but certainly losing time. That gap now down to 6 seconds. Back to Dimitri Slow. We may find ourselves up there watching a battle very soon. T1's been the site of many a pass today. Let's see if Kurtz is able to make one stick this time. He's got the inside line on him. And he does right there, moving himself back up into P3, getting around Patrick Kurz. And opening it up very quickly. Last lap, we just watched these guys finish. Yannick having him almost 6/10 on Patrick Kurz. And now opening that gap up over 1 second already and continuing to grow. Bruno Heinrich still holding position over Thomas Jansch. Gasolina and Josh Butler here as well. Nina able to make the pass around the Nissan of Butler, the only Nissan on track today. And we're off into the dirt. Again, going just a little deep into that corner. It's very easy to do. Again, Kurtz continuing to open his gap back to Patrick Kurz. Now up over 2 seconds. Gordon Strode out on track today, doing very well, up 4 positions up into P16. And here we go. Let's get back up front real quick because the gap between Leon Lange and Dimitri Slow now down to under 2 seconds. We're going to want to keep eyes up here. And I'm going to focus the camera to make sure because I do have to look away as I work on bouncing the Xbox server real quick as there have been some crashes over there. So hopefully get a restart going for those guys in their race this afternoon. We'll do another one a little bit later. As we said, that gap now down to 1.8 seconds. Dimitri has been reeling Leon in ever so slowly. Leon, we know, went off track not too long ago. Ended up yellow flagged. Cut the time about in half, but since then, Dimitri's hacked it down even further. Victor Erson with an orange flag right now. Looking at some contact possibly. A little bit of a push right there. Bump drafting. This isn't NASCAR. You can definitely see Dimitri not pushing here, taking his time, closing the gap slowly. Team's up 1 position so far in today's race. Oh. Thank you. I found the spotter's guide. Now I can see all the team names. And again, someone off track in the background. Talk about that for just a minute. Dimitri Slow able to get ahead due to all that kerfluffle. Let's jump back because I was looking at something else and missed it. Dimitri able to get around. Everybody hung up in traffic, and now Leon Lang will take up 2nd position. You know, as we discussed before, Theo Overhouse puts these guys in first in qualification. Holds it there. I mean, had over a 30-second gap back to P2. Justin Wishman takes over, but so did Bill Savitis. Bill absolutely crushed that time down. Leon now in the car for number 36, currently sitting in 2nd. And Dimitri Slow takes over and is able to finally close the gap all the way down and take over P1. Just goes to show what a difference it is. I mean, without the race being as long as it is, we're about to hit the 4-hour mark. Without the race being as long as it is, you don't get to see that many changes for P1. Somebody gets the jump at the beginning and is able to open a 10-second gap or so on a 45-minute or a 1-hour race. That's a huge gap to overcome during 1-hour race. But we're here for 24 hours. We're going to see lots of that. These guys now get hung up in quite a bit of traffic. G. Steven under pressure from Erison now. That gap under 2 seconds. Erison going way wide through there. We've seen that more than once today as well. That gap now opening back up due to the error. And you have now into the pits. G. Steven Erson both bumping up into the top 10. Things very tight now through the corner. Everybody going wide. Erson able to get ahead of G. Steven now. Again, it seems the play right now is to get hung up in back markers and hope that you can, you know, make somebody make a mistake through there. Remco Otten's back in the car at number 64 BMW. Another gap we'll want to keep an eye on today is Yannick Kurtz. We take a look at that team right now. Jostein Scheffer, Gijs Vanderhoog. How quickly can they close the gap up to the team of Overhaus, Rayberg, Wishman, and Lang? Right now sitting at about 28 seconds. Not something I've been keeping an eye on. Victor Eriksson off track and spun, going to lose position now. G. Steven and William Campbell both able to get around. But we need to see how, you know, does that gap, how quickly does that gap close? I mean, we're already seeing it shrink down to 24 and a half seconds. Slow has opened up over 5 seconds. But plenty of action still to be had at the front of the pack. Shane Reese, Guillaume Sino into the pits. Josh Butler's slowed up right now. You mean like that, sir? Unfortunately, I cannot do both. But I certainly can leave car numbers up. It's actually one of the suggestions to the developers to allow 4 columns so that manufacturer and car number can both be up there. I'm hoping I get that as a feature at some point. Kevin Huffman running off track now, yellow flagged. Whereas Mentink with some trouble, slowing him down. Now 22 back off of Simonov. So our current number one team, Dimitri Slow, running right now, up 2 positions with a 3rd place qualification, now up into first. Leon Lang back 1 spot into first. Yannick Kurtz still needing to make up a spot as he started the race today in P2 and currently running in P3. As we said, want to see if that time drops between 2 and 3, but Lang holding on to fastest lap right now. Going to make things very interesting. Again, Kurt's very consistent driver. There we go. I can do that too. There you see where each team has moved up and or down during the course of this race today. Very mixed bag for everybody, but again, you got to look at some of these guys. Kevin Huffman's team up 6 positions since the start of this race. Patrick Kurz, even in dropping the position to Yannick Kurtz, still up 5 from the start of today's race. Along with Pavel and Nikos, both up 4. Victor Eriksson as well, up 5 spots. Again, we take a look at that pit stop count as well. Now most of our drivers to 3. Steve Stevens' team at 4, but pretty kind of rounded up now and staying about the same in our top 10. So curious to see how things play out with these pit stops as they continue, as Victor Eriksson starts tightening up on the back end of William Campbell. One thing we haven't done today that I typically like to do too, if we take a look here at Dimitri Slow coming around. And right into the car with him. Let's take a look at a lap at Imola for those who might be unfamiliar with it. Let's go on board with Dimitri, our current race leader. Let's see what it looks like when you're a fast driver. Much as I want to stay there, though, we got to jump out. Strode and Heinrich now going to battle. Right there, Heinrich taking it through T1. We've seen a lot of passing in T1 today. Strode losing 2 positions as Thomas Jantz gets around as well. Strode dropping back. Two positions dropped. And Gasolina in that Bentley also able to get around. Now down 2 laps, but able to move around as well. Wondering, are we going to see somebody get a chance to unlap themselves today? But again, William Campbell will jump up here. William Campbell and Victor Eriksson. That was Harrison off track back there and losing a ton of time. But William Campbell no longer feeling that pressure. Yannick Kurtz, however, has closed the gap to Leon Lang to under 1 second. Some back marker action between them. And that back marker decided to take the grass for some reason. Like Bruno Heinrich back there. Yannick Kurtz looking to make opportunity, stay safe in traffic. And there goes Yannick Kurtz, able to make the move coming down the hill. Kurtz now back to where he started. We watch him throw down on the curbs, though. Let Lang keep a little bit of a close watch on him, not getting too far back. Campbell again, Ayrson right behind him. That seems odd. Ilshev sitting outside the track, folks. I have never seen that. Definitely looks like he launched himself into space, dropping a ton of time. Let's go back up front, though. Yannick Kurtz, Leon Lang. Lang keeping it tight. Not giving Kurtz a ton of room. Yeah, it's still there. We just turn this into the Kildishev can? We could do that, but I won't. William Campbell, Victor Urson again. The interesting part is our front row drivers, as we watch Erson look for an open opportunity over Campbell. All right. This is weird. Okay, back to Campbell. Whew. It looks like they had to disconnect because everybody just moved up a spot. And they're back in, but in the pits. So things are getting weird. Right now, let's just focus on Campbell and Ayrson. Oh, and a spin there for Yannick Kurtz. These guys ran into each other, both sitting off track. Kurtz now down into third, fourth as Patrick Kurz is able to get around. Oh, no. That is not great at all. Not good at all. So Kildeshev coming back on track, P13 in the pits. We'll see if they can get back out on track, but we just saw what happened. Yannick Kurtz caught up amongst some back markers, knocked back to P4 after we watched that drive to the front. That was a shame. I'm wondering, though, if perhaps we don't see some reports of possible hardware issues. And the reason I say that The reason I say that is because I got a little, like mine got a little funky at the same time. So maybe a server issue that had a few people bouncing. And that was just the obvious one as we watched Kildishev off into the dirt. It was fun to watch. That was like the race where we got to watch your boy Blue fly at every corner. Didn't matter. Every corner, he just took off into the air. It was pretty cool. Don't forget, folks, your race today brought to you by Apex Sim Racing. Those guys are fantastic over there, and our one of our drivers today, at the end of the race, will receive an Apex Sim Racing vertical button box V2. I would encourage y'all to head on over to their website. Take a look at what they've got if you need dashboards, button boxes, wheels, all kinds of stuff. And they are good folks to sponsor this race today and provide that prize to one of our drivers who finishes out the race. Don't forget to enjoy endurance racing like today. 6-hour endurance series in conjunction with 949 and Trackalicious Sim Racing is coming to a Twitch channel near you this summer. All 3 leagues will be covering these. Not every race will be splitting up the coverage dues. Be able to come and watch 6-hour endurance racings. GT3 and GT4 multi-class kicks off May 14th in Barcelona. This afternoon, Xbox kicks off Season 3 at the Hungara Ring. You want to watch that? B Fife will be streaming his perspective. You'll be able to go watch Xbox GT3 racing. A long season over there, but we're also going to have some casual things coming for our Xbox League, so stick around for all of that. Victor Arison now back out on track. Speaking of casual, if you're watching this race today and you're not, you know, you're like, oh man, 24 hours, that's a long time, even with a team, and I don't know if I want to do all that, and it's like, it's so stressful. Maybe you're like me, not a serious sim racer. I do this for fun, and I can't handle the stress because, well, I have stress at work. Let my stress be there. But if you're looking for casual racing, come on over to BoX3 as well with Euro Trip on Mondays. That will continue this Monday at Spa, 7 p.m. UTC, 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, and Tuesday Night Beer Cup again with Trackalicious and 949. Some great guys in those leagues. We'll come back at Laguna Seca, 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time on Tuesday. The Beer Cup, Porsche Cup cars, BMW M2s. It's just a lot of fun. They all get in a voice chat together and just hang out and have a great, great time. Last but not least, I want to thank everybody watching today. Whether you are a race fan or coming from one of the leagues, appreciate you being here and joining me. We will be here the entire 24 hours. McKessie back in the car, that number 24 Aston coming back out on track. Again, we take a look at that position delta. You see how quickly it can change. Kurtz was up to back to even, and now all the way back to P4 after getting hung up in traffic. Thank you, Fife. Much appreciated. Lang and Kurtz now. And we saw this earlier. Let's see if we see it again. Bumping right there. That number 555 Bentley pushing Lang off track. So Patrick Kerr's moving up, holding on to P2 now. Gasolina in that number 555 Bentley twisting things up. Thought we had a battle. We're spread back out, but Yannick Kurtz, look, again, I hate to keep coming back to this guy, but as I said, I've watched him race for 2 seasons now. He's consistent and he's fast. And that's a killer combination. The gap back to Lang now is under 4 seconds. It started out around 6. So he's obviously driving with purpose. Lang and Kurtz very close together, only 3-second gap between the two of them. Dimitri slow right now, running away at a 36-second gap, running in first, but don't forget, they had a 70-second lead at one point. And we watched that get whittled away very quickly. But Dimitri slow with no hang up, no traffic right now, able to get some clean air. And hopefully continue to open that gap up. Yannick Kurtz heading into the pits. Brings G. Stevens back up in the Audi, back into 8th position. Only about 30, well, now Kurtz is falling back now. It doesn't give me a time. Which makes no sense, but that's okay. It looks like Kurtz should be able to get back out of the pits before losing position. He'll be sitting in 7th when he's all done. Again, Patrick Kerr's team having a great race today, up 7 positions from the start. And there we see Kurtz's teammate, Vanderhoek, coming out on track, leaving the pits now. Vanderhoek quickly making up time. Closing in on Nikos in that orange Porsche that Zap loves so much. That little curb bounce going to allow Vanderhoek to close in a little tighter. Coming into the chicane. Zap, I'm not a Porsche lover, but I will tell you this. Seems to me that your favorite car, as we watch Vanderhoek look for an outside pass on one of your Porsches, it seems to me they are slowly but surely climbing up the leaderboard and in unison. Pavel Doziel in P5 right now. Nikos holding on to P6. We'll see if Vanderhoek is able to take that from him. Patrol A Racing says Porsche P1 at the end. Bet. We'll see. I mean, it seems as though they are both climbing. Again, I think the Porsches, and I'd have to look. Let's bring that up real quick because, and I could be wrong. It didn't seem to me that they qualified that high. There it is. Both those cars up 6 positions during today's race. So we'll see again if, if Nikos is able to hold on against Vanderhoogd, but they are moving up throughout the course of this race. And here we go into T1. We've watched it all day long. It's coming again. Is it coming again? It might be. Side by side. Vanderhoogd able to take position back from Nikos. Borg16SR says, hello everyone, have a good race to all racers. Simonov, keep the racing pace. I think we're doing some great racing today. Thank you so much for being here, Cyborg. You're welcome to hang out with us. Everyone, you are watching BoX3 Motorsports. 24 hours of Imola. And yes, we will be here for the entire race. Hang out. Watch some great driving. The occasional incident, hopefully not too many. See there, Vanderhoogd with a much faster pace over Nikos. We have to watch and see how far this stretches out. Already opened to 1.8 seconds. But to be fair to the Porsche drivers, I gotta say, Pavel, Nikos both done, both their teams doing very well today. And in all honesty, I saw them, they were always kind of side by side, right? Like, in the leaderboard, both Porsches kind of sticking together. So it makes you think, like, I wonder if they're teaming up and working together in any fashion. Now, I'm not saying they are, I'm not saying they aren't, but as I look back, they haven't really been super close to each other on track the whole race. So you would think if they were working together, as to Zap's point, you got 2 cars coming at you. It's easy to defend one, but if these guys work together, one of them's going to sneak through, right? Then you get frustrated. Maybe you let the other one through as well. But I haven't really seen that today. We haven't seen them moving up together. Just that, they're keeping pace with each other. So going very well for the Porsches on track today. Remco Ottens able to make the move on McKessie. Remco's team still down 3 positions, but they have made quite a few gains since an early race incident and are back up to P11 at this point. Patrick Kerr's now into the pits. Dimitri Slow as well coming in as our front runners start to make pit swaps, driver swaps, pit stops, tires and gas. Leon Lange now jumping up front. Pavel bribed you to keep the BMW at bay for a little bit, did he? Well, that's all right. We're nothing against that here. Dimitri Slow back out already. Comes back out of the pits in P3. Drivers in front needing to go ahead and make some stops themselves soon, so we'll see if he can get back up there. And no, I will not be asleep by 9:45. Or 8 o'clock, Zap. Actually, Red, you might be right. 9:45 a.m. tomorrow. G. Steven now in P8. Holding back Simonov. Cyborg will be happy to see Simonov pushing. Even cutting in hard. Giving Simonov the inside line into T1, and there it is. Simonov able to make the move. Very clean. That is the Crow-mobile. We haven't seen Crow on track yet. Esports legend Brian Canopin. Kessie now into the pits. Astley into the pits. Dimitri Slow coming back out in second now with Astley going into the pits. Nikos now into the pits, so we'll see one of the Porsches drop back a bit. Just realized Pavel's in there as well, so both these guys into the pits, both of our Porsches. See how closely they come out together. Jan Lang back up into first, but now heading into the pits himself. So Dimitri Slow with an opportunity to get back up into first. And Dimitri able to get around. Not enough of a gap for Leon to hold on to that lead. Patrick Kerr is still running in third. Great again to see Alexis up front. Very rare occurrence. And Vanderhoek back into fourth. Now, of course, this being, this is Yannick Kurt's teammate. And we saw earlier Kurtz get hung up in back markers, everything else, knocked all the way back to seventh. Now these guys back up into fourth, making those positions back. Actually, I need to go see something here. So now I can tell you, Patrick Kurz, actually one of our solo drivers today, or doing local in-home in-chair swaps, let's put it that way. Joris Mentink, and also a single team driver along with Thomas Jenkt, as we discussed. Nicholas Wevar. So a good number of drivers, 4 drivers out there who are doing this alone or with local swaps. Theo Overhouse back in the vehicle, coming out in P4. Zap, he is an esports legend. They're probably letting him sleep now. He'll do the final 12 hours all by himself. So that would make sense. Vanderhoek now going to feel the pressure from Theo Overhaus. Kevin Hoffman and Bruno Heinrich. Kevin Hoffman sitting P16 right now. Heinrich right there behind him. And Bruno Heinrich, as Huff looks to get into the pits. Bruno Heinrich making a move, but Huff letting him have it with that pit dive. Urson now under a little bit of pressure from Igor. Akiev. Don't forget, folks, if you are a member of the Discord, head over to the live streams channel. Make sure you show some support and love to the drivers that are streaming this race today. Let them know you're out there watching. Thomas Jant being one of them, the guy handling this for 24 hours straight by himself. He is streaming, and again, you can find those links over in the Discord in the live stream channel. Be sure and check them out. Come back and join us right here. We'll be here the whole time. Teo Arcacia back in the car. Vanderhoek now with Overhaus right there. Theo Overhaus able to make the pass very clean around Vanderhoek. Vanderhoek, a new name to me, unsure how to compare to Kurtz, but obviously Kurtz's teammate. But holding out. Vanderhoek looking to come back at it, staying right tucked under that wing. So again, Overhaus, the driver that led this race for the first 2 hours. Take a look at comparison to Dmitry Slow, our current #1 driver. You see they're 0.8 faster on that last lap. On lap 159, 160, 0.2 faster. So obviously some traffic to get through. Overhaus has some places to go, needing to get around Patrick Kurtz, and a lot of time to make up. He's 17 seconds back from Kurz. That said, they have the pace. That team's got pace to get back up there. Overhouse now opening up the gap just enough. About a 1 second split there. Gasolina into the pits now. Number 555 Bentley. Charles Wembley taking over in the number 999 Lexus from Kevin Huffman. Again, that team up 3 positions thus far, sitting in P18, doing very well today for themselves. As we go back and look at those position deltas. Dimitri Slow and team up 2 spots. Patrick Kurz driving by himself. Patrick Kurz, one of our lone drivers, or again, in-home switching. Up 7 spots to P2 right now. Absolutely amazing. Having a great race. Again, Theo Overhouse. Those guys are actually down 2 spots right now, but it looks like they're trying to make plays to get it back. And Vanderhoek, who we talked about a lot, given that we know how Yannick Kurtz drives around here, Jostein Scheffer as well. These guys right now as well, down 2, but I think we see them making that back, right? I don't think that's going to stay that way for very long. And now Christoph Arts taking over in that 555 Bentley. Another one. Christoph Arts, another league racer who we know is very consistent, very speedy. That team currently sitting in 20th. There's nothing that says we aren't going to see them climb back up, as Arts can be quite fast on no matter what track you put him on. Our track temp now up to 25°C, 11 degrees warmer. Certainly these guys are having to adjust pressures each and every time they hit the pits. And hope that that during that stint the temperature doesn't change too much. At this point we're 4 hours and 45 minutes in. 19 hours and 15 minutes to go. On a ranking. Matteo Arcacia off track. We check in on Igor Simonov, able to put 9 seconds back to G. Steven after that pass we saw earlier today. Kevin Huffman is back with us.
1 second, please.
Yo, no problem, sir. And Patrick Kurz by himself in that very colorful Lexus. Doing a great job today. Robert Stempel back in the seat of one of our Porsches. Jimmy Lynn in the number 67 Porsche as well. Joris Mentink comes out of the pits.
All right, man, I'm back. Sorry about that.
No, you're good, man.
Got out of the rig for 2 hours, and I'm sure you guys didn't want to hear that. After pounding a lot of coffee. Just
No, you're good. How was your stint, sir? looked like you
And
did pretty well. You held on, right? Like, where did you come into the car? What position?
Okay, actually, I feel pretty good about my stint, dude. I came in P18. I picked up 3 positions. I ended my stint in P15. You know, I kept it together. Nothing, you know, no hero crap or anything. I was racing pretty consistent. You know, I made a couple little minor mistakes, but ended with, you know, with 3 seconds of damage, a little love tap from another Aston. I forget the guy's name, but you know, we had a little battle, a little tap. Nothing, you know.
Nothing.
I'm not reporting it. It was fine, you know. It's
Didn't
racing,
didn't blast you off the track or anything, right?
for sure.
Yeah.
But dude, it was fun.
Awesome.
Odd thing, man. Whenever I pitted and handed the car off to my teammate Wembley, we experienced a little bug or something. Like, he had a controls lock thing come up on his screen for 1 minute and 40 seconds for some odd reason.
Really?
Even after, like, like, typically you hand somebody the car and, you know, like, we'll count them down 10, 9, 5, yada, yada, yada. And then I'll start, like, I'll have the ignition on to where whenever they get in the car, all they have to do is starter and roll, you know what I mean?
Okay.
But, like, soon as he was handed the car, it, you know, like I said, 1 minute and 40 controls locked. So that kind of screwed us, and we ended up back in P18. So all that worked for nothing.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, and the driver swaps, I think, are not perfected, right? I mean, we've seen other issues. I think we saw it during the Coach Dave 1000 that our team ran. What was it, a week or 2 ago? Where they just, for whatever reason, he could not, you know, the second driver could not take control of the vehicle from Crow. No, just couldn't do it. So it happens, and it's unfortunate, but you guys are still out there, right? Well, Charles Wembley driving for your team now?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. It has been all calm here. Very few incidents. We've seen a few since you were last with us. I don't think Will should not be too busy at this point, though, hopefully.
No, not terribly. He came into my chat for a bit, and we have a couple to go over. He's gonna step away and grab dinner for a bit. I just told him to, you know, to get at me whenever he needed me.
Yeah. But right now, our driver's pretty well spread out. I was actually gonna step away real quick, Huff.
Yeah, man, you're fine. I'm actually outside having a little break. As soon as I come back in, I'll do my best.
Yep, I just threw it up in the Discord, so it's there for you too.
Yeah, buddy.
Mr. Shy Guy 98 in chat says, "Come on, Shane, you can make a comeback." Shane Rees, right there. Our 3rd Porsche on track today. That's way too many Porsches. That's exactly 3 too many Porsches. Shane
Where's
Rees
Red when you need him?
Right. Yeah, you need Red. You need the Porsche Destroyer on track. Shane Rees currently sitting P21. But let me take a look here. Shane Rees, I mean, listen, honestly, I mean, if you think about it, Shy Guy, let me throw this up on screen real quick so you guys can see it. And we talk about Shane and the team's driving. They're up 3 positions so far. So you talk about make a comeback. They're doing well at this point, right? Shane's team's up 3 positions from 949. I think they're doing a great job today. Obviously, some have moved up, some have moved down. But really, that team's having a good day so far, given the position that they've moved up throughout the course of this race. And still plenty of time to make more moves.
Yeah, they only have 2 people on that team. Shane Rees and Chris PK. So
yep.
You know, they're looking at 12 hours worth of driving the Porsche around.
That's scary.
Yeah.
But I gotta say, I mean, like I said, we see some of these guys. I mean, they're making some really good moves. And why is your guy heading into the pits already, huh?
Valid question.
A valid question, he says. Checking with Dimitri Slow up front right now. Pink Pig says, "Don't diss the Porsche." Friendly Mushroom. Porsche's love. I don't know why I'm not allowed to diss the Porsche. Everybody else gets away with it. Why can't I? Yo Overhouse continuing to run strong. Apparently P3. Urson maybe about to come under some pressure from Igor. See if that continues to tighten up. I see what you're saying, Shy Guy. Okay. But still, Up 3. Favorite dessert?
My favorite dessert?
Well, he's
That's a good question.
Commentator question in the chat from Coach Carson. Coach Carson. Something about state.
All right, favorite dessert, you go. What you got?
Oh, dude. But desserts, like, I don't know. If you're talking about like just a after meal kind of dessert thing, or if you're talking about like special, it's such a broad thing, right?
Yeah.
Like after a dinner, like a decent dinner, I'd love a good lemon meringue pie, but I wouldn't call that my favorite confection or my favorite baked good. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
I look at it as dessert is what I'm going to get at the restaurant. So, after a decent meal, really, but if we're talking about like, favorite baked good, I love angel food cake, dude.
Ooh.
Oh, I can't even. That's why I'm not allowed to have it very often. It's bad for me because I'll eat all of it.
A little bit of strawberry and some whipped cream action. No.
On angel food, what's wrong?
Plain?
No, not. I can't eat it just plain, but normally cream cheese icing, like some sort of cream cheese icing over the top of it.
That sounds good.
Yeah. Awesome. What about you?
I'm gonna have to say, probably tiramisu is one of my favorites for sure.
Okay. Yep.
And if we're talking pie, coconut cream is a solid.
Ooh.
I'm not really big on chocolate, which is odd that I like tiramisu, but it's more of a coffee kind of hazelnutty flavor.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I like white chocolate. Like I don't like dark chocolate. Kind of weird on it.
Not even now. I'm not down with dark chocolate. My wife loves dark chocolate. I'm down, but I like milk chocolate, like a good milk chocolate.
I don't like that either.
Really? No kidding.
Yeah,
Where for me, white chocolate's like no. I don't like white chocolate at all.
It's my favorite.
That's different.
I'm a fat kid in training. I'm like, I'm 6'5", 180 pounds, dripping wet, but I eat like a horse, dude. I'm training for the Fat Kid Olympics. So
must be nice.
Working on it. Yeah.
Must be nice. Jeez. I used to be able to do that. Things rather spread out at this point. No real battles going on. All of our drivers doing very well. Things staying very clean. Mateo Arcacia. So, Mateo Arcacia. Is this a new team for us, or?
The BMW.
Yeah, car 22.
No, I think that guy was actually running up front, and I think he had some issues. From what they were saying in our chat, I think he was running up front because I remember running into him.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, he's been back a ways. So, Steven now back out of the pits. Let's check in on your teammate real quick to see Charles Wembley now 19th, but out of the pits and driving again.
Yeah, it looks like a drive-through on my screen. He just served a drive-through, so.
Oh, yep.
I didn't know what happened. I will say though, dude, we've achieved an all-time record at Imola right now. We're 2 drivers in double stints, so 4 hours roughly.
Mm-hmm.
Adam had 0 track cuts, and I had 0 track cuts. So I'm taking that and running with it.
No kidding.
That's a crowning achievement right there. I'm happy about that. I can sell all my gear now. I'm done. It's fine.
Yep, you're done. Never need to drive again. Victor Erson now into the pits, allowing Igor to pick up a spot, moving up into P11. All right.
Maybe, yeah. Do your thing, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave this on auto for a minute and just I'll be about 3 or 4 minutes here and take a quick break. Everybody stick with us. Don't forget, we're here the whole 24 hours. Kevin's gonna be here when he can, but he's also driving, so we gotta let that man get some sleep.
It's overrated.
Yeah, right.
I'm gonna die here soon.
Sleep when I'm dead.
Rest when I'm dead. Yeah.
Exactly. All right, I'll be right back, my man.
All right, dude. Take your time. All right, I'm gonna do my best here to fill in for Adam, but yeah, like I said, late sleep is overrated. I do I sleep in a lot in the mornings. My work schedule's a bit odd. I am East Coast, but kind of sleep in a little bit in the mornings, and I typically work later at night. So I'm like an East Coast guy running the West Coast shift. It's weird. Alright, the only thing that's a little difficult with me here trying to cover this on multiple screens is I can't see the actual car drivers. I'm gonna have to like rely off numbers, but the software, I can't see the numbers, so bear with me. We're just gonna be like the green cars coming up on the blue beamer here, so like I said, I'll do my best, y'all. Let's see, 513, what position is he? Help me out, chat. P8, so we're looking at Semenov. Actually, I'm big braining this. I'm gonna go spectator mode on mine. We'll do it this way. I'll click through from his stream where we're at. Now we're looking at Vanderhoot. How we're gonna pronounce that? P4. Another Beamer. That seems to be a pretty good car here. I didn't reckon it'd be a solid endurance car. Semenov comes into the pits here. We were just watching him. Yeah, Remco, how fast were you going in the pit lane? Did you set a new record? 140 Ks, I'm hoping. Oh, we got a little action back here. Who we got here? P13, McKiskey. This is all for position here. Train of 4 coming through. Hey, it's a cool view here. I like this. And this is all AutoCast software. I'm not doing any of this. This is ran off of Adam, his computer. It's a software that just kind of picks up, you know, different things. It'll cover, you know, gaps to cars. It'll cover overtakes. You know, it kind of does its own thing. It seems to be pretty good from what we've seen so far. It's not too bad. No experience, but one very good driver. Man, it's fine. You know, like, it's a great experience for these guys who have never done that, as we see the M4 go wide there through the chicane. That's going to cost him a bit as he falls to the back of that train. But yeah, it's a great experience, man. A lot of people, you know, in this race may have not ever done a 24-hour, or hell, even a 12-hour race, but this is actually my second one. We did a spa. I think it was around November, maybe, of last year, sometime around there. But man, that was fun. It was my first one. I made so many mistakes that, you know, hopefully I brought into here to learn from a bit. And kind of share that with my teammates, which actually one of them, I did the last endurance race with him. Adam, Thomas, I'm having a brain fart here. I couldn't think of his last name. So Remco, your longest was 3 hours? And you did that straight by yourself? Rough. We had a guy, you probably know him, Dan Double Alpha. He's been around Discord for a while. Dan Aaron. He did the last, I'm wanting to say 6 hours on our race, if I'm not mistaken. And they actually had to call that one a bit short. I don't recall the exact issue, but there was an issue with the server. I really wish I could remember what it was, but they had to cut it a couple hours short.
What did you break?
But they ended up, that race was actually set up for classes. They had a pro split, silver and AM, if I'm not mistaken. We were in the AM split. We ended up P3 in that race, so pretty solid outcome for our first go.
Which one was that now?
The 24-hour race that myself, esports legend Brian Canapane, Adam Broken Clutch Thomas, and Dan Double O Alpha did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that was. We had a pit strategy, man. This is the crazy thing. Okay, it's a 24-hour race. Yada yada yada. It's long as shit. We've got that covered.
Okay.
Damn it. I've got 2 in the hour. Sorry, forgive me.
I think you're all right.
But anyway, 24-hour race long. Our pit strategy was perfect, dude. We were chasing this guy down ahead of us. We were literally counting his laps and seeing pace and doing the math and all that. And we watched for him to pit, and I think we overcut him slightly. And we were coming out of the pit lane as he was coming by on his second lap, and we ended up just coming out ahead of him into turn 1 there at Spa on the last lap to clear our last stint, our last driver stint.
Oh, no kidding.
And it ended up getting us P3 in the race, which was like,
nice.
dude, we were so hyped. It was awesome.
That's awesome.
It's just crazy though that like over the course of a race, like a couple of tenths mattered. You know what I mean?
It's all it takes sometimes, right?
Yeah.
Trying to keep an eye out here, because we've seen our front runners change, which again, during a normal league race during the week, it's not typical to see your front runners change out, right? Typically you have somebody gets the jump off the line, they own it, they get it stretched out by 5, 6, maybe 10 seconds during a 45-minute race. And even if they have to pit, nobody's really catching them. That's what I love about this longer format and doing this 24 hours is we actually got to see changes up front today. And I'm curious to see, because right now we've got a 21-second or 22-second gap between Dimitri Slow running up front and Patrick Kurz in second. I want to see if that starts to come down depending on who's driving and what, where they're at. I'm also watching Theo Overhouse here because, again, down to 10-second gap up to Patrick Kurz, currently sitting in third. They were in first. And I'm very curious to see if they're going to be able to claim that back through the series of pit stops and everything that happens.
Hold the press on that. I'm looking at the timetable here. We're looking at Pete Kurz in the 96 Lexus.
Yes.
There's only one driver in that car. Is that the IRL swappers or is that the solo? I'm insane.
And I think
that's our IRL swapper.
Yeah, I think that's the in real life swapper.
Yeah.
Because Nicholas Wevvar is one of the solo drivers, and we know the other guy is streaming right now. So
yeah, that's T Jench, right? In the Mercedes, he's the other solo.
Who is it here?
Car 311.
Yes.
Is he the other? Okay, cool.
Yep.
So those two guys are insane, rocking it out in 15 and 18, doing their thing. That's, dude, insane right now. 170 laps in.
Yeah, 174 laps. Eternal F in the chat says Kurz is a solo. Kurz is also a solo. Was meant to drive with him, but my pedals broke. So you're saying not even
my God.
Not even an in real life swap. You're saying he's driving completely by himself. That's three drivers.
He's rocking P2, like cranking 42.
Yeah, he's killing it,
like,
dude.
Where's your chill? Anywhere.
Seriously.
Wow. Good on
these
him,
are the type of drivers that I sit back and I go, I'm just amazed by it, and I'm like, I couldn't, like, for me, 2 hours and I'm done. I'm burnt. It's
Eternal said he's slightly nuts. My man, he's got a cutout in his racing seat just for his legs to go.
Right, he's got a camelback. He's got a camelback hooked on him. It ain't for drinking water.
Yeah.
He's got her tubed up, sitting on the floor next to him. I don't know how you do it
I gotta
otherwise.
say though, I'm just throwing it out there. Lexus gang, look at him.
He's killing it.
Team Lexus. There's like 5 of us left that drive that car.
Speaking of the other Lexus, there it is in that BoX3 livery. Charles Wimbley behind the wheel right now. So what time do you go back in now? Because how many are on your team? How many you got? 4?
We have 4, so yeah. I'm off for a bit. We have Gerald Buds coming in next. Wembley's just taking over, so he's looking to the next, 2 hours roughly, and then Adam's coming in. And then I believe I'm jumping in right after that. You know, I did ask for a little block off in the early afternoon hours,
Gotcha.
and then late evening. But other than that, man, I'll be doing a lot of the night duties.
Nice. Yeah, I had actually had somebody, I had someone hit me up on Discord here during the race. He's like, hey, is it okay if I go into this voice channel because my friend's driving, Nicholas Webvar's driving by himself. He's like, I just want to go keep him awake and talk to him. I'm like, yeah, dude, go for it. Have at her.
Oh, yeah.
That
Awesome.
helps. Go for it, man. Things now very
Yeah, Wembley
spread
looks
out.
like he had some tough luck, man. I hate that for him. He had to drive through the issues with the swap, lost the position, but you know, hey, it's
Yeah, but
it's
again,
okay.
plenty of time to make that back, right? Whether it's him or one of you guys, I think there's plenty of time there to make it back. He's being consistent right now, right? So
Yeah.
stick with that consistency. You'll get yourself back where you need to be and what your expectations are, right?
Yeah.
But
yeah.
just looking through penalties here real quick, trying to see how many we've had. We've had Joris Mentink with a drive-through. Christian McKessie with a drive-through. Stuart McFall, 3 drive-throughs so far,
Yeah,
according to my
it's-
count. That's a lot of drive-throughs. Is this, I mean, is that
you'll
track
see
limits
more,
grabbing
dude.
people?
Dude, this track is so tough on track limits. I mean, you have to be aggressive on the curbs here to really gain time.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, just one little break, a couple of meters too late, or early on the throttle, a little bit too much steering angle, you're taking a track cut. And
Gotcha.
we have a little strategy here. If I make a mistake and I either go inside or go outside, whatever track limits, I kind of keep an eye on the delta and lift, and hope the ACC gods are with me and they don't hand you out a penalty. And I mean, so far it's worked for us, so we're gonna keep with that.
That's good. Nicholas Webfar pulling 1 stop go 30 so far. Charles Wembley with a drive-through. Shane Rees. It's too bad in that 949 Porsche, 1 drive-through and a stop go 30. And Thice Payne with a stop go 30 and 2 drive-throughs so far. So some of these guys really struggling. Now I know we had a few, including Remco, who ended up shooting into the pits at over 100 kilometers an hour, got a DQ. Obviously, we don't want people getting DQ'd, right? Like, it's a mistake. Like, why shut them out of their race and be done? We want as many people on track as possible. So,
For sure.
just curious how that happened up front. You just come blazing into the pits like he's on fire.
Yeah, I think he got a little overzealous. He was ready to retire the car, and he probably had to go take a pee or something, so he was in a hurry.
Hurting. And we got 2 cars off the track back here. Bruno Heinrich and Rob Kiesar both off track right now. This is going to suck, but I'm going to do it anyway. Let's jump a 30-second replay. I hate going back that far, but I want to see what happened and see if we catch it.
Yeah, Rob had to wait quite a bit, too, to re-enter, so it's going to be costly for both of them.
Let's follow Rob
Good
right
delivery
now.
on the Nissan.
It is. I do like the look of that. And right there,
Shame we get picked up.
right there, due to a poor re-entry, someone cutting across
Oof.
track, Rob got hung up in it. Wow.
That's a tough one.
That is very, very hard. Going to cost a lot of time. Not just there, but also if you look at the front of that Nissan now, they're going to have to hit pits for that and get
That's
some
a big one.
repairs done.
Hey, you know what I say? Car 313 is a couple positions ahead of my team.
313?
I'm smiling. Yeah, that's
Oh.
who was involved in that.
See
That was the other guy.
Well, Charles,
Hate that for him, but I'm smiling inside.
Nicholas Webfar, one of our solo drivers, and Charles Wembley possibly, maybe even Christoph Art's able to get ahead. Although, I got to say, though, I mean, you're 2 laps down from Bruno Heinrich right now.
Don't ruin my hopes and dreams.
I'm not trying to. It depends. I mean, there could be 3 minutes of damage. There's a lot of damage on that vehicle.
Yeah,
And he is
rough.
not driving fast, I can tell you that. If we look at it right now, I mean, 220 down this hill seems a little slow.
Yeah.
So. Hoipin in the chat. We got Dunn in the chat. The Girthquake himself.
Mr. Dunn.
Stuart McFall yellow flagged right now.
But Vince wants to know what our favorite livery is, and I'm sure I butchered that name. My apologies, dude. So far, I'm really liking Rob's livery. He's wearing the Nissan that got dinged
It does
up a
look
bit.
really good.
The Repsol. Is that inspired by
Thomas-
Valentino Rossi's new Audi livery? Is that where that came from? I'm curious. Maybe.
Thomas Janch spun in the chicane. Stuart McFall just dumped himself back to the pits. So he will be in there a while. P14 going to drop more than likely. If I had to pick my favorite livery, it's going to be between this Lexus. It's just so colorful. It's not even it's not even the anime thing. It's just such a colorful livery, right? Like,
but it's not too loud. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, it's just the colors blend really well. And I know Blue is going to yell at me for this, but Crow's livery is lit.
Oh, dude, it really is.
On that Audi, that is a really tight livery on that Audi. The way they use the lines and everything to do that is just, it's just brutal. It looks pissed off.
It does. Here's the thing with that. Crow is a designer for Ford. Like, that's what he does. He draws these fancy cars and designs them. So the man's got like that, artistic eye, and he's got a knack for it. It's what he does.
Yeah.
But
that's
he
awesome.
actually had a guy that does liveries. I forget the guy's name, but he does fantastic work, and they work together to do that.
Nope, it's absolutely perfect. And I think we just lost somebody. Somebody decided they were
down
done.
to 23 drivers.
Done. We've shared them back and forth on Discord at night in iRacing when we're looking on trading paints for liveries. You know it's true. Minting. Poipin in chat says minting. P9. For a livery? That is a nice livery. I like that. I like that blue. I like the color of that blue. Hey Huff.
Yo.
Your boy's sitting off behind the fence.
You do not love to see it.
And I think we're having the same.
Oh, there's another car that's off.
He's your boy just disconnected, by the way.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Yep. I'm telling you, it's a server side issue. Something happened with a connection issue.
Might be.
Well, and the reason I say that is because my software gets really weird at the same time. Like I have to, it like stutters. So that's all right. We're gonna stick right here. Take a look again real quick. Those position deltas. Dimitri Slow up front, 2 ahead right now on position gains. Patrick Kurz, again, a solo driver doing this entire race, 24 hours by himself. Currently sitting P2, 7 positions up from the beginning of this race. 7 up. It's absolutely insane. Quivless, even though we left early, we had fun. Oh, I wish you guys could have stuck around, but we're glad you had a good time. That's what it's all about. That's what we're here for. It's a hobby, right? We're all here to have fun. We want to keep doing that. Theo Overhouse now down 2 spots in their team. Vanderhoogd as well, down 2 positions. Mathis Wass up 1 in that Merc. Oh, Stuart and Victor. Okay, perfect. That's too bad you guys had to take off. I wish you could have stuck around, but we're glad to have you here. Robert Stempel and team up 5 right now from P11. Same with Jimmy Lynn. Like I said, those Porsches have been running together most of this race, or at least, positioned close together. And right now, currently running 6th and 7th. Mikhail Gorniev up 6. Joris Menting up 4. G. Steven, Igor, George Garton, and Christian McKessie right now all down positions. Thomas Jank up 5. Again, another one of our solo drivers. Maybe driving by yourself is the way to go. I don't know. Because our solo drivers are doing very well, including Nicholas Webfar, another solo driver for 24 hours, up 6 positions right now. And again, just great to see these guys able to move up, hold position. Things a little slow right now, obviously, with no current battles going on, but more pit stops are coming. We got another runner off course. Matteo Arcacia now off into the dirt. as we look for a clean rejoin. Take a look and compare the two Porsches right now, running about a second and a half off each other. But again, they've maintained position together throughout this race, up into 6th and 7th, both of them gaining position throughout the course, both of them 5 spots. Just Vanderhoogt. Very steady right now. Currently sitting P4. Gap's not really closing up that much, although Patrick Kurz has closed to within about 12 seconds of Dimitri Slow up front. Overhouse closing to within 7 of Patrick Kurz in front as well. So these guys slowly tightening things up as our pits start once again. Be looking to see how they do. Adam Thomas rejoins. These guys are in the pits, but able to rejoin. The wrong livery on that Lexus. Hopefully they get things worked out. He's also number 1000. That doesn't make any sense. Hopefully nothing too broken. Mateo Arcacia down 13 positions. That, you know what? It can happen. Not every race can be the best race, right? As we watch Patrick Kurz looking for an opening around William Campbell now as a back marker. It's anime versus anime. As William goes wide, giving Kurz the track to use. George Garton and Igor Agyev coming together now. What game is your boy playing? I could go up and ask him. Shy Guy. I'm sure they're both on their computers. I'd hate for them to help their mother this weekend or anything like that. You know. See if Igor is able to continue to tighten up on the back end of George Garton right now. George staying very consistent right now and should be able to hold this. I mean, if we look at the times here, just bring up that comparison, running 2 seconds over Igor. So again, Igor obviously able to catch up and close in that time, but now maybe losing some of that consistency as George stretches back out a little bit. Rob Keesar making room to let George by. William Campbell, another driver doing very well. Just coming out of the pits with a longer lap time, but running those 143s. Check in on Mathis Wass, currently running in 5th. And again, really in a position with open air right now, running about 142.6s on average. His best being a 142.635. Last lap a 142.7. So obviously opportunity there to continue to close gap up towards Vanderhoek, about 45 seconds back right now. Thomas Jensch doing very well, currently 4/10 up on his fastest time. Hey, Dunn, I'll help you out a bit. I mean, is it because you're old or broken, or I'm just wondering because, you know, all of us have been here for almost 6 hours now. Sleepy boy. Track temps up now to 26C. Nice and sunny at Imola. 21C ambient temperature. So again, things have slowed down with track temperature changes. With an in-game time right now of 11:28, we should be able to see the guys maintain tire pressures throughout the afternoon until things start to drop off later today. And welcome everyone. You are watching BoX3 Motorsports. I want to thank everyone for being here today to join us for this 24-hour race. As my audio gets all weird for a minute. Alexander Mamenga, again doing very well today. Up one position from 17 to 16, looking to gain more. Tapping going on back here with Igor. Little bump taps through the chicane today. Steven running into some trouble. The front end of that Audi not looking healthy at all, and we'll have to see if he's going to head into the pits to make repairs. A good bit of damage on the front end of that vehicle. Rob Keese are able to unlap a little bit. Alexander Mamenga having trouble on the start-finish straight, just getting run back up. Patrick Kerr's looking for open air around the back markers. Patrick Kerr's now within about 7 or 8 seconds of Dimitri Slow, and Theo Overhouse closing in only 1.5 back. With Kerr's being a little hung up in back markers, it doesn't surprise that we see that gap close up a little bit. But Theo's team running most of the first part of this race, and now we'll get to see if he's able to look for opportunity to get ahead of Patrick Kerr's again, as they look to clear this back marker and go to battle properly themselves. George Garton now with a yellow flag. Jordan Strolled as well. Theo Overhouse closing in very slowly on the back end of Kerr's now in that fancy Lexus. So are you done for today, Huff?
And I get a massive, large, huge F in the chat.
They do need a huge
We are
F in the
done.
chat. I saw it, man. I saw you come back. I think it was Wembley Adam came back first, right?
Yeah, just because he's the first driver, and that's how you got to do it.
So then Wembley comes in, and you guys were car number 1,000, and it said you had done 0 laps. I'm like, yep, they're done.
Well, here's what happened. Wembley was driving in the trees, from the stream point of view.
Yep.
But his point of view, he was out there just doing laps, man. He was doing his thing, but it said he was offline. So evidently he lost connection to the server. His internet went down for a split second or something. I don't know if it was his internet or a server connection issue or what, but it just showed him in the trees driving around. And we were debating on what to do. Should we just stay and have him do these phantom laps that may or may not count, 20 hours later, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
We may not have been able to hand the car off to the next driver. So we had the idea of returning to garage and trying to re-enter the server. And we were car number 1,000 on the first lap. So.
Yep. Well, that's unfortunate. You guys
It
are
is,
doing
man.
well.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, I gotta wonder though, because the same time we saw him in the trees, and this was true of the last driver that we saw disappear into the trees, my software got real wonky, like it couldn't talk to the server 100%.
Yeah, I think there's some...
Got really weird, and then all of a sudden it came right back. I never lost connection, but it was acting funny, let's put it that way. So here's the hope, and we hold out. Don't lose anybody else. But while you were away, Theo Overhouse closed in on Patrick Kerr's. We're down now to under a second. And he's definitely got pace if we bring these guys up and look at both. Patrick Kerr's right now out 9/10 slower on the last lap, allowing Theo to close in on him. By the way, Huff, I hope you can't hear me crunching.
Oh, you're good, man. Can't hear a thing.
Good. I know it's not going out on stream, but Discord doesn't use the same filters, so thought maybe you might have to hear it.
Dude, I'm still trying to... I need to change shirts, I guess. My back is full of sweat.
Oh, well, I can imagine, man.
Dude, I tried to
drove 2 hours, yeah?
I drove two stints in a row, so roughly 135 minutes was how long I could make it on fuel. I guess I tried to turn my fan on mid-stint. I was actually cold as crap going in, so I was like, all right, we'll be fine, I'll be nice and comfortable. I tried to turn my fan on in the pits. Well, my fan was unplugged because I'm an idiot. So luckily I said, hey, G-word, I don't want to say it because she'll pick up.
Okay.
Turned my thermostat to 60 degrees, and I was like, let's cool this off a bit. So
Oh, man. Let's check lap times here real quick between these two. Again, Overhouse continuing to close in. This time, Patrick Kerr's just a little bit quicker. Got himself up by about 2/10.
Dunn wants to know how we like our eggs. That's
Let's
an easy one for me, but I'll let you go first.
It depends on my mood. There's two ways. It really depends on my mood. Normally, if I'm out for breakfast, when I order breakfast, so I'm assuming I'm going out, over easy.
I'm scrambled all the way. I don't care where I'm having it, how I'm having it. I
Now,
don't
see,
do fried egg.
I do scrambled at home. I'll do scrambled.
Yeah.
You put ketchup on it?
Occasionally, man. It depends on the mood. I'm not opposed to it.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what's really good, though, is take a little bit of, like, mild salsa.
Yep.
That's a banging combo, dude.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but yeah, I'll usually do scrambled at home, but when I'm out, especially if it's a place that does, like, homemade bread, then I gotta have the over easy to dunk my bread and my toast in. You know what I'm saying?
What kind of bread we talking? We talking like a baguette?
No, like a homemade sour.
We spaghetti. So I'll throw it up in the chat there.
I saw it. No, I'm talking more like, whoa, and a little bit of a warble there. Overhouse just sliding, coming out of the chicane. Now these guys being caught by a back marker at this point as they battle. Trying to figure out who that is behind them.
My man said, "Tell Car 10 I love his sister."
Tell Car 10.
Oh, that's Steven.
Oh, okay. I was like, yeah,
Wait.
not number 10.
Are we referring to Steven's sister?
I have no idea. I'm not. You can if you want to. I don't know.
Well,
Steve.
the chat. I'm a grown ass man with a wife, dude. I've given up on life.
Oh, yeah, I know. Me too.
My looks did their job.
Patrick Kerr's continuing to keep Overhouse at bay right now. But yeah, no. So bread, I'm talking about like a homemade sourdough, right?
Yeah, I could get with that.
That's what I'm saying. Like being able to, toast that up, dunk it in your eggs. Oh, and right there it goes. Side by side we go. Overhouse taking P1 now up the hill. Patrick Kerr's tucks in behind. I'm his sister. Oh, well there.
Oh, so
it
you
is
should love
his
yourself,
sister.
then. Okay, had me confused.
Yeah, I was very confused. Is Steven in a room? Is he in a team channel?
Yes, I believe so.
Which one? Do you know? I don't see.
Molson, can you delete that in my stream, please? I mistyped, and I do apologize for that.
What? Wait, what?
In the stream chat.
No, I can't actually.
That's unfortunate. I apologize. I fat-fingered. Did not mean anything by that.
What did you?
I was trying to play a joke against DT Bubs here, and I tried to call him fat because Dunn said somebody talks food, and here comes Bubs, and he said, "Yes, sir." We laughing, having a good time, cutting up with Bubs. Bubs is one of the homies, and I fat-fingered. I'm sorry.
You didn't do anything. I can't tell you anything. I can't. I saw blank ass Bubs is all it shows in my chat. So.
Thank you. Awesome. Fantastic.
Steak and eggs. That's right. Yeah, but Bubs, I know you're eating grits. Don't lie. So Theo Overhouse now up into P2. Patrick Kerr sliding back to P3. Trying to open that gap slowly. Dimitri slow, continuing to lead. But that gap is slowly shrinking down to now under 7 seconds. So Theo Overhouse with good pace. We've continued to stick with these guys because you see here really running tight together. But Dimitri Slow continues to run the show up front as Rally Diaries shows up in the chat. You guys are doing great. It is a hard race. You're not lying. And we are only about a third of the way through. Now, there was something... Oh, which room is Steven in?
Let me see here.
I don't see...
Yep. They must have disappeared to... No, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, sorry. They must have disappeared to Crow's Discord.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
They're really trying over there. That's unfortunate.
Oh well,
Yeah,
I
I'm a
won't...
mod in Crow's Discord too. Should I kick him over there and like drag him in here? That'd be awesome.
Yeah, he is over there. You're right. They are over there. That would be awesome.
Those
But
try hard. Come
he's
on,
driving
Steve.
right now, so I don't want to screw with him. Listen to Steven's sister. I forget where your name was up here. I saw it. Nani. To Nani. We will let
Nani?
Steven know as soon as we can. Nani is the name I see in the chat.
Yeah.
N-A-N-I. So as soon as Steven's done driving, we don't want to interrupt him in the middle of his drive, and it would require us pulling him out of a voice chat, and he'd probably get scared and crash the car, and it would be all our fault. So I'm not going to do that to him.
Hey, I will say though, Nani, Steve is a great guy. You know, we're in voice chat often together. You know, he's one of my good buddies on here. Steve's a great guy. Your brother's awesome. So.
Yep, he's a good dude. There he is, right there on your screen right now. G. Steven. Driving that out. He never saw him go in to repair any damage. I mean, it looks pretty brutal on the front, but he's stayed out this whole time, so it can't be doing anything too horrible to the car. Bub says, you're right, with salt, not sugar. Who would put sugar on grits? That doesn't even make sense.
That must be a down south thing.
I've never heard of anybody putting sugar. Uh-oh. I'm gonna let you answer Zap in the chat.
Well, Zap, let's see. Everything happened, man. You name it, dude. Let's see. Our third driver in the stint here came out, had a software bug or some kind of bug, to where he had a 140-second controls locked penalty for some odd reason. So there's that. He's a whole lap down off of that. My man comes out on his second lap out and gets a puncture. Has to go into the pits to repair his puncture because he lost, a significant amount of pressure. Gets a drive-through for speeding in pits, and then shortly after that, we get internet issues and we got disconnected. So it's going great, buddy. How are you?
Theo Overhouse now in P1 with Dimitri Slow and Patrick Kurtz both into the pits. Let's see where we can find Matthias Wass on track right now to see where he will pick up position, if at all. Just coming out of the chicane and down the hill.
But I guess there is some good news to that. Our car getting kicked out, what have you.
What's that?
You get to put up with me for 20 hours, Adam.
That's awesome, dude. Let's roll.
Yes, sir. Like I said, I am going to have to step away for a bit here, shortly, and then again in the late evening, but, it shouldn't be too long. But I'll be here. I can cover more stewarding, so.
Not a problem,
My
sir.
event rolls on. Those guys get to go to bed.
Right? So Alexander Ukos, Patrick Kurz, back out on track. We'll see if that updates, because a lot of times the driver stint doesn't update right away when they come out. Oh no, Patrick's by himself, that's right. So Alexander Kukos takes over that number 11 vehicle. Matthias was able to get around both of them, taking up P2 in the 488 Mercedes. Sam Sarge would like to know the prep involved to solo this.
Dude, that's a good question.
Dehydrate yourself safely somehow for like 3 days?
Do you want to pop over into his chat? Because he said we're more than welcome to come in there and we can kind of ask him.
Crow?
No, the solo driver, Nicholas Wevar, Team Channel 17.
Oh, yeah, we can do that.
If you want to drag me, that'd be awesome. I'm actually away from my computer right now.
Okay, yeah, I gotta go find it here. Yeah, give me a second, I'll drag you up there.
Yeah, we can hear it from the horse's mouth, Sam. We can ask this man how he prepares.
I am being an idiot right now, going back and forth. All right, we'll grab you in a second, huh?
Yeah.
Niklas.
Yes.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
Good. So I gotta ask, man. I got Kevin Hoffman here with me. You're live on the BoX3 stream. How do you get ready for a 24-hour drive by yourself?
Just sleeping a lot and drinking a lot of water.
Drinking a lot of water? Because I would think that would make you have to go to the bathroom.
Nah.
Sweating it all right out.
Yep.
Okay. All right. And so what made you, like, what is it that makes you want to, and we see you're coming out of the pits now, and I don't want to hold you up. Tell us if we're disturbing you while you're driving. But what is it that makes you want to do this by yourself?
I just want to challenge myself.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I just want to challenge myself.
Yeah, it's a great challenge, man.
I'm
really surprised that you're doing it. You're doing well, actually. Doing
You
quite
are
well.
doing really well. I mean, again, that is a huge challenge.
Yeah.
One I know I could not make, so my hat's off to you, sir. So I don't know how you do it, because there's no way I go 24 hours without A, needing coffee, B, needing to remove that coffee, and C, eating food. Are you eating while you drive too sometimes? Maybe in the pits and just grabbing a couple bites or something, or?
Yeah, I have candy and something else.
Gotcha.
Nice.
Excellent.
All right,
man.
here's the real question, and I'm sure everybody in the chat wants to know this as well. Do you have a drink button mapped? Do you have it a drink?
Yeah.
Yes, my man. Well, man, stay safe. Definitely stay hydrated. Take care of yourself. Have a good time. Keep that in mind. Definitely health is always your main concern, main priority. But have fun,
100%.
man.
Yeah.
Have a good one, buddy. We'll let you get back to it, but thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
Yep. Uh-oh, I gotta find Huff. There we go. Alright, brought you back.
Yes, sir.
Alright.
After we left and he spoke a language I wish I could understand, I would love to know what he said.
I missed the one thing. I thought I heard for fun, but I couldn't tell what he said afterwards. If he said challenge
He said
or something
to
else.
challenge himself, yes.
Okay,
yes.
I thought I heard for fun, and I'm like, that doesn't sound like fun at all. No. Like not even a little bit.
Well, all right, dude. You know, I'm a bit on the crazy side when it comes to this.
Okay. Yep.
I may do it, but here's the thing with me. I'm going to be completely upfront. This is probably horrible. I can't hold my bladder for 24 hours.
Yeah.
Drinking, eating, that's not it. I think I could go 24 hours just like light snacking, stuff like that.
Ooh.
But I have a horrible habit of smoking, and I really don't want to go 24 hours without a cigarette.
Oh no. Somebody would be damaged by the time that. Now, what I need is to move my rig out to the garage where I smoke during the winter.
Yeah,
right?
there you go.
So
Same
move it
thing
out
here,
there.
Where I'm at now.
Get one of remember those old school? You're old enough to know. You remember, like, if you went to a smoker's house, they had like a stand. It was like a stand with an ashtray on top.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get one of those. Like, they were always wicked ugly. Had that like coffee colored glass in them for the ashtray. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So you get one of those, put it right next to your rig. You're all set.
Yeah.
We're
I guess
set.
I could do the vape thing, but I tried
No,
that.
it doesn't.
But it's not for me, man. It's not the one.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
Car 313 taking a trip to the beach.
I saw that. Yeah. Yep, he is not looking healthy either. Coming off of it, I think he made it all the way to the wall, across there.
That's tough.
Theo Ovenhouse coming out of the pits now. Alexander Kukos 2.1 behind him, so coming out just ahead of Kukos, who was running in first, but right now back behind Patrick Kurz, leading Vanderhoek by only 0.8 of a second. So the front of the pack is starting to tighten up again, and pit stops tend to do that, it seems.
Yeah, they do.
I know, Whelpcakes, we have a Lexus in the top 3. I never thought I'd see it happen.
The chat rig with built-in toilet.
Right. Cut a bucket cut into his rig.
All right,
No.
I'm going to disappear for a sec. It's looking like they're doing some incidents. I'm going to check in on them, make sure they don't need any help, and I will pop right back, okay?
Sounds good, man. I will be here.
Yes, sir.
Gap between Kurtz and Vanderhoek stretching out just a little bit now. Kurtz able to get himself ahead, clearing back markers again, as we've seen before. A lot of times if that front driver can make that clean and get around and that second driver gets hung up, it's obviously opening that gap. But my point being, it's all about the position on track and how quickly they can make room for you. Here, obviously not going to be a problem as Vanderhoek is able to clear on the front straight. And again, we'll be watching for the pass coming into T1. I think we're a little far apart this time, but maybe in the next lap as these guys come back around it. We'll also be keeping an eye back on P8, Mikhail Kornev, with Joris Mentink behind him. Joris Mentink, about 1.8 off pace right now. You see the pace there for the last lap, 0.08 of a second off in the favor of Patrick Kurz. Just over 18 hours left in today's 24-hour race at Imola. Thank you again to everyone for being here. Again, this race today brought to you by Apex Sim Racing. Head over to their website. The driver today, a random driver, selected at random at the end of the race, will be the winner of a version 2 of their vertical button box. Nice little device. I've never used one personally, but Kevin Huffman received it to give to provide to the winner, and they asked him to take a look at it, see what he thought, and he said it's very heavy on the front. Buttons have good tactile feel, so something that if I ever have a big boy rig, I might grab myself. I'd at least like to try one out, but I don't think I'll be doing that on the Playseat Challenge anytime soon. Patrick Kurz continues to keep Vanderhoek at bay for now. Bulking, no, there should not be any ballast in any of the cars. Not that I'm aware of. Christoph Art's now into the pits along with G. Steven heading in as well. We will see if G. Steven stays in the pits or comes back out. Continuing to drive. Only 0.2 separating these guys as they continue around the track. I mean, you know, again, spread by 0.8 now, but my point being the lap times are only about 0.2 apart. We've seen that the last 2 laps, and we'll see if it sticks that way this time as well. They've traded who's going to lead back and forth. Balking, thank you so much for stopping by. Hope to see you back here soon. There you go. It is again 155 this time. So very similar pace, and it you know, it gives that reason why Vanderhoek isn't quite able to close in. Kurz is staying right on this. Cat's been driving for almost 6 hours at this point. Going to continue through the whole 24 by himself in that Lexus. Jump back and take a look here, though. Mikhail Kornev, we've been watching. Joris Mentink about to go to battle. Both these drivers up significant positions during the course of this race. Joris Mentink with the faster lap time on lap 198, just crossing now 200 laps in today's race. And Mentank into the pits will end that battle for now. Take a look back up here. Patrick Kurz. Vanderhoek tightening up once again. With just under 6 hours completed, you can tell already now, looking up there in the corner, these guys are going to have driven over 600 laps by the end of today's race, or this weekend. I keep saying today's race. This ain't today's race. This is this weekend's race. We'll still be here tomorrow. Lost my dog. Guys continue to run so close, and again, that pace, they've just maintained that 1 or 2 tenths pace, you know, in between each other. Vanderhoek not able to find a place where Kurz is breaking down at all. The man is a machine, driving this entire 6 hours at this point. Currently showing 2 tenths up on his fastest time as we go around one more time. You know, when you're setting new fast laps for yourself 6 hours in, obviously you're doing something right. Alexander Kokos running in second. Still about 7 to 8 seconds back from Theo Overhaus. But we saw the flips that happened with these pit stops. It's all going to come down to pit strategy. These guys have to change drivers. Gonna have to stick around till tomorrow morning if you want to see how it plays out. Kurz staying extremely smooth through those fast corners. Mad Moses. If that's where he's hanging out, he's got bigger problems. George Garton now into the pits. What was my first car? My first car was a 1979 Volkswagen Rabbit, 4-speed. Let me tell you, for a little rabbit, she'd go. She'd go. I grew up in the country, Pennsylvania. A lot of dirt roads. A lot of dirt roads. They were a lot of fun, whether on a four-wheeler or in a car. Vanderhook looking for position now. Not this time. Again, T1 shenanigans. We've seen it a lot today. This is the lap now. He's tightened it up. No, there were paved roads done. And no, it wasn't a brontosaurus, Blue. Who would ride a brontosaurus? It's slow. Like a raptor or something. Come on. ...1968 Chevy Chevelle. Very nice. Much tighter this lap around than it was in the last three, but this time, this might be Vanderhoek's opportunity. Again, we've watched that T1 pass happen over and over and over again today. You've got to be tucked under, but if he can capture that line and get a good launch out of this corner right here, tighten up under the wing. Looks like Kurz has the jump, though. Little more straight line speed coming out of the corner. Oh, and Vanderhoek running very deep and catching grass right there in the corner. Going to spread these guys back out. Patrick Kurz getting a breather. My next car was an 89 Corolla. That car was fantastic. 40 mile to the gallon. That, folks, I am going to take a quick step away. We're going to throw you on autopilot. Don't forget, we are here for the entire 24 hours. I know Dunn's going to be here the whole time because that's how much he loves it. Plus, apparently, he went and did some hike yesterday. Can't even get out of bed. What else is he going to do? But we are going to stick here with you the whole time. Theo Overhouse continues to lead as hour 6 begins. Just under 18 hours left to go in today's race. I want to thank all of you for being here. I want to thank Kevin Huffman for joining me in here. I want to thank the drivers for letting me come in and talk to them. And not, hopefully I'm not harassing them. We still need, you guys in the chat got to help me remember, we have got to let, when G. Steven comes out of the car, out of that Audi, I need to make sure his sister knows that she loves him. Or that he knows his sister loves him. Sorry. We'll make sure we tell him that when the time is right. But with that, folks, I am going to take another quick step away. Be just a few moments. We'll leave you here, keeping an eye on things. Patrick Kurz, Gilles Vanderhoek continued to battle up front. Still about a 2-second gap as Vanderhoek went deep into T1 on the last lap. So be back to catch all that shortly. Talk to you in a minute. Patrick Kerr's continuing to hold on to P3 right now. Vanderhoek putting pressure on again. B. Steven, that 808 Audi now into the pits. Brian Canopin taking over in that 808 Audi coming out now. Brian Canopin, esports legend. Brian Canopin. Got word from Crow. We'll be pulling him in for an interview at some point. We don't want to do that now as he is just getting in the car. We will be looking to drag him over here and get some conversation going. Right now, though, we are, because he is out of the car. I'm hoping he's still there. We're going to drag Steven.
Yo, what's
up? Drug you down here real quick, man. You can go right back here in a minute, but I just have a special message for you. Your sister was in the chat and wanted you to know that she loves you.
Wait, for real?
Yeah. She was in the chat.
That sounds beautiful, man. Fuck yeah.
Oh.
My sister has a Twitch?
I guess so. She said she was your sister. It might not have been your sister. I don't know who it was.
Well, either way, that's a blissful message, and if we're sharing the love around, man, I love it.
There you go. I think it was awesome too. I got confused when I read it at first. I thought someone was making fun of you, like, "Hey, tell his sister I love him. I love her." Right? Like, I thought it was somebody being a wife. It's like I read it completely wrong, and she's like, "No, this is really his sister." So, want to drag you down and tell you that, yeah, you're.
I gotta tell my squad, dude. We're all pumped up now.
I see that, and esport legend Brian Canopin has now taken over the driving.
Oh yeah, he's getting us to the top for sure.
Think so? Currently P13. You did well yourself, though. You didn't have any problems out there. You did a good, like, you had a good race.
Minimal damage, a little bit of tire wear, but overall, I had a good time. You know what
No,
I mean? I'm not really experienced with the Audi, but I fucking like the car, man. It sounds great.
Absolutely. Now I see it. You know, we're looking at it right now, and I see there is still some damage on the front of that car. I assume it's not enough that it's causing you guys any problems.
Oh, it's almost minimal. I fixed almost all of it during the swap with Brian, so
okay,
it shouldn't be anything.
Excellent. Good to hear,
no
man.
aero damage for sure.
Nope, that's perfect. So, you guys are the only Audi in there today, so you've got to do well for me.
Oh my god, dude, I got you, bro. Fuck yeah, I forgot you are an Audi guy.
I am an Audi guy, 100%. Once in a while, I dip my toe into the Merc pool, but you know, I always come back to the Audi. So, I'm gonna be watching you guys extra close today.
I appreciate you, bro. Yeah, this fucking wins for you and all our families, dude.
Let's go, bud. Well, I'll let you go back to your crew, man. Help Brian out. I'm gonna drag him down. He said I was welcome to drag him down at some point for a mid-race interview. I won't, but not right away. So,
sure.
What's that?
He's expecting one. He has some words. You know what I mean?
Excellent. Well, we will drag him down, but I'll let him get a little bit into his stint here before we do that.
Warm up a bit for sure.
Yeah, get his tires under him and feeling good about it. But we'll get you back later, man, and good luck on your next stint. Get some rest so you're ready to rock and roll.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Awesome, man. Talk to you soon, buddy.
See ya. Peace.
G. Steven there in that 808 Audi. As we continue to watch Patrick Kurz and Vanderhoek. And as this has continued, Patrick Kurz now within a second and a half of Alexander Kukos in front of him. So we may be getting to find ourselves in a three-way battle for second, third, and fourth coming very soon. Well, we got Steven's message to him. Thank you so much to his sister for coming in. I'm assuming that was his sister, so thanks to her for coming in and sharing that. Watching today's race. Joining us today. Great to have all of you here. We will get Mr. Canopin down here in just a little bit as well. See how his race is going. Again, this wild chase continues as Kurz and Vanderhoek trade blows. Vanderhoek, little dip into the gravel. Doesn't seem to have slowed him down too much, though. But it will put enough of a gap there to let Kurz hold on to this straight. You are excellent out into the grass as well. Alexander Kukos, no doubt hoping that Vanderhoek can continue to keep Kurz busy so he's unable to make a push. Let's just take a look, though, and I want to see these times. There you go. Right now, Kukos running a little bit, just a little bit fast, about 0.2 of a second. Is that because of the battle? I mean, obviously this gap has continued to close. So if Kurz can get himself freed up from this battle, Vanderhoek making a mistake, diving into the pits, whatever it takes, I have a feeling we're going to see that close up very, very quickly as we roll on to lap 212 today. 6 hours, 13 minutes gone by. We are here for another 17 hours and 46 minutes. Thank you all so much for being here. To all of you chatting, to all of you not chatting and just watching and joining, thank you for being here supporting these drivers today. Wonderful to see so many people turn out to watch these guys. They are the stars of this show. Done. We already done talked about these overlays, but you were too busy sleeping. He's a tired boy. All new overlays today. Actually, we used them. I used them last week as well for the Bathurst race. But these are what we will use going forward, and we're hoping to get them edited and adjusted a little bit, kind of personalized for BoX3. Gonna work with Whelp Cakes over at 949. He's gonna help. He's gonna looking at this software as well, and we will share resources and try to put things together to get the best layouts possible. Our P2, 3, and 4 drivers, Kukos, Kurz, and Vanderhoek, respectively, all keeping it very tight. All three very consistent. We rolled downhill one more time. Now hitting some traffic. We'll have to see how this breaks things up. All of these guys all three cars within 1 second of each other. And I don't mean front to back. And we've got a spin and a push. Oh, that is unfortunate. Patrick Kurz pushed. Let's go back here a little bit. Let's jump this back real quick from Vanderhoek's perspective. And again, I hate using a 30-second replay for what we're going to miss, but why did it not do what I told it to do, which was be here? Oh, was looking to catch the push, and unfortunately the camera changed on its own for me. Wonderful. That was nice. So with that, Alexander Kukos now 5-6 over Vanderhoek, taking up third. And Patrick Kurz now running in fourth, about 3 seconds back from Vanderhoek. Very unfortunate to see that. Well, that spreads things out a little bit up front again. We'll see if the stewards get that report. Hopefully somebody gets that report and is able to take appropriate action. If there was a push, I mean, it looked like a push, but from the angle we captured here, very, very hard to tell. As we wait for the next set of these pit stops to kick in, Theo Overhouse continues to lead right now by 31 seconds over Alexander Kukos. So plenty of time there to sneak in and out, possibly holding position during that pit stop. Vanderhoek continues to run about 5 seconds now off pace with Patrick Kurz behind him, 2.8. That gap is already shrinking. Started out at about 3.5 seconds. We're now down to about 2.5. So we'll see how long it takes Patrick to catch back up to Vanderhoek if he's able to do so before the next pit swap. From there, the rest of our drivers relatively well spread out at this point. Mathis Wass continues to run in 5th right now, with Pavel Dolzal running in 6th. Another unfortunate incident today. Timothy Glendining driving back again, our only Bentley on track today. And I love how, for some reason, he is, unlike everyone else who's a lap behind or what have you, is actually 4,000 seconds behind. That's interesting. Overhouse, our leader, only having done 5 pit stops so far. Kukos, Vanderhoek, both having done 6, but Patrick Kurz, again, only 5 pits. Mathis was sitting in 5th right now. His team only having committed to 7 pits, or having committed to 7 pit stops, still sitting in 5th place. As we see a sideways driver, folks looking to get around and out of the way. Zar Nanyev. Now with Joris Mentink there with that spin, giving Joris an opportunity to pick up P8. Zauer getting himself set just in time to find pressure from Joris. Oh my. Vanderhoek starting to close in now on Alexander Kukos. 1.5 back. We'll keep our eyes up there as Joris Mentink looks for an opportunity against Zauer Ganyev. Also a little bit further back, P12 Igor under pressure. Looks to be coming under pressure from Brian Canopin, esports legend Brian Canopin. Brian Canopin closing up on him very, very quickly now. Look at the lap times here. Brian Canopin a full 1.5 seconds faster than Igor. Just waiting for his opportunity now and moving his team up into P12. You heard Steven say it, that Crow was going to bring it. Igor opening the door right there. Not quite all the way, though. Vanderhurst going yellow flag, however, with a little bit of a spin. Still holding P4. Patrick Kerr's now back up into third. Again, that lap right there, we look at another 1 second time difference between these two drivers. Brian Canopin well on pace for this, just needs to find that opportunity. And here it is, shooting to the inside. Igor defending hard, cruising in just a tad. Canopin looking for an outside line. Not quite there, though. Igor holding on for one more corner. Igor with constant pressure now. Crow breathing down his neck for another lap. William Campbell now into the pits. Igor able there to run just a little bit quicker, 0.07 of a second, holding Crow at bay. And Crow being very exacting in his strategy, not looking to push, waiting for that right opportunity. This is a 24-hour race. We are only 6.5 hours in. He's got plenty of time to gain that position. Joris Mentink back on the back end of Zauer. Taking up a lot of time during the last lap. Two battles now. Brian Canopin coming on the inside line. Just not quite there, though. Igor continuing to hold on. Both these cars now being picked up by the number 70 Porsche, currently sitting in 6th. So technically back markers, but they are battling out. Mentink now back off of Zauer a little bit. And Brian Canopin slipping. Letting the back marker through. Also going to open up a 1.5 second gap up to Igor. We check in with Zauer and Joris again. Look at Dunn calling it right here. Crow slipstreaming the Porsche, who, again, number 70 is currently in P6. Forcing Igor to play defense against both drivers to prevent Crow from sneaking through. Igor looking to open for the Porsche. Is Crow going to follow? And is he going to be able to? Brian Canopin taking position now, but on the outside. Now gets the inside line. And right there it is.
We're in for a treat. Here you go. You can talk about the pass right now. Crow, you're on, man. We just caught the overtake. That
just saw the overtake, man.
Perfect timing.
Yeah.
And Dunn called it before you did it. Dunn called. He's like, Crow's going to use that Porsche to pass. He'll squeeze right in, and there you went.
Yeah, I kind of noticed that. I guess to get you in the eyes of, in the mind of a driver there, I kind of noticed that I didn't quite have the straight line pace to just blow by him on the straight. He must be running lower wing, or I guess the BMW isn't as draggy as I thought.
Mm-hmm.
So I was losing quite a bit of time though over the course of the lap. I kind of, once that Porsche arrived, I kind of saw that as an opportunity to just use opportunities created by him getting by to get me by, essentially.
Yeah.
So I didn't, spend too much time with that Porsche behind me, kind of just let him past. Oopsie. So I could then take advantage of the situation when the BMW would be compromised by him going through as well.
Well, and you basically use what we've called out here before, right? When you're a back marker, which you are right now, to that number 70 Porsche, you're in a battle. So you need to clear the path and not defend against the Porsche. But the minute you do that, you're taking an opportunity that other car is going to slip through. And you're give up position because he's going to dive through on that opening of the door, right?
Yeah.
So obviously taking advantage of that and used it to your advantage, and it worked out perfectly.
Yeah, that's where I guess like a lot of the, I guess you would call it mind games or just strategy of using lapped traffic or lapping traffic to help compromise people around you to get moves done.
%, man. You did very well with that. So I know I'd gotten your message earlier, but I wanted to let you get your wheels under you. And I was actually going to drag you down a few minutes prior, but you were in a battle and I didn't want to do it to you then. So how goes the race so far today?
Well, yeah, as you said, just kind of getting my feet wet. Trying to get comfortable with the car. Cars always are going to feel different, depending on the temps and I guess conditions, or even just, since it's been, I think about, 5 hours at least? No, maybe 6?
We're 6.5 in.
6.5 in on, on these pads. Like there's, it's going to extend that braking marker just a tiny bit. So just kind of getting a feel for the car, trying not to pick up too many track cuts in the meantime. But yeah, just trying to get settled, because at the end of the day, like I always say, like endurance is just about eating at the clock, trying to remain consistent. It doesn't matter if you're a couple tenths faster on, you know, one lap or this lap or whatever. If you're just going to bin at the next, you know, it basically eliminates any advantage you would have gained by that. So just going to try to settle in back to my pace. Usually I wouldn't be going for any moves, but I felt like with the person that I just kind of got by, I was maybe lapping about a second and a half faster than them. So that kind of deficit would add up over time. So I did kind of feel the need to get by him in that regard.
And that, you know, that's what we were noticing here watching, is that you were running a second to a second and a half faster than him until you had really caught up, and then he was controlling your pace to where it was, you know, 2/10 in his favor, or something, you know, in Igor's favor. You know, yeah, you definitely had pace on it, and that's what we sat here watching for. So right now, watching Joris Mentink get around Zaur Naniev. Another pass up. Joris moving into P8 now. And Kukos is under attack by Patrick Kurz again. Front runners are hammering down on each other today. So, Crow, what's your strategy as far as, you know, and obviously not asking you to give anything up, but I mean, are you guys doing double stints? It looked like your first driver drove for 4 stints straight.
Yeah, that was kind of just an error, essentially.
Okay.
I'd say the third stint was an error of the alarm clock, is what we'd call it.
Gotcha.
And then the, you know, I mean, just like, it's kind of interesting how sim racing in so many ways, you know, familiarizes itself with real racing. In real racing, you know, they have mechanical issues. I guess you could call in sim racing we have mechanical issues or software issues. I'm not sure what you'd call it, because in the case of our driver to take over after the first 2 stints, you know, first, you know, we had an alarm clock, and then secondarily, we actually had a spillage on the PC, which put him out for, you know, yeah, a couple of minutes before he could get it back up and running again.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's not good.
You know, so it's kind of funny, you know, like it is the sim racer's version of a mechanical failure.
Yeah, of a something coming apart, right? A bolt falling off or something. So,
yeah.
And even some of the issues we've seen, I mean, we've had a driver, well, Huff, you're who was it? Wembley, with an internet disconnect. I mean, you know, you don't have to worry so much other than brakes and tires. The drivers in sim racing aren't really worried about, you know, the engine's not going to fall out of their car, right?
Yeah.
The pit crew never forgets to tighten the lugs so a wheel goes flying down the pit lane as they start to take off. Those things don't happen in sim racing. However, like you said, software, PC issues, networking issues can really blow out your race, and Huff knows that all too well today.
Oh, what happened on their end?
Their driver lost connection for a few minutes, or for a minute, like a blip, and that was all it took to send the car off into the woods from our perspective. From his perspective, he was still driving. And then they disconnected, and when they tried to come back the right way, they had 0 laps and were in the wrong car, and it was car number 1000. So
yeah, well, that's a race over in that regard.
Yep, pretty much done. So it was unfortunate, though. Huff did well. He gained 3 spots for the team, and they were doing really well. So
yeah.
Speaking of which, let's take a look at position deltas real quick. So Ryan, your team's still down 4 spots. Plenty of time to make that up, however. You've already come
absolutely.
back 1. We've still got a ton of time here. We continue to watch Kukos and Patrick Kurz battle each other for P2. Overenhaus still flat. Our pole qualifier, you know, our qualified as pole, started the race in first, still sitting up there. Patrick Kurz, I gotta say, like, so, bro, you know, you've done esports, you've raced SRO. Would you ever do a 24-hour race by yourself?
Absolutely not. That's putting in. I mean, that's like taking the word endurance and putting it in its most extreme form.
Yeah.
You know, I guess to draw more parallels, right, between sim racing and real racing, obviously we aren't feeling any lateral G's unless you're in some sort of motions rig.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, the physical demand of sim racing is unlike any other esport. You actually have to be in some level of shape in order to do it for a decent amount of time, and I can only imagine what it takes to fight the sleep deprivation of staying up 24 hours, but also to add on top of that the amount of you know, I guess muscular soreness that you would achieve
I would think so,
from
yeah.
pushing for that amount of time.
Well, it's particularly depending on what you're driving on. I mean, sure, I would say if you're on a Logitech G29, that's a lot different than running this on what, a DD1 or a DD2, right?
Yeah.
So
I can only imagine he has his force feedback on the lower end of things.
I would hope so, yeah. And Dunn is very happy because you just said that Dunn is in shape.
Oh yes,
Yes,
everyone here is in some shape.
Some shape. Dunn, don't worry about it. Round is a shape. You're fine. You're
Yeah.
fine. But here's the thing, and again, I've left the and I know you can't see it, but I've left the the position delta up on the screen. And here's the thing about this: Patrick Kurz, racing by himself, he's gained 6 positions, right?
Wow.
Joris Mentink has gained 5 positions racing by himself. Thomas Jantz, currently in 14th, has gained 5 positions. And Nicholas Waver has gained 7 positions. So the guys that are driving by themselves are the ones who have gained the most during this race so far. Now, we'll see how that holds, right? Because they got to go a whole 24 hours, let's face it. But I'm just saying, like, up front in this first half of this race, it's interesting to me that they're the ones that are gaining the most positions. And it makes me wonder why, because the pit stops aren't any shorter, are they? There's no...
So I think I can speak to that to a certain degree.
Okay.
All right. The more moving parts you have, the more complexity you have, right? ACC, I mean, great game. Always tends to create more mayhem when you're doing driver swaps, right? As we talk about with Huff's team, right? As soon as you you leave, you rejoin in the proper procedure, it doesn't work, that's you out of the race, and that's to some degree facilitated by being in a driver swap car. So I would imagine that there have been some issues created by just the element of driver swap. But another thing that I could say is talking about what you were mentioning in terms of they've gained positions, but we'll see how that holds. I would actually argue that someone driving by themselves would be more comfortable, during this time they're probably still very dialed in, just because they've been lapping this combination for the last 5-6 hours, right?
Yeah.
I think they're at the point where maybe if they've been training up for this, right, they're still at their peak, right? Fatigue hasn't quite fully set in. I mean, that's kind of like why I believe that 2-hour stints, or like a double stint per person before you change drivers, is the right way, because if you do every hour, you're going to spend the first few laps getting comfortable again, right?
Yeah.
And then after that 2 hours, you make the trade just to keep everyone fresh by the time they're in the car, right? Because fatigue does take its toll. But I think, by doing, it straight, right, they had their couple warm-up laps at the beginning, but since then they've never had to re-warm themselves up. They've just been dialed in ever since then, right? And I think that if they have prepared properly, they're not going to have issues with fatigue yet, and we'll really see that slow down maybe happen over the course of time.
That's what I'm curious about, is when does that happen? Do they start slowing down? Do they get into incidents? I mean, the one guy who's doing this said the last time he tried it, he made it 21 hours, and he realized he was going to become a danger on track, so he stopped the race, right? So I think that's what's important. If you want to do this, man, hats off to you. I wouldn't do it, but go for it. But just realize once you hit that point, right? It's like real driving in the real world, not even race driving, but on the road. Once you realize, I could be a danger to myself or others, it's time to get out of the car, right? And in our case, get out of the rig, I think is important.
Well, I think, yeah, within the context of a 24-hour race, and oftentimes it's a lot of people investing time, teamwork and whatnot. You wouldn't want to ruin that for other people.
Yeah.
Contrasting to our Tuesday night beer league, where we actively invite people to get a little bit, buzz for our casual race. So
Yeah.
I would say, speaking to the different nature of this race, while I mean, everyone can take it their level of seriousness or competitiveness. They can, want to take it. At the end of the day, I think, from his perspective, yeah, or from their perspective, anyone doing it on their own, they probably don't want to ruin, someone's 24-hour investment.
Yeah. No, 100%. Now, let me ask you, because you're on a team, do you, obviously you're driving now, will you sleep at some point, or are you too invested in, one, helping the team, and two, helping keep them awake and keeping them motivated, that you would actually instead stay up the entire 24 hours, even if you're not driving?
Well, so for me, one of the, I guess, OP strats for this is actually to have teammates with different time zones. So our team has been blessed with one Australian to kind of take the very beginning and end. So the rest of us who are all in the US based, might have to stay up a little late or wake up a little bit early, but don't have to pull any, I guess, full graveyard shifts.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, that's what I was curious, if you were gonna look to stay up the whole time and be supportive of the team, or if you were just gonna be like, you know what, I'm going to take a nap. So.
Well, yeah, I think that's important. Like, as a general rule of thumb, you always want one person there to help in the case of mayhem, because there's always a chance of it happening. Or even just, making sure that we do pit stop procedures correctly. It's always nice to have that support. But, other than that, the other two drivers, enjoy some of the other things going on in your day. Or just, get some of that rest, of course.
Step away, go eat, maybe, things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm actually very curious to understand how these people doing it all by themselves, how they manage all of that. To be honest, like, because that's a lot of logistics. Do you just have a friend by you feeding you?
Well, the one guy we spoke with said he's got they're like high sugar, high energy candies that he has.
Interesting. That sounds incredibly nutritious.
Well, yeah, but it's one time, right? Like, maybe you don't eat like that all the time, but if you're doing a 24, it's like, hey, I'm gonna throw down for 24 hours and do this. But the other thing he said, which surprised me, was drink a lot of water. I'm like, but then you're just gonna have to go to the bathroom all the time. He's like, nope, just, he basically said it kind of just sweats out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
he doesn't ever take advantage of a longer pit stop or something?
I don't know. I mean, how long are the pit stops, right? Like, I mean, I would think you'd have to. I don't know how anybody go 24 hours without going to the bathroom. There's no way.
Well, all right, so if we're talking strategy for a moment, I'm assuming that a lot of the teams are actually going to be potentially going for one brake pad change, which adds 45 seconds to that pit timer, which would then give you a 1 minute 15 pit, which is enough time to get something in at least.
Yeah, you could run quick. Better be quick about it. I'd be scared to eat.
Yeah, absolutely.
Knowing my luck.
Well, hence maybe the high sugar candy is the way to go in that regard.
Don't want to eat anything. No coffee, right? No coffee. Nothing that's going to make me have to take longer than a minute 15 in the bathroom, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
We continue as we talk to esports legend Brian Canopin here. Continue to watch Kukos and Patrick Kurz battle it out for 2 and 3. This, again, we're in a rubber band situation. They stretch, each one of these guys a little bit better in each sector, but overall their time's staying very close as we get ready to start another lap with them. Brian, it's up to you. You're welcome to hang out with us while you drive, or if you would like to go back to your team channel, I can dump you back up there if that would be better for you.
Yeah, sure thing. Go ahead and drop me off, just because sometimes I talk to myself and I wouldn't want to interrupt.
No problem, man.
Your broadcast there.
I will throw you back up to channel 10 where you guys were, and I will send Steven up there with you. He's muted and deafened right now, but I'll send him up there with you. So thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks
for
watching.
Yep. There you go. Again, esports legend Brian Canopin. And the only Audi on track, now up into P11. So doing very well for his team at this point. Now about 42 seconds back from Remco Ottens. Currently sitting in third. And Patrick Kurz has dumped into the pits. So now Alexandro Kukos has some pressure relieved, able to hold on to P2. We know obviously he's going to have to go in at some point. But right now, Patrick Kurz in the pits. Taking a little break himself. Shane Rees. A little off-track action. Again, Shane, and I saw earlier that I believe it was Dunn who had asked how many drive-thrus we have had thus far today. If you give me 1 minute, I will tally them up for you, but let's see. 4, 7, 8. 16 thus far. 16 drive-through penalties. Some drivers pulling 3, some with 1, some with none, of course. Patrick Kurz back out from the pits, falling to 5th during that time. And about 2.5 seconds back now from Pavel Dozal, one of our Porsche drivers. So another Porsche moves up, leaving Jimmy Lynn behind this time. Those guys were running together for quite a bit today. Moving up position after position, but now Dozal gaining 2. It's going to give them a 7-position game so far. Team made up of Jiri Valek, Mattis Heiss, Pavel Dozal, and Robert Stempel. 7-position gains during this race so far today. Just about 7 hours in, almost 17, a little over 17 hours left to go. But Patrick Kurz now out on track. If he has opportunity to catch up to Alexander Kukos again. Yo Overhouse continues to lead. JCast just recently got the game and want to get to this level. Well, I will tell you what, JCast. That's what you do right there, sir. Come on over, join the Discord. We accept all racers. I'm a horrible, horrible sim racer. I'm slow. I just try to keep out of trouble and not get in anyone's way. And I am accepted in the community. We have casual racing. If you want to start off casual and not have to worry so much about, you know, whether or not you have any kind of trouble not wanting to run a league race or something like that, then by all means, come join us. We do have casual seasons that run as well. As we see there, Pavel Dozal into the pits now in one of those Porsches. He will drop back into P5. Justine Scheffer back in the number 31 car. And we watch these guys battle hard all the way through. Vander Hoogt. Very clean, consistent driving all day today. Kurtz as well. Only 3 drivers on that team, so we'll see Kurtz back out after Justine's shift. Shane Rees into the pits and now back out. Currently sitting P20, but again, Rees has done a very good job today. Even the fact, I mean, look, Rees has had 2 drive-thrus and a stop-go 30. And even so, even with that, that team has gained 4 spots today. So again, doing a really good job trying to lock down the consistency and work their way up the field. We have had stop-goes as well for a few of the drivers. As I mentioned, Rees had one. Andrew Jackson, that team had one as well. Stop-go 30. A stop-go 30 for Nicholas Weber. Stop-go 30 for Wyatt Hackley's team. Number 24, Aston Martin. Most of those being for pit entry speed, as all the drivers were warned. They were warned that the pit entry here is very short. You've got to bring it down hard and fast if you don't want to get any sort of penalty. I actually had a few drivers who came in so hot that they ended up with disqualifications. We removed those. We don't want a team disqualified for that, especially if it's an honest mistake. This is not real life. There are no people standing back there looking to possibly be hit by a car. But they were, however, issued stop-go 30s to replace those DQs. Again, folks, don't forget Xbox Racing starting in just 10 minutes. You'll be able to go over and watch B-Fife. I will grab his Twitch link and make sure that you guys know where to go if you'd like to go check out B-Fife, our resident Xbox manager. Doing a fantastic job so far over there. Just absolutely wonderful to see the way he's bringing things together, the Xbox League, and really able to help out with that. But they will be running the Hungaroring today for 45-minute race. I encourage you all to jump over, say hello to Fife. He'd be happy to see you, and I will again get that link up here in just a moment as we get closer to the start time. Mathis was now into the pits, allowing Patrick Kurz to move up to P3. And that gorgeous Lexus of his. Still about 10 seconds now back from Kukos, and Theo Overhouse is into the pits. We'll see who comes out driving that vehicle next. Justine Scheffer moving up with Waz in the pits. There you go, folks. You go check out B-Fife's stream as he gets started here in just a little bit with Xbox Racing. Be sure and show him some love. Another BoX3 driver. But here at BoX3 Motorsports, we will be sticking right here for the rest of today and into tomorrow morning. Morning for me. Late morning for some of y'all. Overhouse staying out this time again. Now leading by 70 seconds, but we've been here before, and you see that time coming down very quickly as he's just now getting up to speed. We'll see kind of where it resolves itself at, but we've seen that gap before, and we've also seen those guys drop all the way back to third, given how the pit stops run. We'll have to wait and see how this all plays out. It's going to be all night long. Jiri Valek back out in the number 70 Porsche, and they have dropped back to P6 right there with Nikos. Good gap separating them, 71 seconds, but still both Porsches running very close together. Nicholas Wayfar, we check on one of our solo drivers today. Man Bear Fred says, I'm in for the next big race on Bathurst. I love Bathurst. We did the league race last Sunday was Bathurst, and it was absolutely fantastic to watch. It always is. I love driving that track too, but it's a lot of fun to watch. Off the back of Wyatt Hackley. Mayak Mamenga back out on track today, taking over, driving duties. There you go. If you look at the top mount, settling out, Alexander Kukos about 59 seconds back from Theo Overhouse. Theo just coming out of the pits. Patrick Kurz another 9.5 seconds back there for P3. And Justine Scheffer running P4 right now. As I said, for JCast and for anyone else interested, if you are looking for a home, We are BoX3 Motorsports. Our PC League continues next Sunday. We're coming right back to Imola for another 90-minute race, 7 p.m. UTC, 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And jump over to BoX3 Motorsports and join in. Only 3 races left in this season. But as I was saying to JCast, and again, anyone else who might be interested and you're not sure you're up, maybe you're not ready for league racing. I don't consider myself a league racer. I'm not as competitive as some of these guys. I don't know. I do this for fun and strictly for fun. It's not my competitive side. That's okay, because Tuesday Night Beer Cups, 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, back this week at Laguna Seca. That will happen on Tuesdays. That's in conjunction with Trackalicious Sim Racing and 949. We want to thank them for partnering up for that. These guys go in a room, they're driving Porsche Cup cars, they're in a voice chat together, Porsche Cup cars and BMW M2s, and just throw down and have a blast. Just having a good old time. More casual racing with the Euro trip as well. This week, Monday, April 18th, going to be at Spa again, 7 p.m. UTC, 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And if you enjoy races like today, these endurance races, again, working with 949 and Trackalicious, we have a summer 6-hour endurance series, GT3 and GT4 multi-class racing, starting in Barcelona in May. That'll be at 8 p.m. UTC, about 4 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 6-hour races. A lot of fun to be had with those guys. And as I said earlier, we want to thank Apex Sim Racing for their sponsorship of today's race. One driver tomorrow morning, after this is all done, one driver selected at random is going to win an Apex Button Box Vertical Mount V2. We want to thank Apex for sponsoring this 24 hours at Imola. And I did see someone in the chat said something about number 18's position. I'm hoping, now they're in the pits now, I'm hoping with a pit stop and a driver change that'll stop. I don't know why it's like that. It's the only one that's like that. It's very strange. Everybody else just goes to laps and this stays like this. So hopefully that will swap out with a driver swap and that'll stop. If not, unfortunately, there's not much I can do except bounce my overlays. And if I do that, it breaks everything. It breaks it all. That again, Theo Overhouse continues to lead today. Patrick Kurz sitting in 3rd currently. Checking on some of the drivers we haven't looked at lately. Remco Otten's back on board in the BMW. Remco very consistent today. Has done a decent job moving this team forward. Working hard to hold position. Team Merchalkin, F1. Matthew Givens now out in the 555 Bentley. And unfortunately that time stayed the same. So I don't know why it's broken, but it's broken in some weird fashion. Zidane Markey taking over the number 22 BMW. Now, we had talks before about the Astons and the BMWs, but yeah, we have an Aston up front, we have a BMW up front, but Patrick Kurz in the Lexus holding in 3rd. From there, Justin Scheffer, that team in a BMW, but we've got, again, the Merc and 2 Porsches, along with another Merc and another Aston and another BMW, all in the top 10. So I think it's a great mix of vehicles. Obviously, some vehicles or some cars are going to be better at certain tracks than others. That happens. But I think a great mix today. And again, we've seen that flip. We've seen Kurtz up in P1. We've seen Ukos and team up in P1, right? So it's not that the Aston has dominated today. It's that Theo Overhouse and team, made up of Julian Rehberg, Justin Wishman, and Leon Lange, are driving like they mean it and doing a great job. Overhouse holding fastest lap today to 142.5. Patrick Kurtz continues to close down, only about a 7-second gap now. It started out at around 10. See how long Kuko stays in the car. They may need another pit stop to change drivers soon. And that may give Kurtz an opening to move up, or he may catch them before that driver change happens. We'll check in Anthony Anderson on track right now. $614 Nissan. We'll check in with those guys real quick and see what they might have to say. Mr. Butler, Mr. Anderson.
Hello,
How you
hello.
doing?
How we doing, guys?
Doing all right.
Doing all right? Hanging in there?
Yeah, I have no complaints on my end. I mean, I'm not as fast as my practice usually is, but consistent. That's all I can really ask for myself right now.
Now, let's see, Anderson, you've driven. Butler, you've driven, right?
Yeah, Rob has driven 2 stints. I've driven 1, and this is
Okay.
Anderson's first stint. Blue will be the next one to get in the car, and then he's actually going to drive 2 of the last 3 stints to finish us out tomorrow morning. So
Okay, gotcha. Now, I
only
wondered
gonna
when
drive-
Blue was jumping in, because I promised him I would commentate or curse him the minute he was in the car.
Yes.
So.
Oh, this just in from Blue headquarters. He will not be driving until you go away for a while.
Yeah, but I only ever go away for about 3 minutes at a time, 3 to 4 minutes at a time. So,
Fair.
I mean, the next break I take, which will probably be in about 10 or 15 minutes, I am going to look to make a pot of coffee. So I got to get that started and then, also have a cigarette. So I'll be a few extra minutes there, maybe 5 or 6. But his stint's longer than 5 or 6 minutes is my point.
That's not enough. So we got about a little over 25 minutes left in Anderson's stint here. He's going to double stint.
Okay.
So we're going back-to-back 70-minute stints, trying to run out of fuel, almost a full tank of fuel. We're not getting a full tank of fuel. The Nissan holds 132, and we're only putting about 115 in. That seems to be enough. But yeah, it's going really well as far as the stint go. Anthony's doing a great job catching up some of the time that I lost us on track earlier. We are sitting on 3 track warnings though, so we're in danger of a drive-through unless we can pay somebody off.
You wouldn't be the only one, I'll tell you that. We've had drivers running right now with 2 and 3 drive-throughs, so it's been hitting hard. Stop goes, everything.
Yep, no penalties, no stop goes, no drive-throughs for us so far. Just good clean racing. No incidents where we believe we were at fault. So it's been a fun race. We'd like to be further up, but still recovering from the T1 incident.
Yeah, no, and you guys are doing a great job today. You've been very consistent, ever since that first incident. You guys seem to have held consistent and been able to hold on and not cause any problems and just drive, right? So I think that's what's important. I had a question for you. Now I can't remember what it was.
How are you holding up, Molson?
I'm fine. Dude. I was finna start drinking, but I'm like, I better wait till tonight. Because I'm afraid it'll knock me out. So I'm gonna do some coffee first, and then we will go from there with maybe a little bit of drinking tonight.
All right, good job of Sheffer through.
Oh, man.
And you got the leader 12 seconds back behind him. So just follow him through and get some slip, save some gas.
Perfect. Listen to you guys working together and everything.
Just
That's
give
the only
me a-
part I'm
give me
good
a
at.
little squeeze.
Engineering and car setup is all I can do. We've decided I'm the mascot for the team.
I think we lost somebody too.
Oh, really?
We did.
Yeah, up front. I'm not sure. Who's
Now we're in
running
18th. We'll take it.
Yeah, I think we lost whoever was running in second, and I don't memorize it because it's always in front of me, and they dropped off. We lost a driver somewhere. That's not good. Well, guys, I will leave you alone, but I wanted to check in with you, see how things were going.
Yeah,
Pretty
thanks
good.
for dropping by. Feel free to come back.
I will come back. I'm going to make sure I come back. I was going to grab Blue to come over and commentate with me, but when I came to talk to you guys last time, he was in here, but he didn't talk, so I figured he was away.
He was, yeah.
And so I didn't want to just grab him.
Now.
Oh, he's taking a nap right now? What is with the naps?
Right?
Like,
I'm the old guy here, not him.
I was going to say, isn't he only like 25 years old? Like, can't...
Yes, he's a baby.
I'm saying my 44-year-old ass is staying up this whole time. What is up with that? Unbelievable. Whatever.
You and the power of coffee.
That's right. That's all I need. I'll make it
Or
through.
you need to
one
find
way or
out, get some candy from one of those guys that
Right?
by themselves.
Some kind of
The special
super
candy.
hype energy candy. There's special candy in this house. You don't want me you don't want me eating it. I'll tell you
Right?
that. That will not go well for anybody.
But it'll be entertaining for a few minutes at least.
For a few minutes till Twitch comes in and shuts it down, and then it'll be a lot of fun. So, all right, gentlemen, you boys continue your race. Have fun. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
We'll be
Will
keeping
do.
an eye out, and I will be watching for Blue to be in that car so we can commentate him hard. There it is. Kukos
All right.
just came back in 7th in the pit. That's who we lost, was Kukos.
Interesting.
Yeah, Team Kukos dropped out. So now sitting in 7th. Just take a look here. Yeah, Bill Savitis, George Brastos, and Dimitri Slow on that team. So hopefully those guys can get back out on
Ooh.
track. At least they came in
Little
the
smack.
right car. So
Little smack talk in the Discord. Thanks, Car64. Ottens.
Uh-oh.
You're welcome. Ottens is a character.
I didn't see Ottens do anything. Ottens went into the pits.
Yeah, Gress is driving now, so I don't know.
Yeah, that's... Huh.
Yeah. Oh well,
Boy.
little friendly banter.
Maybe.
No,
That's
nothing
right.
big.
Better be nice to each other. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
All right, gentlemen. I'll let you get back to driving and spotting. Have a good race. I'm sure we'll talk again before tomorrow morning.
Yes, sir. Thanks, Molson.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Later, guys. Again, Anderson and Butler holding down the fort right now while Blue gets a nap in. Isar probably getting some rest as well. Cole Grass, as they said, back out in car 64. Again, Kukos did get back on track, but these guys are stuck in the pits right now. We saw this last time when another driver dropped. They had to... they were in the pits for a little while before they could get back out on track. Drops them back to 7th, so Patrick Kerr's now up into 2nd. Justine Scheffer and team into 3rd. That number 31 BMW. And Julian Guerin up into 4th. The number 488 Mercedes. Kukos now dropping down to P9 as Simonov moves up along with Mentink as they get by. Wyatt Hackley now into the pits as Thomas Jenks picks up position to P13. Kukos now heading out of the pits, so we will see how quickly these guys can make up pace. Obviously, Rally Daily is very fast. These guys have been holding on to the lead or close to it all day today. So they're obviously faster than the drivers are going to have to get around. Now comes, how long do we have to wait for a pass? How long is it going to take me to get there? All these things are going to come into play, and hopefully we will see them. It's actually Bill Savitis back in the car. Hopefully we'll be able to see them move their way back up. Bill very fast during his stints earlier today. Made up a ton of time against Ovenhouse and other drivers. We'll keep an eye there, see how quickly he moves up through the ranks. With that, folks, as I said, speaking to Mr. Butler and Mr. Anderson, I am going to take a step away, get some coffee started, and have a quick nicotine fix. I will be back, however. Stay with us right here. We are here for the entire 24 hours of Imola. While I may step away, the race itself goes nowhere. You continue to watch right here. I will talk to y'all in just a few minutes. We are right back at it, folks. Coffee's brewing. Told you we're making it all night long. Hot now. Alcohol later. Another pot of coffee around 11 o'clock tonight. Not a ton of changes here. I see driver changes taking place. Justin Sheffer still sitting in third place. Patrick Kurz, again, no driver change for that young man. Currently running in second. 6 pit stops deep. Very impressed with both Justin Sheffer and Julian Guerin's teams. These guys running 8 and 9 pit stops respectively. We throw up the pit stop numbers real quick. You guys can see just how many the drivers have taken. Well, Guerin there, it says 6. That doesn't make any sense because on my screen it says 9, but that's weird. Seeing as how they draw from the same number. Never mind. Guess things are going to get weird. But according to my numbers, 9 pit stops for Guerin's team. That is a lot of pit stops. An espresso martini. You're right, Pink Pig. I should look up. You know, I don't have. My espresso machine is put away right now because we weren't using it, so we stashed it for a while. Because it was taking up room at the bar, so we kind of put it away. But the coffee will do. I could probably chill half the pot though, and do coffee martinis later. I'm sure that would work out swimmingly, or I'll just Irish it up and that'll be fine. How am I doing, Ottens? I am doing perfect, man. It's only 2 o'clock in the afternoon for me, so I'm good. And I woke up this morning at my normal wake up time for work during the week, so it's not like this is any different than any other day for me, as far as work schedule goes. Will Green in the chat. Good to see you, sir. Nico's back in the Porsche with Mentink behind him. So our Porsches have split up. Oh, I'm sorry. Valek's up front now. And our other Porsche running high today. Again, these guys have been running together. 74 seconds separating them, but position-wise have been running together almost this entire race. With a few little flip-outs for, you know, the to account for pit stops, but otherwise have been staying very close together. We see in the background there, though, number 11, Brian Canopin, esports legend. Looks to me like he's actually closing in on number 5, Valek. As we watch here, as we see if Brian Canopin's unable to or able to unlap himself from some of these drivers. He's sharing a lap with Valek, so they are on the same lap. You know if the PS4 CSLDD works on PC? Yes, it should. The only difference between that, it's a different housing. The only difference between that CSLDD and the, I'll call it quote-unquote normal CSLDD, is that one specifically has a PlayStation chip in it. The Fanatec ecosystem. The Fanatec ecosystem, if for PlayStation the chip has to be in the base, for Xbox the chip has to be in the wheel. So yes, that should, but either will work on PC. So yes, that should work on PC just fine. Welcome in, Lovely Sim Racing. Thank you for being here. Welcome everyone in. Thank all of y'all for joining us today. Don't forget that PC race is running. Mr. B-Fife, we threw that up a little earlier. B-Fife over there. Steadfast is also, but he's running F1 today. B-Fife will be running his stream in just a little bit. Kevin Huffman will be joining me again here in the broadcast booth in a little while. Had to step away for the afternoon. Drivers very well spread out at this point. They contend with traffic. Jiri Valek continues to run. Ryan Canopin only in 11th. Holgress now currently in the seat. That number 64 BMW. Remco Ottens, George Garten. Sebastian Lukason's team. Now I can buy the PS4 version, and when I have bought a PC, I don't need to buy a new one. Correct. That is correct. Patrick Kerr's yellow flag now. Off track. Out of the chicane, spun right back into the corner. That closed that gap up back to Justin Scheffer. Quite a bit. Scheffer dropping back off now as he comes through the chicane. But now down to 7 seconds. But yes, FB Guapa? Sorry if I pronounced that wrong. But yes, you can absolutely buy the PS4 version. And when you decide to move to PC, it will work just right. Just make sure you have to be very, you want to look and make sure that the wheel says PS ready. If you're going to be using it on PlayStation for now, make sure the wheel you get says PS ready on it. I believe most of them do because, again, the chip for the PlayStation is in the wheelbase itself. Patrick Kurz with a little off-track action. Again, gentleman's been driving now for 7.5 hours by himself. Justin Scheffer about 7.2 back right now. Bought myself, Eternal F says, bought myself a whole new setup, GT1 Evo, CSLDD, and Club Sport V3. I love my CSLDD, and I love my Club Sport V3 pedals. That much I can tell you. I'm sure someday in the future when I have a real rig and Nicholas Wayfair off track as well. So again, do we see, is this the possibility? And Nicholas, currently running in 17th, plenty of time to get back on track slowly if he can. There we go, bringing it back. I'm sure at some point in my future, I will want to spend the money once I have, again, what I call a big boy rig, because right now I'm on a playseat challenge. Once I have the room and can have the next level racing GT track that I want, I'm sure I'm going to want to move to like a DD1 or DD2, or maybe, the crazy stuff that Kevin Huffman uses. But I gotta say, even once I upgrade the rig, not right away. That CSLDD is quite nice. It's really smooth. It's strong enough. I don't feel like I need to go higher. But then again, I've never used those, so could be that I need to. Shout out to the Greek team in P9. Bill Savadis, yeah, after losing connections, too bad. These guys were running great, running up in P1, P2, and then lost connection. Luckily, unlike Team Huffman in the Lexus, were able to get back in the server the right way so that they were able to join the race again. So, it's really too bad that they dropped out. It would have been great to see them staying at the front of the circuit. Otten's selling his DD1. Yeah, but FB, I think that is worth it. That you're going to want that, especially if you move to PC, you're going to want that boost kit. Such a huge difference to come up. I bought the boost kit with mine, and such a huge difference coming up. I was on, much like someone else said, on a G920 prior to the CSLDD. And I was looking to upgrade, and that CSLDD really came at the perfect time for me. to be able to jump over to that Fanatec ecosystem and put myself on a base and a set of pedals that I think will last me a very, very long time. Had issues with CSO shaft. The wheels mount to connects internally via USB-C and it keeps coming loose. And I don't know. I'm sure Lateral G, you've looked online and looked at Reddit and things. A lot of people apparently have that problem. They pull down or they pull the wheel towards them when they're driving. So obviously you want to be real careful there and not pull the wheel towards you. The other part of that is that clamp that sits there. If you loosen that up, push that shaft straight in, and then tighten that thing down as tight as you can. I think 20 inch-pounds, they said. I think you want to go at least 20 inch-pounds, and it might be worth buying a torque wrench that can do that you can actually set it and torque it right down. They've said that's fixed a lot of their problems. Shut up, monkey. Some QR lights break. A lot of QR lights break. And that is one thing I will tell anyone ordering a CSL DD and the wheel that comes with the QR light. Spend the extra $100 and get a QR1 at the same time. Or you end up with a snapped QR light, bent pins, and your wheel spends a month at Fanatec getting repaired. Do that too. Local car shop. Have them torque it down for you. They might be able to help you, especially if you know them. And Patrick Kerr's back on track now. One mistake in 7.5 hours. I think we can forgive him that. Still sitting P2. It's about 6 seconds ahead of Jostein Scheffer at this point. There's our boy Anthony Anderson we just spoke to a few moments ago. The lone Nissan on track. Possible battle coming up here between Jordan Strode and Mamenga. Keep an eye back here. Strode and team having a good run today with Lucas Hanselman and Jonah Rinke, his partners. 5 positions gained during the course of today's race. Absolutely great driving on their part. You have a quick release, and is it worth the money? It is. I did, because I bought the McLaren wheel when I purchased my CSL DD, and that comes with the QR light, which is the 3D printed, some kind of plastic, whatever it is they give you. Worked great for a while until one day it didn't work so great anymore and just completely snapped off in the middle of a race. I wasn't doing anything that I hadn't done before. Actually, I was started iRacing and was in the VW doing the IRX rallycross, and that can get a little intense even at 8 Newton meters. So ended up snapping that off, broke on me, and when I had to when it broke, it bent the pins in the McLaren wheel. So that had to go back to Fanatec, and while I waited for that, I ended up ordering a QR1, and I got the other wheel as well. But I pulled a QR1 for it. For the McLaren, I wasn't going to have it happen again and bend more pins. 100% worth the money. I know it's $100, but it's $100 that you're not going to have to worry about the wheel falling off in your hand in the middle of a race. FB, what do you mean ACC or iRacing? I personally race in both. I enjoy ACC, but I also enjoy iRacing. I have not been racing lately at all for the past 2 or 3 weeks. I've put it down and to the side with other things going on, but I do both. Yuri Valek still running P5. And you see what I just see. You see Crow up there ahead, right? Now, we talked about that earlier. Crow making the pass. Esports legend Brian Canopin making the pass around number 5. And we said this when he got in the vehicle. Brian, SRO experience, right? Very fast driver. And now making up position, currently up into P11. Started his stint in P13. He's on the opening lap with the other drivers, so let's see if he's able to catch. Again, 98 seconds back from Cole Gress, so well over a lap down there. But he's going to have opportunity to close that gap as the pit stops continue, and we're going to see some more jockeying here. I mean, again, even Theo Ovenhouse now 97 seconds up over Patrick Kurz. I would love to see that tighten down. We'll see if Kurz is going to slow down at all. Justine Scheffer now only 3.8 back from Kurz. That may be our next battle and the one we'll be keeping an eye out for. Can mid-race ballast be applied to Theo? Unfortunately, no. I mean, I'm sure it's possible, but it's not going to happen. Wyatt Hackley now into the pits. Thomas Jank, another one of our solo drivers today, now up into P13, doing very well for himself. Consistency's been fantastic. Same, I mean, again, you talk about Patrick Kurz, and we saw earlier into the corner. But, you know, again, 7.5 hours of driving, I think it's okay to have one slip up, because other than that, we've seen these guys be very consistent for driving by themselves today. Chuck on Alex Acoral coming out of the pits. Pop up here and check on Cole Gress. And while we're at it, why don't we just check in with the team and see how they're doing. Gentlemen.
How you doing, Molson?
Good. How are you, sir?
Oh, we're doing great. Just hopped in the car for the first time.
Yeah, I
definitely gotta get used to waking up and driving. You know what I mean?
How long were you awake before you hopped into the vehicle?
Yeah, like a little less than an hour.
Oh, that's not too bad. That's not too bad.
Nah.
I thought you were going to say something like 10 minutes.
It was going to be, but my teammate's good, and they offered me to go get a coffee before I hopped in. You know.
Excellent. Well, it's good to see you out there. Here's the question I wanted to come and ask you, because you're in the car right now, and I wasn't sure if you'd be able to talk driving or not. And I don't want to I don't want to screw up anybody's race, but I know there's some distance behind you. But you've got esports legend Brian Canopin in P11.
You know, my crew chief's been yelling at me all morning during that about how he's coming up. But no matter the name, we can't be worried. We just keep chugging along.
That's right. And actually, I misspoke on stream earlier. I thought Pro was 100 seconds back from you, but no, you're 100 seconds back from Bill Sadavis. It looks like you're a lap down, but Brian's only about 11 seconds back from you at this point.
Yeah, just little mistakes right there. So he's probably going to be catching me. I'm probably going to switch over to map 1 for the next 2 laps and try to push through. There is tactics to come to find out.
So you're holding on. So you're running a lower engine map right now to, I assume, conserve fuel?
Yes, sir.
So will the are you telling me the BMW won't make 2 full stints on a full tank of gas, or?
Not. It's close, but just for ease of mind, we definitely do run map 2 just to be safe.
Gotcha. Perfect.
Hello.
Hello.
It's down to 11 seconds right now. We're just gonna drive a wide car. That's all we can do.
Right.
When he's putting Canopy Esports Legends coming up behind you.
That's true. I don't blame you one bit if you were to say, you know what, I'm a little concerned, but again, he's just a man, right?
Yeah.
Fear no man.
It's just Brian Canopy.
It's just esports legend Brian Canopy.
Yeah. I want to go through a heater right now, but I'm trying to be respectful of the guy that's lapped me. But I think we'll be all right.
No, I think you're good. You guys have been very steady today, right? A little kerfluffle up front, but other than that, you guys have been very stable today. You've made up a lot of positions, from what happened at the beginning. And so just looking, I mean, you guys were down at one point, I think 7 or 8 positions from the start of the race, because you started in 8th.
Yeah, we were down to 19th.
Yeah, you were down to 19th. So you guys had lost a ton of time, a ton of position. Now you're back up to P10. You're only down 2 from where you started. So really, you're having a successful race overall when you talk about the amount of time you've been staying very consistent and just driving the car, right? So hats off to all 4 of you.
Yeah, I had to make a note, man. It seemed like a lot of aggressive driving going in, not on all parts in the beginning of the race for a 24-hour, for sure.
Yeah, now see, from the perspective I'm sitting at, it looked like T1 was very clean. Everybody got through T1, T2, a little bit of bumping and jangling, but we did miss on the straight where some people got hung up, right? So even before T1, I guess there were some issues, and that's where believe maybe that's where you guys got caught up. And so, sticking out front, everybody, I'm looking at T1. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sitting up front looking at T1 because I want to see everybody's entry into T. I'm not imagining that there's going to be problems on the straight. We completely missed that. And again, that set you guys back, but since then, been very consistent and really brought yourselves all the way back. Again, you're looking at a top 10 finish right now if you can stay away from esports legend Brian Canopy. And even then, you're going to have opportunities in front of you for the remainder of this race. And we've got over 16 hours left today.
Yeah. I don't have a crystal ball right now, but I'm feeling a 42 this next lap. I'm trying to put it down.
Feeling a 42? Are you, Cole?
Yeah.
Now, who qualified for you guys?
George.
George qualified? And what did George qualify with?
I believe a 42
flat.
42.2? Okay.
Flat.
Yeah.
42 flat? All right.
Well, might have been a 42.2 actually. Not too sure.
Gress, just send it, and we'll see where you land.
I tried to, and then I botched it. So we're gonna get back down. We got a lot of racing left. You
got plenty of time to lay down a 42.
Yeah.
100%. Well, gentlemen, I will let you get back to driving. Grass, I promise I won't harass you anymore. I'll try not to.
All good. Hop on whenever.
I'm waiting for your boy Blue to jump in the car because I promised him commentator's curse for his entire stint. So he's taking a nap right now, and then we are going to 100% focus on Blue until we make him fly like he did one day at Nürburgring.
Oh, boy.
Sensational.
Awesome. Have a good race, gentlemen. We'll be checking in with you later.
Yep.
Thanks man.
Guys.
Bye-bye.
There you go, folks. Gress in the car right now. Cole Gress currently running P10. And again, you can sit back and say all you want, but I can tell you right now, if it were me and I had Brian Canopy coming up behind me, he's going to catch me. There's nothing I can do about it. The question is, what do I do? And like Cole said, make the car as wide as he can and hold on for as long as he can, and we'll see where it goes from there. Simonov now with Bill Savitas behind him. Dalking, how's the Candyman going? He's, you know what? Both of our, I'll tell you, Dalking, Patrick Kurz, one of our solo drivers, along with Thomas Jench, another one. Both of them with a little bit of slippage, ended up off track, but got, recovered and are back at it. Patrick Kurtz, currently running in second, has been driving for 7 hours and 45 minutes straight, all by himself. So it is going by. Did 12 hours by myself, felt like I started to go crazy towards the end. Yeah, I cannot imagine doing 24 by yourself. I can't. I can imagine sitting here. That's easy. I mean, but to be in that rig and to be driving for 24 hours straight with no relief, nobody relieving you and giving you an opportunity to take a break is just absolutely insane to me. Bill Savitis now up on the back end, looking at the inside on Simonov. Not quite there through the chicane, though. We've seen passes there in the past. Chicanes never seemed like the best place to go, but this track may be the exception to that rule, as we have seen several during league races at Imola before. Dalking, honestly, hats off to you, because I can't imagine doing a 12-hour race by myself. Like a 2 hour is my limit. But I'm old, so I guess that makes sense. So 4/10 separating these guys now, and the question is whether or not that's close enough for Savitis to throw it into T1 and pull that inside line. Not quite there. Every move we've seen in T1, and we've seen a good number today, they've all been within that. You really got to tuck it under that wing if that's the place you want to make your jump. Whelp cakes, because season 1 was the inception. We incepted it. And then it arrived in season 2. Meaning BoX3. Gotta remember, this league's only 5 months old. The admin team we got over there has been absolutely crushing it. These guys are fantastic. Great to work with. We really put together a good team here. And again, you know, the part I think I love the most about BoX3, as we watch Savitis with a little bit of a wiggle out of the chicane, going to open up the gap up to Simonov. I think what's best about BoX3, and this doesn't take away from any other leagues that I'm unaware of because I'm not a member or an active member. You know, I think I'm a member of 949 and Trackalicious so that we can communicate, but I'm not active. I don't race, and I only commentate for BoX3. What I love about our league is we're community first. We're sim racers second, right? So you can be competitive. We want you to be competitive. But at the same time, if you're not, if you're like me and you're a slower driver, come and drive with us anyway. That's okay. We got room for you on. There's enough pavement on these tracks to fit everybody. And the core tenet is really about respect. It's about, yeah, maybe that guy hit you. And you can be upset about it, but you're not going to dump in Discord and lose your mind. File a report. Stewards will take care of it. There'll be a penalty, right? Because next time it might be you. So you want to show that respect. Cole Gress now off track. Brian Canopin sneaking through. Let's back it up. Again, I hate the 30-second replay. I'm going to have to ask the guy for a shorter replay. Let's get up here on Cole Gress and see what happened here. So Cole wrapping curb in T1 enough to bounce that car off the line. Opening the door and letting Brian Canopin sneak on by right there. Cole able to get back on track. That's a shame. Wanted to see that battle. Justine Sheffer now was P3, now P4 into the pits. Keep an eye right here on Simonov and Savitis. I don't know why, well, but that just made me laugh. I about spit coffee. Thank you for that. Now y'all know if the stream ends, it's Whelp Cake's fault. Again, Jostein Sheffer into the pits. Looks like Yannick Kurtz will be coming back out in the vehicle. Again, Igor Simonov holding position against Bill Savitis. Nani, you did miss Stevens come on stream. Do you want me to get him again? He's not driving right now. Hold on. Hold on. We can bring him right back in here for you. He's here somewhere. Is he still here somewhere? Yeah, he is. He's muted, but I'm going to grab him anyway. We'll see if he talks. I don't know if he'll talk or not. Steven. He's muted, so I got to wait and see if... But we did give him your message, Nani. We ensured that he knew his sister loved him. He thought that was fantastic, and he thanked you, so... We'll leave him down here for a minute and see if he talks. Because he's muted at the time. Again, Bill Savitas not giving up. Simonov getting no sort of break whatsoever. Simonov very consistent around these laps as we watch these guys coming in very close in time, but again, Simonov coming in slower each lap. And here we go, wrapping to the outside. Savitas going to make the move into T1. This is where we've watched it happen today. Little bit of a pinch, but he's able to sneak through clean. Bill Savitas up into P8. Simonov right there, however. Bill Savitas able to hold on to the grab of P8. And that gap already opening up. We'll check in on Anthony Anderson back here. Hung up in a little bit of traffic. Yo, Overhouse, our current leader. Patrick Kurz. Currently running in second. Patrick needed to unlap himself. Down a full lap from Overhouse at this point.
Hey man, how you doing?
There he is. Steven, you here?
Yeah, dude, I got pizza and coffee.
You got pizza and coffee. Well, listen, I just drug you down here because Nani is in the chat again. Was very upset she missed you when we pulled you down here earlier to tell you that your sister loved you. So I wanted to bring you back down real quick. I mean, you know, you got to hang out. Poor Crow's sitting up there with no spotter right now. But I wanted to pull you back down real quick so that Nani would had opportunity to speak to you herself right here on stream.
Oh, fuck yeah. I didn't even know my sister had a Twitch. Very interesting.
He tricked you.
Yeah.
He tricked you. Now you're never going to know if she's watching you race or not.
Yeah, dude. Just see me crash. Or be in the grass, pretty much.
She said I love you in the chat. Just now. We're making family connections here at BoX3. This is what it's all about. So how do you feel Brian's doing in the car right now?
Oh, he's doing fucking incredible.
He's crushing it right now, huh?
Oh, yeah. He's doing like... His pace is just like flat 43s. You know what I mean? He's doing great.
Yeah, his best right now, 43.1. His last was a 44 flat, but he's been hung up in traffic quite a bit as well as he tries to get around. So still a lap down from Simonov in front of him. But I would have to say he definitely has pace. Simonov's last lap, a 145.2. We'll have to see how long. Now, how long will he be driving? He stay in the car for 2 full stints? I think I lost Steven. I did. He muted again and didn't tell me. What a punk.
Yeah. No.
Oh, and Bill Savitas now with severe damage. Right there into the wall. Oh, we should have gone back further. tangled up with a Ferrari. By the time this is over, the 30-second may be too long, maybe too short. Let's go back again. There we'll go. We'll grab it this time. Again, I hate the 30-second replays, but let's jump on it real fast. Right there, door banging in into the corner, tearing both vehicles up. That is not good at all. Wow. Gordon Strode now yellow flagged as well. Bill Svitus looking like he's trying to get back. That car is absolutely mangled. He will be taking the long way around, ladies and gentlemen. We catch him there at the bottom of the hill. Wow. That was a huge hit. Svitus doing the right thing, staying off track. He's got an outside line. He can stay in the grass very slow, not having to teleport himself back. This is why I wish we had common comms so that we could full course yellow right now. That would be great. He's doing his best to stay out of everybody's way. But Steven, now you guys are going to pick up another position, it looks like. As those second, you know, this is the one that you guys were down over 100 seconds on, and now that's coming down super fast.
Well, you know, Brian Canopin, esports legend, at the wheel. It's miracles just appear in front of the windshield often.
So it just happens for him? Is that what it is?
I think he creates them too. I don't know what deals he's making or which side, you know, if it's...
I gotcha.
Yeah, but he's making it work.
Well, not only that, but also Igor Simonov, who was in front of Svitus, is now in the pits. So you guys have opportunity right now to pick up 2 positions, depending on how quickly Brian can get there. Now, seems as though, there we go, time is coming back down again, about 40 seconds back. So you're at least going to be able to get ahead of Svitus. I think Simonov will be out before then.
Yeah, that guy is a quick driver. He was doing like 42s at some points.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's top tier stuff.
Yep. Patrick Kerr's now into the pits as well. So he will drop out of P2 temporarily as we watch Bill Svitus come back around. I gotta ask, why does Zap owe you $20?
I'm guessing it's some nefarious activities he was up to.
Gotcha. Just wanted to check. Look at the front end of that car, just absolutely demolished. That was a very, very hard hit. But we will jump ahead. Jiri Valek now in that number 70 Porsche. But under threat, Yannick Kurtz only about 1.5 seconds back. Oh, and your sister is out. I'm so happy she came in and joined us.
Yeah, that was cool. I gotta talk to her and verify, make sure that was actually her, but I think that was her.
Hey, were you on Twitch on Saturday? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
What's a Twitch?
Yeah, what's Twitch?
Oh, man. We delivered a fake family message. Now I feel bad.
Right? No.
Awesome.
I don't know, but it seems like, I don't know. We'll have to find out.
Well, I mean, she came in and asked for you very specifically, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So I gotta figure, your name is not, it's not like your whole name is out there. It's G. Steven.
Yeah,
like, that doesn't even, Steven itself, Stevens sounds like a last name. Steven itself doesn't even sound like a last name to me. So I had to figure it was somebody who knew you, but what do I know?
Yeah, dude.
Maybe we helped a stalker find you. I'm not sure.
Dude, either way, it's all good.
What's that?
Benefits. Either way, it's all good. There's benefits in everything.
Oh, man, you are a nutter. Oh, all right, my dude. I will send you back up there with your partner in crime.
Much appreciated.
So you can encourage him and keep him on the straight and narrow. Although he seems to be doing quite well, I'm sure he appreciates being around. I find it appropriate that your team channel is the one that's spelled wrong, by the way. So.
Oh, dude, honestly,
I'm glad that you guys picked that one.
The only one, I was like, yeah, that was the move.
Yep, I was glad when I saw that. So, I'm sure we'll talk to you again before morning, sir. Good luck to you and Crow and your whole team.
Thank you so much. Take care, man.
Talk soon, buddy. There you go, folks. Steven, connections with family, having a great day. Nani, thank you so much for coming in. I'm sure you're probably already gone, but I was talking to your brother, didn't want to interrupt him. So thank you for being here. But right now, we'll catch up with this. Again, Jiri Valek. Yannick Kurtz inside this time into T1. Able to make the pass before he ever gets there. Yannick Kurtz now up into P3 after taking control of the vehicle. Our time continues to tick down. Just under 16 hours left. 8 have gone by. We are 275 laps deep. I am his real sister. I'm very proud of him. Well, Nani, I'm glad you came in and were able to support your brother like that. That is fantastic. It's what it's all about, right? He's doing a great job today. He's got some great teammates, and they're going to continue to do well. And you'll be able to watch this race back. If you don't, if you have to go and you have stuff to do, you'll be able to watch this race back probably by Monday. It'll take me a day or two to get it uploaded to YouTube, but Steven will have that link. He knows where to go, and you can certainly go back and watch it anytime. And thank you again so much for being here. So Brian Canopin now, Vitaly Barzikin taking over in that number 513 Aston Martin. Brian Canopin about 31 seconds back, so quite a bit of time to make up. But Nikos Handig into the pits now. So we'll see where Vitaly is. Vitaly, I think Nikos is going to have plenty of time to get in and out in that Porsche and will not have opportunity to get past. Jiri Valek now into the pits in the other Porsche. Patrick Kurz picking up a position back up into P4. Oh, what's the YouTube? You had to ask me that, didn't you? It's actually, there should be a link on Twitch. If you go to the About page on Twitch right there, down below the live stream, it should be right there. You can click right through. Bill Savitas now sitting on track perfectly still. This could be very bad. Obviously, this looks like hardware issues. I can't imagine him sitting there like that on purpose. Now again, off track, gets himself out of the way. Things not going well for Savitas right now. We'll keep an eye on that yellow flag and see if it turns red. I mean, he's into the pits with a teleport. Valek coming out of the pits now. Moritz Husser moving up to P6. Joris Mentink back in P7. The Mercedes. Savitas still sitting alongside the track, looking to get moving again. Only dropped one position there, so we'll see. Hopefully, if it was some sort of hardware issue, he has gotten that taken care of. Almost looked like it was pedals, right? Because he couldn't move. There was nothing he could do to get out of the track. Got it working for a second, got off track, and then really went to work trying to get it repaired so that he could get going again. Again, Patrick Kurz bumping up to P3 now ahead of Julian Guerin coming out of the pits. And checking in on Moritz Husser, currently P6. That Porsche, one of our two leading Porsches today. Chris PK running the Porsche, sitting in P20 right now. The 949. I was going to grab one of those guys to come and talk to us for a moment in that 949 Porsche, but I do not see them. Oh, yes, I do. Let's go up and visit a 949 Porsche real quick. Gentlemen. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hey, what's going on, man?
How's it going?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Not too bad, thank you.
Excellent. I see you're out in the Porsche now.
Yep.
So, how you liking 24-hour racing?
Well, this is my first 24-hour, I think.
This is your first one,
just
okay?
Got in the car. Yep.
Yep, and you just so you're excuse me, I'm an idiot. So Shane has run the whole race up until this point?
He has, yep.
Unbelievable. That is quite a haul. I mean, you know, we've been talking on stream about these guys that are running it by themselves. We have like 3 drivers doing this by themselves. But even this amount of time, right? We've been going 8 hours.
Yeah.
He ran 8 hours straight. Like, that is unbelievable to me, and I don't see me being able to do it. But look, I mean, you guys are sitting in P20 right now, but to be fair, you're actually doing well this race. You gained 4 positions during the course of this race today. And
Yeah,
you've been steady and holding it since then. Like, it seems very consistent.
To be fair to Shane, he's doing the first 8. I'm doing as many as I can, which will be up to 8, and then he's going to do the rest. So.
Okay.
Fair play to him.
All right, but still, I think you guys are doing a great run today. What I'm seeing is the consistency, right? Because you're up 4 spots, and you've held those 4 spots. I've been watching Shane, you know, diving back and taking a look every once in a while when we talk about position gains, and really, you've held those 4 spots throughout this entire race. I mean, you got to call that a win, right? Coming out of qual and being able to gain 4 spots at the beginning of the race and then hold them.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
As we watch Jordan Strode and Bruno Heinrich going to battle now. Oh, and no, they're not, as Jordan heads into the pits. Brian Canopin now making it up into P8. So this is your first 24. What's the longest race you've done before that, Chris?
The Bathurst 12 hours and iRacing.
Bathurst, and did you do that by yourself or with a team?
Me and Shane did it.
You and Shane did it. Okay, very good. That's so long. That's so long. I don't know how you guys are doing it today.
Too much fun though. Too much fun.
It is a blast, but I am glad you all are here to join us, and it's a lot of fun, and hopefully continues to be fun throughout the rest of the time. Again, we've got about 16 hours left to go here.
Yep.
All right, man. Well, I'm gonna let you drive.
Thank you.
I'm assuming Shane is
I
off
can hear
taking
you
a break. Oh, there you are, Shane.
Turn my VR off and it played my audio settings.
Oh, gotcha. You race in VR?
We both do.
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm even more confused. Because I race in VR, and I don't know how you drove for 8 hours in VR, Shane.
Tough.
Is your whole forehead melted?
My fans have stopped working, so yeah, my face is on fire.
Oh, lordy Lou. Holy cow. I can only imagine. Well, I wanted to jump in. I don't know if you heard what I was saying before when talking to Chris, but I think you guys right now, sitting in P20, have had a great race. I mean, and again, the people in stream are going to hear me repeat it, but basically the fact that you've gained 4 positions, you gained 4 positions very quickly at the beginning of this race, and you've held them the whole time, showing a ton of consistency out there.
I did make quite a few mistakes. I managed to get it up to P16, and I've made quite a few mistakes. But I put that down to my face was literally on fire. It's only now starting to cool down at home.
Well, I'm sure, yeah. I mean, a VR headset on for 8 hours straight is unbelievable. Like, that's amazing to me. Now you've had you guys have pulled 4 drive-throughs to this point and a stop-go.
It was 2 stop-goes, 5 drive-throughs.
Oh my goodness. Wow. But again, still up 4 positions. I don't like that. To me is the amazing part. When you talk about those numbers, you're still up 4 positions. So it's not all bad, right?
No, it's just more I wanted to do better myself.
Yeah, no,
But,
of course.
Yeah, my pace for some reason I've noticed isn't there. I was doing consistent 44s in practice, and I'm barely in 44s in comparison. But I think a bit of a break now. Mainly let Chris take it as far as he can take it, and then I'll finish it.
Gotcha.
Bit of a break, and I should be hopefully back in the 44s until real life tiredness gets in.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, hopefully you can get some rest, man. I will leave you guys alone. I'll let Chris drive and concentrate. Shane, let you get a break after all that. Hopefully your face cools down. But thank you guys for taking time to talk to me, and I'm sure we'll talk to you again before the end of the race tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, guys.
Have a good stream.
Great to be able to talk to all these drivers as they are out and around today. And nothing too close right now. Drivers relatively spread out. Paul Gress leading Vitali by about 2 seconds. No possible tightening up here for P9. Brian Canopin now moved up into P8. Gained a ton of time and positions for his team. Now only one short of their starting position, P7. We'll see how long Brian is out in the car and what that may bring. Oh, right there, Otten's in the chat says his slow ass will be back in the car in like 15 minutes. Big shoes to fill, Mr. Otten's big shoes to fill. Cole's done a great job driving so far for you guys. Joris Mentink out of the pits now. I'll take time to thank everybody for being here today. Again, you guys are fantastic showing up, coming out, watch these guys drive for 24 hours straight. A lot of hard effort going in to these drivers, wanting not only driving this whole time, but dealing with possible issues of driver swaps, everything else. So easy to get frustrated when something doesn't work right. But so far, very few problems. We have had some incidents, but those happen every race. You'll never get to zero unless they all just stop where they are. I also want to thank Apex Sim Racing, their sponsors for today's 24-hour race. Tomorrow morning, once we finish up, there will be one driver going home with vertical button box from Apex Sim Racing. So again, I want to thank them for their support of BoX3 Motorsports, helping us bring things like this together. Once we get Kevin Huffman back, we'll have him talk about that button box. He's had an opportunity to put hands on it a little bit at their request, actually, before providing it to the winner. So he just wanted, he wanted to get some video of it and things like that, pulled it out of the box, took a look. And from what he told us earlier today, very solidly built. Buttons are very tactile. So we'll talk to him about that more again later today. Gress holding on. Vitali doing his best to try and catch up, but that gap really not shortening up so far. Last lap time called out though. Gress a little slower, about 0.2 off pace. Check these latest lap times. And there you go. That time, Cole eating it up, 0.8 over Vitali, able to put a little distance between them right down the start-finish straight. Now about a 3-second gap. We will wait to see if Vitali can tighten that back up. Patrick Kurz continuing to drive solo, doing very well, currently in third. Yannick Kurtz able to get around earlier, took up second for his team. Julian Ryberg taking over the team of Theo Overhouse, Justin Wichman, and Leon Lange, probably Lange with that E there. But our first time, I think, today seeing Julian in the car obviously maintaining the pace of his teammates with a 97-second gap back to Yannick Kurtz. Julian Rayberg really running away, which is very different we saw in the first third of this race, just coming to an end now. Really, if we talk about thirds, but that first 4 hours, we saw first place swap back and forth at least 2, if not 3 times. So to see him pull away that fast, now part of the issue though, if we look at this, Yannick Kurt's team, 3 drive-throughs showing on my screen. So that obviously is going to hurt you, set you back. It's allowed them to stay ahead of Patrick Kurz for now and Julian Guerin, but obviously going to allow that leader who has 0 penalties to stay way, way ahead. Progress now into the pits. We'll be looking for Remco Ottens to come back into the car.
George Bretos now in the number 11 BMW, which quickly catching up to the number 24 Aston. So he looks to close the gap on Alex Coral. Bratros in that Rally Daly's car, the front end just destroyed. I do not understand how they do not have aero problems looking at the front end of that car. After everything that happened, the wing is tipped, the front is destroyed. The team opting not to make repairs as George Bretzos came into the vehicle. But so far it doesn't appear to be hurting them as they're able to close in on a Coral. And a Coral going off right there, giving George the opening he needed to get by. Coral going to come back out about 4 seconds back from George Bretzos. Focusing there because that car is just hammered. We head up front though. Julian Guerin about to be under attack from Patrick Kurz. We've seen Kurz today, very consistent, very fast. If there's a short gap in front of him, he is typically closing it. It's just a matter of how long that might take. I'm going to keep it focused right here on these gentlemen. as I step away, and this time able to talk to you a little bit. Again, Kerr's very patient. Going to close that gap slowly, but still, I have a feeling, close it. Garen today as well, been very consistent. And I only see that gap closing, not so much because I think Kurz is necessarily faster. He's held higher positions through most of the day above Garen's team, but not necessarily because he's faster. These guys are all about an equal pace. It's more because we've watched him repeatedly catch those in front of him where that distance was not insurmountable, right? If we talk about, Rayberg up front, again, 95 seconds ahead of Yannick Kurtz right now, that's a very, very difficult to surmount gap. However, 1.8, 1.6 seconds, nowhere near as difficult to close in, and we've watched him do that repeatedly today with those in front of him. Go just a tad wide, dipping into the gravel. The gap now cut down to 1.5. Is now falling back a bit. Losing a touch through the chicane. Giving Garen just a bit of a break. You see there a half a second difference in their lap times. Garen taking every advantage of it to feel a little bit less pressure as he starts his next lap.
These drivers now about 2.3 between them. We will wait and see if Kurz is able to come back. Yannick Kurtz continuing to run in second. Brian Canopin now into the pits. We'll see if we're going to get a driver swap there, but a great run. If so, a great run for Brian, getting his team up into P8. Now into P9 with the pit stop. As you can see up there, Patrick Kerr's now backing down a little bit, almost a 3-second gap between the two. But Patrick may be thinking he needs to back it down for now. Not put a ton of strain on himself. And wait for a better opportunity a little bit later. John Tracy now taking over in the Audi, coming out of the pits in P10. So 2 spots lost during that pit stop. About 10 seconds back from Teamer. Running up ahead in the BMW. John Tracy, very consistent driver. Not sure how much experience he has with the Audi, but hopefully something he's going to be able to keep under control. And continue to maintain consistency. And Patrick Kurz, Julian Guerin. That gap back down to about 2 seconds now. Ice Payne now off track and yellow flagged for a bit there. Ferrari looking very dirty. As Thomas Jantz exit the pits in P12. Thomas doing great. Again, a solo driver today. Slowly working his way up the boards. Was in P13 not long ago. Now eating a little curb and having some troubles off into the gravel. Just coming out of the pits on cold tires. Hopefully can get himself settled and get those wheels lined up underneath himself. He now plays back marker to the Porsche, who he'll let around. Commentator Kurz, that's not my fault. Just wanted to check in on Thomas, see how he was doing. You can't blame me for that one. Wait till Blue gets here, then you'll see some commentator cursing. Just to ensure we can make him feel it. Well, thanks, Paves. I guess you know what, I'll take it. It could be my fault. It's okay. I really don't mind. Alex Coral, who we saw with a little bit of trouble earlier, now back on track, currently running P14. And right there, Alex spins and off track. Caves, don't say it. .555 Bentley. Timothy Glendenning out there again. Moritz Husser, and very consistent today with both these Porsche drivers. all the Porsche drivers, I should say, both teams being very, very consistent in what they've done, settled in P5 and P6, and have really stuck there. Again, really able to hold on to those positions. Both of them having gained 6 spots today, really having good races. This whole pack, actually, if we look, if we talk about Vitali in P8, all the way up to Patrick Kurz in P4, those drivers have all gained either 5 or 6 positions today. Those teams have gained that many positions during today's race. Really doing a great job to show that consistency. Again, moving up slowly, looking for the gaps, and then holding what they take. We've seen them drop very little, even with pit stops, able to get themselves back up into these positions and hold on to them. Check it out, George Bratzos again. The car just unbelievably damaged. Still not going anywhere. Check in on the Bentley again, but no action to be had back here as there is no fight for position. Unless the times are just that screwed up, which is entirely possible. That is the reason they are that screwed up. So Nicholas Webfire, Timothy Glendining going to it right now. Ferrari going way wide now. Glendining not quite able to hold on. A faster driver right there. Number 25 looking to make way up through the pack. Now going to split these guys up a little bit. There, Timothy Glendining able to get around. Hey, it fixed the times when they passed that. Perfect. Now we can actually see what's going on. Nicholas Webfair still right there. Nicholas able to dart through. Taking that position back. So it's only a problem when the Bentley is in P18. Not curious. Glendining falling back a bit now. We'll see if he can bring that back in. See there, Nicholas Vivfair with about a half-second advantage on Glendinning so far, but for that across that one lap. They don't appear to be separating by very much, though. Nicholas very wide, again opening that door to the Bentley, but he's stuck on the outside. Who can get the whole shot out of the corner up the hill. Timothy Glendinning gets ahead now. Takes too much curb. Opens it back up. Back and forth we go. Nicholas Webfair able to hold on to P17 for right now. Glendinning not quite done yet, however, looking to tighten things back up. See, this time only 0.04 of a second separating these guys on that lap. Both of them running 145. Nicholas with a 145.877. Glendinning with a 145.920. Nicholas defending very well. Timothy able to slip through twice, but not able to secure the position and hold on to it. Both these drivers waiting for the other to make that mistake they need. About to become back markers once again. That caused some issue last time, a little bit with trying to weave through traffic. Wait and see. John Tracy catches up in that Audi. Another 0.08 of a second separating these guys, both carrying a good pace, staying close. Glendinning looking towards the inside, not able to find the gap. And now, both of them back markers. John Tracy, the 808 Audi. Keeping it right here. John Tracy able to get around Glendinning. We wait for Nicholas to open the door for the back marker to go through. Hopefully keeping it shut enough to keep the Bentley from following. Glendinning getting frustrated with the traffic, saying, you know what, I gotta fight this guy. Just wait a minute. And there we have Niklas into the pits. Timothy Glendinning gonna pick up P17 for now. Oh, look who's in the Nissan. On his outlap. Your boy Blue. Boy Blue will have a wonderful race in that Nissan. There will be no problems. It will be absolutely fantastic. He won't spin, and nothing bad will happen to him the entire time. Guillaume Sinon taking over the number 22 BMW now. We'll run a quick check up front. Patrick Kurtz now just over 4.5 seconds back off Julien Guerin. That gap opening up. Again, John Tracy currently sitting P10 with Remco Ottens about 18 seconds back. Remco, this is his second stint for today. Checking on Blue. I don't know what Apex. I honestly don't know. That could be. I mean, but you know what? The thing might have gotten a little weird because Timothy Glendinning was showing 11,000 seconds behind. I had no idea they were battling because of it. So hopefully that's not true. I don't think they're 113 laps behind. No penalties to speak of, so. John Tracy able to get by. Timothy Glendinning as well, looking to die. Bruno Heinrich now out of the pits. Jonah Renke able to pick up a position up into P15 due to the pit stop. Go up and check on him real quick. Anderson's still up there in the team channel as well. We'll go check on Blue. Gentlemen?
Hello?
Blue, just so you are aware, I have gone ahead and put the stream camera on your car. It will stay there until you are done driving or the commentator's curse claims you.
I appreciate it, Nico Rosberg.
Not a problem, sir. How goes it today? Anderson, you and I have already spoke today. How are you guys doing? Is it continuing to hold strong for you?
My stint ended up going pretty well. There was one hairy moment, but avoided contact with any other cars. Other than that, it was just consistent. Overtook a couple cars that lapped me, so I gave Blue a better position than when I got it, so we'll see where it goes.
See if he can hold on to it for you?
Yeah, it's just going to kind of be a matter of essentially consistency, and you know, we're really liking how the cars performed for the first several hours of the race. We have a great set of engineers.
Well, and I wanted to ask you though, Blue, you're not normally a Nissan driver, are you?
No, no, we picked this car because it vibes really well with the track.
Okay.
It was also provided by the team, so it's what we went with.
Provided by Nissan, you're saying?
Yeah, it was an endurance gift from them.
Really? Perfect.
White Cows Racing decided to purchase this for this specific race. This is a one and only.
Now, I assume
model.
after the race you'll be selling it and donating all the funds to charity?
Yes.
Yeah, actually.
Perfect. Okay. Just want to make sure.
It'll be going to Josh Butler's 12 children. So.
Oh my goodness. So Blue, you were away for a while. I was going to grab you earlier, and I came into the channel earlier this morning. You weren't there. Or you were there, but you weren't there. Your name was there, but you weren't talking. So I was going to grab you earlier. How long will you be running for these guys today? You just, because this is your first stint. This is your first time in. So how long are you going to be running today?
So as far as this goes,
be careful.
Yep. So as far as this goes, this is my first hour 70, or hour 70, Jesus. Hour 10, so this is my first 70 minutes, and then I have another 70 minutes right after this.
Okay.
And then I'll be back in later this evening. I'll be doing some nighttime driving with Anderson again.
Gotcha.
Yeah, this morning, pretty much just helping manage the team. Like I said, getting engineers in place, getting pit crew where they need to be, helping Rob and Josh, who were fantastic for the first part. So.
Well, now it's curious because you said you were getting engineers in place and pit crew and everything. I was told earlier you were taking a nap. And none of us can figure out why, because you're like 20 years old. Why would you need to sleep?
So, I mean, as far as that goes, I was up all night figuring out race strategy and calculating fuel and right tire pressures. So I was up all night. Our head engineer, Stefano Mastodano, was actually on the phone with me, and he's in a different time zone. So,
oh, good lord,
it was quite a experience for sure.
Your storytelling knows no bounds. You know that? It is fantastic.
I can pretty much BS on the fly. Please
craft
go
with the
around,
best
Mr.
of them, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Mr. 24 Hours Solo just passed me, so I'll take that.
Thomas? Thomas doing
I'm gonna butcher
very
his last
well.
name, so.
Jench. I don't know how to say it, but I know exactly who you're talking about. Doing very well so far. We've seen one slide off track, but otherwise has been very consistent. You had Patrick Kurz running right now in P4. Same thing. Driving by himself.
Kurz
He's done a
was an
great job.
accidental solo,
Yeah,
though, right?
yeah, we saw somebody in the chat. They were supposed to join him and ended up not being able to. So he said, instead of dropping out, I'm just going to run the whole thing.
Madman. I've only been in the car for 10 minutes and I'm already hurting, so.
Did you eat some kind of weird fast food sandwich amalgamation before you started today? Like a chicken taco burger or no?
No, I actually had some Greek food, a gyro.
Oh, you had a gyro. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, again, one of our engineers from Athens, actually, he made the
good lord,
the paddock traditional Greek meal. So
perfect.
We're very, fortunate to have that.
Very good. Well, lucky you. You have all kinds of great stuff. Anderson, how do you even deal with this? I'm gonna leave in a minute. You're stuck in this channel with him for almost 24 hours.
You just kind of get used to it.
Except when he's sleeping, of course.
Yeah, exactly.
That's when Anderson really likes me.
Well, it's nice considering I spent the last hour in the channel by myself, so I was just listening to my own thoughts for a little while. So
they
it's
left
good to
you
have some,
alone.
Yeah.
Your whole team just leaves you alone.
Yep.
That sounds terrible to me.
We were like, all right, Anderson's in the car. He knows what to do. And we all bounced. I, of course, was doing very businessy things and things like that. And setting up the next
making sure the Euro stand was still
the Euro stand was still alive.
Food for later.
Anderson, I wish I'd have known. I would have grabbed you and brought you down. You could have commentaried while driving, and we could have talked to you.
It's all right.
Leaving you all by yourself.
No worries.
Probably would have been it, so it's a good thing.
I almost did bin it the one time. Down in the T1, there was a little bit of a scuffle, four-way battle into T1 that I was kind of in the mix of.
Yeah, four-ways never end the way you want them to.
No.
Just turns into a mess.
Yeah.
Well, there you go, folks. Your boy Blue is now live and in effect. Thank you, gentlemen. I will let you get back to driving so that you cannot blame me. I'm sure you'll still say that I commentator cursed you, but I won't put undue focus on you unless you get in a battle, and then, well, you become the focus. So, kind of up to you.
Sounds good. Thanks again, Molson.
Thank you, gentlemen. Molson. Again, we'll talk to y'all later, I'm sure. Blue is always entertaining. That is one thing you can count on, ladies and gentlemen. The 949 Porsche just disconnected. Uh-oh. Yeah, and they came back as the 950 Porsche. Don't think that's gonna work. And I don't know where Huff is to tell people how to fix it. I think it's fixable, but I don't know how. It may mean they're out. It's actually saying they have -2 laps, so they just dropped again. We'll see if they're able to make it back in. This was the same issue that Huff's team had, as we discussed earlier. Disconnect happens. They try to come back in. It's like it's a 50-50 shot. We've had, I think, 4 teams disconnect. 2 of them are able to come back in, lose position, obviously, but get back out on track and at least continue to race. And 2 of them now are having reconnect issues and the way things work with ACC. So very sad to see that. Those guys were doing, again, very well today. And you could, you sit back and you say, oh, they're P20. What do you mean they're doing? No, again, gained 4 positions, even with penalties, gained 4 positions and remained consistent enough on track to be able to hold those 4 positions that they had claimed. I think that's fantastic. I would have loved to have seen them continue that consistency and be able to finish the race. Julian Guerin now. Currently sitting P3. Rayberg continues to lead. The team of Overhaus, Rayberg, Wickman, and Lang. .949 is back. Laps are there, so these guys will have to now play catch up, it looks like. And I can tell you right now, you're my boy Blue, and his laps saying on screen that they are down 119 laps is not true. They're down 2 laps, it looks like. 292 completed by Nicholas Vevfar and 290 completed by that team. So try and keep a count on that as well. But Team 949 is back on track. Chris PK sitting in the car right now in the pits. Hopefully they'll be able to get back out there and get some more racing in. Guillaume Sinon. Number 22 BMW today. John Tracy, we should check in on the Audi. John Tracy doing a great job so far. I mean, pro esports legend Brian Canopin in the vehicle, drops into the pits to do the driver swap, loses 2 positions while in the pits. John Tracy able to jump in and has now held those positions. So again, a 2-position loss on the stop itself, but John able to maintain what Crow gained throughout his stint. So as we continue through the next 15 hours or so, be very interesting to see if when Crow comes back, not all team members have the same pace. A driver like Tracy, I think, absolutely doing fantastic to be able to hold on to the positions Crow gained. And if he's able to do that all the way till the end, we get either Steven or Flanger back in the car and Brian Canopin able to come back in. Even if those guys can maintain and Crow's able to get back in there, maybe gain them a few more spots and secure them up into the top 10 towards the end of this race. Chris PK now back out on track. The 949. Here's the one thing about these guys disconnected. That is a very clean car for being 283 laps in. You have to admit. Blue down by 119, typical? Yeah, it's typical Blue. It probably has something to do with him. You go to check in on some of our solo drivers today. Patrick Kurz still running P4 right now. Doris Mentink, P7. Again, great gains from both those guys. 5 for Kurz and 6 spot gains, 6 position gains for Mentink. Thomas Jenkt. Again, up 7 spots so far today. Nicholas Vivfar. Again, up 5. These guys really, so far, have shown this deep into the race. They have the chops to run a long time. We're almost 9 hours in at this point. And they have some of the highest gains in position. So as Brian said earlier, it'll be curious to see as fatigue sets in, as we get into night racing and they're already tired and now we're heading into the nighttime. Where's that going to hold? Are they going to be able to maintain those gains that they've made today for the entirety of the 24 hours? Yannick Kurtz second. So Vitaly Barskin and Timur both into the pits. John Tracy now moving up into P8. So again, now back to where Brian Canopin left this team. Absolutely, again, wonderful to see that the gains are being held. Even if you're not the fastest driver on a team, you can contribute if all that means is you're holding on to what has been achieved. And again, John Tracy doing a fantastic job at that today. Vitaly back out on track now. Timur should be leaving soon. Remco Otten's moving up into P9. Vitaly and Timur both back out now. Korneve taking over for the 513 car. Timur heading out at this point. Or it's Husser, one of our 2 leading Porsches. Mattis Heiss in the other. Yannick Kurtz now into the pits, our current second place holder. We'll see if we get a driver swap out of this one as Kurtz heads in. Julien Guerin now making his way past pit row, will take up P2. We check in with Patrick Kurz. Patrick Kurz is going to move up as well. So Yannick Kurtz again dropping back as he sits in the pits. We'll wait and see if we're getting a driver swap with that one. So Yannick Kurtz going to currently sitting in 4th now. Making his way back out of the pits. Yannick with plenty of time as he comes out. A long pit drive for his exit, but Mattis Heiss well back in that number 70 Porsche. A 2-position drop for Yannick. We wait for those times to settle in, but about 36 seconds back from Kurz now. And quite a bit of time to make up. But Rayberg's team, made up of Overhaus, Rayberg, Weichmann, and Lang, just absolutely dominating this afternoon. About 90 seconds up on the team of Julien Guerin. Matthias Was and Benjamin Assali. But we are here for another 15 hours. Anything could happen. It takes one bad incident, maybe 2. Maybe it takes a driver swap not kicking properly. You know, like we talked about with Brian Canopin earlier, there's no mechanical issues here other than brakes and tires. You're a sim racer. You're not dealing with things falling off the car, things breaking, etc. What you may have to deal with is software systems not working properly. You may have to deal with hardware, meaning PC or network hardware not performing properly. We've seen that several times today. This isn't over until it is over, and we've got 15 hours that says it ain't over. With that, folks, I am going to take another little break here. I will be back in just a few minutes. We will leave you on autopilot. Drivers are well on and spread out. You won't be missing anything. Grab something to eat. Getting to be afternoon. It's 4 o'clock. You should grab a bite. Take a break. Come back. Watch more racing. Again, we're going to be here until at least 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. At which point, we will be giving away the end of this race. Apex Sim Racing Vertical Button Box V2. One of the random drivers that finishes. And again, as I said, and just so I'm very clear about that, it's not only the drivers on track at the time, it's the entire team. Obviously, only one driver from the team is on track at any one time, and so the entire team is eligible to win that prize at the end of this race. With that, as I said, I will be back in just a few minutes. Shane Ree's number change. No, Shane Rees? No, he is number, it did. However, they came back in as car 950. However, they dropped back out, came back in, and now are number 949, and I'm showing 286 laps, meaning they should be okay. We'll have to wait for Huff to get back to really know that for sure. He's more the PC side server expert, but they should be okay. Should be. And like I said, the one good thing about it is they have a really clean car to drive. But yeah, Webcakes, as far as I know, they're back in good now and healthy. It wasn't at first, because again, it skipped a time on them, or it skipped a number. It elevated them one number to 950. But after the second bounce, it looks like they came back in just fine. And as we talk about PC crashes, again, folks, don't forget, we are here for the entire 24 hours. If this stream stops, if this stream goes away, hang out. I promise I'll be back. My PC could crash. My internet could go out. I might upset my wife for some reason, and she comes in and throws water at me and gets it all over my keyboard, and I can't type or talk. I don't know. I'm good at stuff like that. But don't go away, because we will be back to finish this race one way or another. So again, stay right here. Thank you so much for being here. I will be back in just a few minutes, and we will leave you sitting with all the action here at BoX3 Motorsports, 24 hours at Imola. SWRR Gaming says, sadly, we have to drop out. That's not good. I assume that is 949. Glad to see that. We don't want you guys to go. Very unfortunate. Thank you for being here, though. Made it a great run, 9 hours. Hopefully you'll be able to join us for more this summer as we run that endurance series. Understandable. Thank you again for joining us. There's those hardware issues, right? The real life race drivers taken out of races all the time because of mechanical issues, things of that nature. And it can happen in sim racing as well. Catch up real quick. Again, Julian Rehberg currently sitting in first. Julian Guerin now in second. That lead cut to 85 seconds, so it's come down a little bit. We'll continue to monitor that because 85 seconds is not as long as you think it is, right? We've seen those long times get cut down especially during a race this long. There's plenty of time there. Oh, excellent. You guys are joining the endurance series, and we'll talk about that in just a minute, but that's awesome. Be great to see you guys there. Yes. Yeah, they're not, yeah, mister. They're not down 130 laps. They actually have, let me find them here. They're down about 3 laps. I don't know why it's calling out 130, but they're not down that far, I promise. Be funny if they were just because it's blue, but they're not. Yannick Kurtz now currently running in third. That number 31 BMW. Garen now into the pits, so this may give opportunity for Kurtz to pull up back into number 2. All the way back at the chicane, but Garen just now heading in. We'll see if Kurt's able to cut this down. AKM King, welcome in. Thank you for the subscription. We are doing fantastic today. We are in the middle of a 24-hour Imola race. We are rolling straight through till tomorrow morning. Thank you so much for coming in. And again, thank you so much for that sub. Very much appreciated. Helps build this league, helps us grow. There we go. Yannick Kurtz able to pull up into P2 now. Let's see where Patrick Kurz is. Kurz quite a ways back. I doubt we'll see him able to get ahead just now coming through the chicane. That all depends. Julian Guerin's team, they're already on the move. Thought maybe with a brake change, a little early, but might have provided that opportunity. Matthias Wass taking over in that 488 Merc. Oh, King McGee, what's going on? There you are. Oh, Olton Park. Okay, somebody else said they were going to Olton Park this weekend. Oh, Wangle Snatcher said he was going to be at Olton Park, I believe. I think that's who it was. Avaldol Zal taking over in that number 70 Porsche. Still sitting in P5. Our other Porsche, number 67, dropping back to P7 now. Wait and see as those things tighten up. Again, Mathis Wass currently sitting in third, only about 10 seconds ahead of Patrick Kurz. Patrick sliding back a little bit as we watched him chase earlier, but we'll see what the different pace is with Wass at the wheel of that 488 and see if Kurz is able to close in a little bit. Like the graphic, you talking about the overlays, SW? If you mean the overlays, that is a program called ACC TV. That we will be using going forward. Ton of options, broadcast cameras, overlays, all kinds of cool stuff that are in there we can take a look at. Take a look there, position delta. You can see how the teams have stacked up today. A lot of gainers, few losers, but a lot of gainers. Kuko's coming out the worst with it so far, along with Gustavo at the bottom. But you know, Kukos, if we look at this team here, just talking a little bit about it, Brazos having problems. That car still very damaged as Kukos takes over. These guys absolutely refusing to fix damage. Bill Savitas getting hung up with a Ferrari in a very, very bad accident. Ended up dragging the car all the way around the track to get back in. Thank you, Racer. Appreciate that. We're trying. It'll get better, too. The developer's very responsive. I'm going to talk to him about some things as we use it, get used to it, so we can provide more data on the screen. There are some other overlay things that I would like that you wouldn't display all the time. And I think it'd be something I'd like to talk to him about and see if it's even possible. And Kuko's struggling there. I gotta wonder how much of that is the damage on that vehicle. Just brutal. Right there's the Ferrari they tangled with earlier. Different drivers in both cars, but really hard to see what happened. It looked almost like it was just a bit of a door bang, like it should not have been anything as intense as it was, and it ended up sending them both off into the wall. And again, Kukos and team deciding not to repair damage. I don't know how. I still can't tell how. There's got to be aero problems with that car right now. But we'll see. Maybe they're just waiting for a possible brake change to see if maybe that's what'll do it for them. So hopefully something that they can get taken care of. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I cannot figure out how this car does not have a meatball. Let's give them one in the chat just so they have it right there. It looks like parts are ready to start falling off. I'm waiting for that wing to just start flapping against the trunk of the car at some point. But again, maybe these guys are, you know, it's driving good enough for them. They're happy with it right now. And maybe, again, they're waiting for that, you know, just do one long pit stop if they're going to do a brake change around the 12 or 13 hour mark, and they're hoping they can make it until then instead of having to take two longer stops, take one real long one and be done with it. I assume it's going to come out the same amount of time no matter what, but fewer stops means less time driving in the pits, so overall it's going to be a gain if they can hold on to it. Theo Overhouse back in that number 36 Aston that's been leading our race today as we see the Bentley heading into the pits, number 555. Just taking word right now, our Xbox race very successful today. 25 drivers for Xbox coming in. 22 finishing the race under heavy rain conditions at the Hungara Ring in the 45-minute race we had with the Xbox League today. If you are an Xbox racer, I encourage you to jump over to BoX Motorsports. We do still have an Xbox League. Right now, Season 3 just kicking off. It's the perfect time to join. You're an Xbox driver, and we're going to be kicking up some, much like we've talked about, and we're going to talk about again here in a minute, some of the casual events on the PC side during the week. We're going to do the same thing on Xbox. A little more difficult to run there because there's, you know, the servers are so restricted and things of that nature, but we want to spin up some casual league, casual series for the Xbox guys as well. So we're looking right now at GT4. GT4 series, and each of these only being 3 to 4 weeks long, running say on Tuesdays and Fridays. But we're looking to spin up a GT4 series and maybe start doing some spec races for the Xbox guys. I'm gonna encourage you, if you are an Xbox driver, to head on over to BoX3 Motorsports Discord and get signed up. Oh, watch this.
Downloads. Oh, what was that?
What was what?
Oh, it was you. Hello there.
Got you both. Well, gentlemen, how are you? Joined by Will.
An awkward way of joining the stream.
Will Green and Clueless Geezer joining me real quick. I got bored, gentlemen. I need somebody to talk to for a minute.
Yeah, fair enough. I was just trying to work out how to load delivery so I can go in and take some good photos of. We're approaching halfway, right?
Yeah, we're getting there. We've got we've got 14 and a half left, so about 2.5 hours to the halfway point. We are certainly getting there. And there you go, Racer X. Just drop that Discord right there in the chat for you. That'll get you right over to BoX3 Motorsports if you're interested in Xbox racing. How goes the stewarding, guys? I wanted to talk to you. I'm not asking for any actual results or anything. I know we've had to hand out a few penalties, but how has it been overall?
Yeah, good, I think. So we're 21 reports in, or 21 incidents in. And to be honest, the majority have been pretty clean cut, so it's a nice, fairly easy job from my point of view. But
okay,
yeah, I think driving standards on the whole, considering we've been driving for 10 hours now, almost 9.5 hours, and we've had 21 incidents. You can't complain at that. Can't complain at all.
No, not at all. And I will tell you, I'm trying to see. This doesn't work the same as. Doesn't work the same as Excel. I was trying to look here because I was trying to count the number of incidents that have been reported by the software.
Right.
And it looks a lot more than 21. But so that means, I mean, obviously, and I had a few people. I mean, even Huff came in at one point and said, I'm not even going to report it. Yeah, it looks like about 50 actual actual contact. But many of these, honestly, are single cars too. As far as actual contact, there's only a few between vehicles. So. But I thought I'd check in with you guys and see what was shaking and how well that stewarding was going. Has the live stewarding been easy, would you say, or?
It's been fairly straightforward, I think. Everyone's kind of got the clues up after the first hour. So obviously we found out about after the first lap that the way we were going to do stewarding reports, which is the way we normally do stewarding reports via SimGrid, doesn't work for team events, which obviously was a bit of a panic, but thankfully Otten's got the website form back up and running, and yeah, after that everyone's been submitting good instance or good kind of quality, as in terms of footage and details behind the instance. So yeah, all good.
Excellent. That's good to hear. As long as we're getting good details out of it, right?
Yeah.
And these guys are able to provide what we need to make a good decision. So now I assume you're the way you're doing it, though, is you're admin into the server. You're able to apply the penalties directly, right? During the race?
Yeah, that's what we've been doing. So we've been adding 15 seconds penalties all over the place. So yeah, some teams, every team has been serving it during their pit stop.
Okay.
So
is that an option? Or is that, do they have to serve that during the pit stop? Or will it be added on at the end if they do not?
They have to serve it in the pit stop.
They have to. Okay. I didn't know if there was a reason to or not to serve it. Stefan Reist gassed off track now. You staying up all night, Will? You gonna make it?
I'm umming and ahhing. I don't really know. I know you're going to go for it, Molson, but yeah, for me, not sure. Probably is the answer.
Clueless. What about you? We gotta have, No?
No, I don't have the stamina for that. No chance. If Will doesn't, I've got no hope.
Must be something in the water over there on that island. Just can't stay up all night. All right, guys. Well, I don't know if you guys want to jump back to your channel and keep doing your thing, but I just wanted to see how the stewarding was going. I was curious, and I noticed it looked like, every time you guys have been reviewing them, I've seen, Will, you've kind of been live and sharing your footage through Discord. So I figured you weren't live right now, so I figured it was safe to grab you because you weren't in the middle of discussing an incident. So
Yeah, all good. We haven't actually had any. We've had one incident in the last. Let's look. Nearly 4 hours. So
wow,
that's amazing.
That
it's been very impressive. The last 4 hours have been really good. Obviously, before then, we were having instants. I mean, just for the 20 minutes before that, we'd had 5. So
yeah,
we had 5 in 20 minutes and then none for 4 hours. So I'm not sure what happened, but maybe everyone got their headbutts out of the way.
yeah, and I'm actually really surprised though, because again, you don't, I'm thinking for a second, I'm thinking to myself, well, everybody's spread out. Of course, we're not seeing incidents, but the faster drivers are consistently passing the slower drivers, so there's traffic, and I would, to not have one for about 4 hours, I think is just fantastic. That's really good.
Definitely.
So, and we've seen mostly clean racing here. A couple toss outs, but like I said, overall, I think things have been relatively clean. Drivers more pushing and throwing themselves off track than taking other people out. So, there's no accounting for taste.
Indeed.
Sometimes
now you've got the solo drivers all seem to be still in it. One of them streaming live on Twitch. I don't know whether you've seen that, Molson, but he's
I did, yeah.
Yeah, he's still looking fresh as a daisy.
Yeah, so Patrick Kurz, currently running P4, it was in P2 for a long time, holding down. We've seen one mistake from him where he slid off track, ended up in a corner, had to get himself spun around. But other than that, been very clean. Joris Mentink, another solo driver, because we're not really sure who's doing the physical swaps, like the in-person swaps. But so far, the word we got was Patrick Kurz was a mistake. He was supposed to have a partner unable to make it. He decided to throw down and go for it anyway. Thomas Jench, the one who's streaming, I've checked on him once or twice, and yeah, he looks like he's just in the zone. I don't know how he's doing it. And Nicholas Webfar as well, another solo driver out there today. We've got 4 of them that are just monsters. Nope, I can't figure it out.
Very impressive.
Cannot figure it out. So we will see how it goes for them. Looks like Joris Mentink, a little bit of contact there. Looking to clear back markers. But again, you guys are welcome to hang out with me. Go back to your channel, whatever you feel you need to do. But yeah, I'm going to be here all night. We're going to keep it up. Thank you, Palm Tree, for that subscription, sir. Subscribing to the channel. And we just got a new fastest lap from Julian Reiberg, a 141.8. I think that's our first 141 of today's race. Yannick Kurtz setting one as well, though, with a 141.897. So time's starting to come down as these guys get spread out and get some open air in front of them.
Mind boggled at how many laps we've already completed. 324, and we're not even halfway through.
Yeah, I know. I was like, I did the math earlier, and I'm like, oh, it's going to be over 600 laps. And then as it kept going, I'm like, no, this is going to be a lot more than 600 laps. Be closer. I think we'll be closer to 1,000 by the time this is all said and done.
Yeah, I reckon it should be just over 800.
Yeah,
between 800 and 850, I reckon.
Unbelievable.
That's my guess anyway. Which I honestly, especially doing it solo, I couldn't imagine. I don't think I've even done 850 total laps.
Trying to throw it down in one race. Yeah, Palm Tree. Your boy John Tracy holding P8 right now again. John having a great stint right now because he's held on to all the gains that Crow esports legend Brian Canopin was able to pull through in the stint before. So yeah, John Tracy doing really well in holding on, minding his business, staying out of trouble. Check on Wyatt Hackley. Lucas Hanselman is well off track. A lot of yellow flags all of a sudden as he bounces back across. Thank you, Fulo. Much appreciated. Which one's that? Lucas there, the 507 car?
Well, yeah, that one looks good too. But I was speaking about the one John Tracy's got on.
Oh,
I think it says Crow down the side though.
It does. That's Crow's livery, right? That's Crow's livery. But I tell you, somebody in the chat earlier, a couple hours ago, asked us, Huff and I were here, favorite livery today, and mine was between, I didn't want to just make it this team because, well, it's an Audi. Of course, I'm going to say the Audi, but no, that livery is fantastic. But also Patrick Kurz. That is just, again, you would think being anime and so colorful, it'd be too much, but it just comes together so well. Like, it just looks fantastic. And another one right there behind him.
Oh yeah, I see that now.
Yeah, your boy Blue and his fellas in the Nissan, Isar, Butler, and Anderson. Another really nice livery. Thank you,
Here
Frulo.
goes.
I
Question for
appreciate
you.
that.
Question for you, Molson.
Yes, sir.
What's a good dinner to have when you're commentating a 24-hour race and you need to eat it quick?
Well, quick don't count. I eat on my time, sir. First of all, you always eat fast. Eat it now, taste it later. Doesn't matter what you're eating. I'm not here for sitting around. No, but tonight I will be having, so in my house, because I have to sometimes travel for work, my wife and children have decided that when I'm not available, they get to eat breakfast for dinner. So bacon, sausage, eggs, hash browns, all that jazz. Well, because I'm not available tonight, that's what she's making. And so she's going to bring me a plate down at some point, and I will get to eat breakfast. Get that good grease food going.
That sounds good to me.
Lucas Hanselman now. Things starting to tighten up. Christoph Arts back in that Bentley. Thank you for that. Good night 11, because Christoph Arts is back in that 11 in that Bentley 555, and we know Christoph knows how to drive. Very speedy driver, so I'd be curious to see how quickly he can catch up to Lucas Hanselman here. Will, what will you be eating, if I may ask?
I don't really know, to be honest. I think I've already eaten. I was going blank for a second. Yeah, I've already eaten. I had some chicken.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
I had like a very basic roast.
Okay.
It was just something we could slap together quickly.
Nothing wrong with that. Keep an eye up here as well. George Garton may soon be under pressure from Mikhail Kornev. Lucas Hanselman losing a lot of time. Running a 151 on the last lap. Up 4 positions. Christoph Arts coming up on the back. And there it is. Lucas Hanselman going way wide, letting Kurtz right on through. So Christoph moving his team into P16 just like that. Lucas making it very easy for him to do so. No battles here, he says. Why does Greeny sound like Lando Norris?
What? Goodness me.
That's what the chat's asking. Listen, I just report what the chat's asking, okay? I don't...
Similar pace.
Similar pace?
No, not a similar pace.
Yeah.
Not even close.
Oh, and Matthias was spun. Let's go back and take a quick look, see if we can catch it. And again, right there, we see doing it to himself. I mean, he did take a push, but he was already sliding, holding the brakes, and ended up taking a tap in the door. Not really the other driver's fault at that point, though. That curb has now taken at least 2 people. Crow in chat says, proceeds to laugh like Lando Norris.
I'll take it. Happily take it. I don't think anyone could complain about being referred to in any way close to Lando Norris.
I don't know, Crow. Or Will, you just sound like average British guy to me. So
yeah, exactly.
My wife likes your accent, though. I can tell you that. She's heard you talk, and she's like, who's he? I like his accent. Well.
Maybe not something you should say on stream.
Why? An eye up here, though, now. Patrick Kurz again falling back a little bit off Matthias Was, now a 2.3 second gap. Palm tree oil in the chat. We got Will and Clueless, and then we got palm tree oil on the other side of the planet, and they all sound about the same as far as I'm concerned. Overhouse with running off track a little bit, but plenty of time to do so. But again, we talked about that 90-second gap that this team had over P2. That gap's now down to 43 seconds. Yannick Kurtz has become a machine this afternoon and is really tightening things up. Looking at the lap times, I mean, these guys ran about the same best, right? 8:02 to an 8:97. But Theo Overhouse, let's bring that comparison up real quick just so we can see it. That last lap, 0.6 slower than Yannick Kurtz. And now Theo off track, looking to try and rejoin. So now, again, that gap going to come down even more, dropping to sub 40 seconds. But yet it Kurtz with an opportunity here to get themselves back up into P1. As we talk about, Jostein Scheffer did a great job. Vanderhoek really cut down their times during his last stint. So as that gets closer and closer, we'll see if they are able to make a play for P1. Okay, how's the Candyman doing? He has been doing great. Again, very stable. Thomas Jench. Again, you can check his stream. But Thomas has been doing a great job holding on. Been hanging out today. And again, one of 4 solo drivers. Been very consistent, 143s and 144s. Stayed out of most trouble. We did see one spin earlier. But again, I think that's to be expected, right? When you're driving solo for now almost 10 hours. Will, what's the longest, or Clueless, either one of you guys, what's the longest you've ever gone? What's the longest single race you've ever done yourself?
90 minutes for me. Bit of a weakling.
So I did the Coach Dave 1000 a couple of weeks ago with Crows in the chat.
Yep.
And we had a problem with our second driver. Nothing they did wrong, nothing we did wrong. They just couldn't get in the car. It was just a game glitch, as some teams have already experienced. And yeah, we had to do. So I did 3 hours, but I did 2 hours straight, then took a 30-minute break as Crow took the wheel, and then I did another 40 minutes. So I think 2 hours straight with one pit stop is probably the most I've done.
Wow, that's still a long time. I think 2 hours is my max.
I mean, if you talk to any of these guys who are doing 6 hours at least in some cases, and 24 hours in others, 2 hours is not enough.
Yeah, no, I mean, some of these, I think, who was it? Oh, give me a minute, I can tell you here. One of the drivers, it was Anderson, stayed in the car for quite a while up front, like 3 to 4 stints. Same with Overhouse. Overhouse has done a ton of driving today. I feel like we've seen him in that car more than the other drivers on that team. So it's not just the guys running the 24s, right? There's these certain team members are pulling more than others. So.
Absolutely.
It depends on your time zone as well, doesn't it? Like the European guys getting their stints in now.
Mm-hmm.
So the Americans can take over during the night.
Exactly, and that's part of what Crow talked about, is Thomas Jenk coming out of the pits now. That's part of what Crow talked about, was the idea that they've got somebody from Australia on their team, and that's going to allow them to kind of run the beginning and the end when they're not having to be up during the night, things of that nature. So these guys have planned out really well on what they want to do, and there we see G. Steven back in that Audi, taking over from John Tracy now. Spoke to G. Steven earlier, so I love Steven because he's such a good dude. So Will, I don't know if you were watching or not, but you know how BoX3, right? Like, we're like, PG-13, right? We try not to cuss and swear and yell on stream and everything, right?
Absolutely.
Well, with a PG-13, you're allowed like 2 F-bombs during the entire movie.
Right.
Steven used all of them in his first sentence.
Of course he did.
Coming on stream. I'm like, but he's just such a nice dude. Like, you don't want to tell him to stop because he's just so nice, right? Like, he's just, and his sister was here, came in, said she loved him. We were making family connections here live on stream. It was fantastic. See, Dalking saying he did 12 hours for charity and never again. I don't blame you.
12, wow.
12 hours.
Almost there ourselves now. 14 hours and 19 minutes remaining.
I would say, Molson, speaking in front of camera for X amount of time is actually harder than driving, in my opinion.
Yep, I agree with that, actually.
No, I could stand here and talk all day. I got a mouth that'll just run. Ask my wife. That's easy. I couldn't, there's no way. Again, I think 2 hours was the longest I've done, and it was about my limit. Because it's this weird thing, though, and I don't know, maybe I'm the only one that feels this. It's this idea of, on the one hand, it's exciting, you're trying to push. On the other hand, this is now 331 laps in, right? And obviously we're a lot longer than 2 hours for 331 laps. but it's almost boring, right?
Yeah.
Am I wrong in that? I mean, you're going around the same section of track over and over again. So there's this boring part to it because it's always the same, but at the same time you have to have this hyper concentration to hit every apex, to make sure you hit every break point, to catch it just right, be at the right speed. And it's this muscle memory that if you slip just a little, you're off into the toolies. So that's the part I always struggled with and wasn't able to keep for more than 2 hours. There's no way.
I find when you're driving, you can get into this monotonous rhythm of almost like vegetative state, but whilst driving. Whereas talking to 60, well, you got 71 people in here at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
You can't do that. You can't go into that state of just utter rubbish and not really paying attention, because you've got to be engaged. You've got to be talking. I can't do it. I don't know how you do it, to be honest.
I take breaks and walk away. It'll be all right. Everybody watching right now ain't watching for me. They're watching for the driver, so I just walk away and let them do their thing. Once in a while, especially when it gets like this.
Make a shout out to number 7.
Yep, number shout out Joris Mentink, and I do hope I'm saying these names right. As
That's in P7.
Niels. That's P7.
Have we got a car number 7?
I don't think so. No, I looked. No, there's no car number 7.
Oh, there we go.
I'll tell you, Joris has some fans up in here. He really does. This is the second person who has asked me to give that shout out to Joris over there. Again, Joris, one of our solo drivers today, currently sitting P7. We'll see how long that lasts, but so far doing a great job.
You just assigned him to crashing them, Mawson.
No, I've already been blamed for at least 2 accidents today, 2 spins. And also, and then he went in, and there goes Crow up the inside, or G. Steven up the inside of Joris. With a Porsche right there. Looked like he had a little bit of netcode jump. Joris still holding P7 though, up laps on these guys. But really, and we're going to jump back to P17 right now as Lucas Hanselman looks to hold off Nicholas Wavefar. Nicholas, again, one of our solo drivers. And hung up with Andrew Jackson. Or I'm sorry, Blue. All these guys tangling. Ooh, a back marker, however. What just happened here? Palm tree. Are you serious right now? Oh, that's why your buddy showed up. Thank you, Frulo. I appreciate that. I really do. Glad people come here to... Look at all these messages the auto mods have just basically said nope. Oh. Palm tree. The auto mod didn't like what you were doing. And lemon lids. I know you guys have a thing. So again, Nicholas Vefar coming up on the back end of Hanselman. Your boy Blue right there behind him, but I believe, yeah, we're looking at a lap or 2 down at this point, so not in contention for this. And, you know, I'd like to thank the guys in the 555 for inviting me to take part. It's been a pleasure so far. The solo on the Ferrari was super battle for position. Yeah, we caught some of that, and you guys are doing great so far. Christoph Art's now driving that 555 Bentley up into P16 as we watch Hanselman and Nicholas go tit for tat here with your boy Blue in the back. Oh, Will, what I was saying, though, is before Palm Tree and Tracy started their nonsense. And Nicholas Wayfar there gunning around. I'm going to have to interrupt it again. And a door bang. And both drivers off track. Nicholas Wayfar and Hanselman. Neither losing position. Nicholas having taken the position up front. Door banged on the way by. Nobody lost anything with your boy Blue down 3 laps on these guys. But definitely maybe some work for Will. We'll see if that happens. And Clueless. Now I've forgotten what I was going to say to you, Will. After all that.
Absolutely no
excitement.
Not a clue. I've been going through, taking some images, taking a few photos.
Oh, okay.
There's some interesting little Easter eggs on some of the cars.
Perfect. I'm sure.
I found a "Catch Me If You Can" logo under the rear wing of an M4.
Yeah, we found that earlier today. I think there's more than one of those out there.
Yeah, it must be.
I think so. And Lateral G makes a good point in the chat. If only ACC had safety cars.
100%.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
It's 100% possible.
It's something the SRO guys, as in the organizers, would love to have as well, surprisingly.
Yeah. Well, you actually can do it, but here's the problem. You have to have everybody in the same VC. We've discussed it, right, Will? We've talked about it. It's entirely possible using software to set a virtual safety car, announce it to the driver, set a speed limit, and then the software will capture every time someone violates that speed limit. I think the way the guy has it set up is like if they're over speed for more than 5 seconds, it records that, and then you can issue penalties based upon it, right? So it's possible to do, but it's not how these guys want to drive, especially during a team race. They want to be able to talk to each other. So I don't know how we would do that other than having some other sort of voice server that they were also joined on, and then would it work or not? Who knows?
I think it's a tough one. I think ultimately it'd have to be built into the game to be in any way usable.
Yeah, I think so as well. To make it the best. But now I remember what I was going to tell you. The whole thing is Commentator's Curse is 100% on 614 right now because Blue is in the car. So he deserves
Blue doesn't need a commentator's curse. He'll go and hang out with the stand or the marshals, anyone around the circuit. He's going and hanging out.
He's good. He's going to go hang out with them anytime. Well, he came in here earlier. I went to talk to those guys, and he kept talking about the engineers and pit crew he had to hire for this race. When his teammates had already sold him out, that he was taking a nap earlier. They left poor Anderson in the voice chat all by himself. Oh, and Lucas Hanselman again sideways on the track, just getting spun back up. Again, no position loss there, but losing a lot of time to Nicholas Vavfar, who's moved up into that P17 we saw after that last door ding. Then, you know, in CHSR, they use the code 50 where people simulate a virtual safety car by immediately slowing and going to the pit limiter on the road. Be an interesting way to do it.
Would be an interesting way to do it.
Then nobody can speed.
Did you watch the GTWC Europe first round at Imola?
I did not.
They have a load of the support classes, like, well, not the support classes, but the GT4s.
Mm-hmm.
They had a few big accidents when they were going to full course yellow, with people just absolutely annihilating everyone else, like not going to full course yellow at the same time. People going flat out down the straight, hitting the brakes, other people running into the back of them.
Oh, no kidding. Wow. And I've seen how those races are handled. It's, you know, it's you know, full course yellow in 20 seconds, 15 seconds, 10 seconds. I mean, they announce it to these guys, so start backing her down well before they say 3, 2, 1, and I think you would be okay, you know?
Sure.
Crow said we should just put a cup car out there as the safety car. Will Green can drive it.
How about the M2?
There you go. M2 as a safety car would be perfect. Nicholas Vavfar now heading into the pits. Down at Carrots. Not really.
Medical car driver, Greeny.
Palm Trio saying in Breakout Racing League they use the GT4 car. They always do that as well.
Yeah.
The problem for me is, I mean, I think that would be very easy to do, right? This driver sits in the pits. They're always going to lose, so it doesn't matter, especially if, you know, they don't go out on circuit unless it's a safety car. The problem is communicating it to the drivers, right? We don't have an in-car announcing system. So if not everyone is in the same voice channel, same voice chat, how do you announce that to the drivers so that someone doesn't come around T1 and there's 5 cars stacked there behind the pace car, right? And just waffle through everybody because they didn't realize it was happening. And Lateral says in-game chat, but I'll tell you this: I've been in server races. I don't even notice the chat. I don't even notice it. I could see that being really hard to regulate. I'm sure it works. I'm sure other people can see the chat and they pay attention to it. I typically ignore it, so. Again, Theo Overhouse continues to lead our race. Now only a 37-second gap back to Yannick Kurtz. For 70, Pavel Dolzal. Porsche's holding strong. P5 and 6. You guys have had a really consistent race today. After both gaining 6 positions, they've held on to everything. Dolzal and Nikos both driving right now. Again, never having seen them real close together on track, it almost feels like they're working together in those Porsches. Now Nico's team now 2 laps down, however. Stefan Reisgast into the pits. Christoph Arts picking up another position into P15. Blue showing yellow flag. I clicked on him too quickly. Steven now clearing Arts as a back marker. Arts is a very fast driver, you know, back in P15. And now here, Patrick Kerr's coming up behind both of them, wanting to clear air. Brulo, you're right. Like, that would absolutely work if you had a team manager or something for these, you know, for races like this. I think that could 100% work. But again, I think in solo races, if we talk about our standard, you know, our weekly league races, put everybody in the same chat on the same VC and put them all on mute. Wyatt Hackley now heading in. That's how I've seen the live stewarding work as well. What do they announce during qualification? Who can go out to qual? Who can't? If it's a multi-class race, they announce penalties, drive-throughs, and such. Palm Tree, Molson, kind of need your opinion on something. What can I help you with, Palm Tree? I'm a helper. So Patrick Kerr is able to clear Christoph Arts in that 555 Bentley. Doris Mentink continuing to tool along. They're busy making coda. George Garten again, very stable throughout today's race. This whole team staying very, very consistent. Remco Ottens, Sebastian Lucasen, and Cole Gress. Guys been doing a great job. Currently sitting P10. Again, it's all about that consistency, and they have had it. We take a look at those position gains. They're currently down 2, but at one point, as we, when we went up and talked to those guys, they were at one point down about 9 positions. So made a lot up after that initial lap incident. And only 2 to go. They have plenty of time left to do that with as well.